No, I'm gonna go grab it in a sec. Just gonna put this down. So you just like to show up, eh? Don't know. Hello, Miss Pion, how are you? Yeah, go. No, I highlighted. No. Okay. Yes, sir, we're good to go.
Recording in progress.
All right, board, good evening. This is our work session that is prior to our formal board meeting at 6 o'clock. And I'm acknowledging that all directors are here with the exception of Director Chancho Shore, who is out ill tonight. This work session, the theme of our work session is on employee compensation. We typically meet on the floor, but due to logistics, we're just going to do our study session here. We have several guests, including Chief Human Resource Officer Amanda Thompson, who is coming into us via Zoom. And we have Kate Kataska, our Chief Financial Officer, to help kind of navigate our conversation around where we are currently, or where we were, I should say, and where we are. And then this is really a two-part series, because then after tonight, we'll move into talking about what our next steps are. So as you remember, board, we reactivated our resolutions regarding compensation, regarding transitioning to a new compensation framework by the 22-23 school year. So this really is in response to that reactivation, and we're just looking forward to recapping where we were and where we are currently. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Thompson or Ms. Kataska.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to join in a study session to have a conversation around our compensation plan for both our licensed and non-licensed employee groups. We're really excited to be able to share updates as a partnership with our entire district and also with our Finance and Human Resources Department. So as we move to slide 3, I just want to share that, typically this would be in a conversational format, but we've made some adjustments. And knowing that, so for today, we're going to just share about where we were and where we are headed, along with what our current work is. So where we are headed, we'll give you a little snapshot into that for our November 30th study session. So on our next slide, tonight you'll hear about where this work is coming from and the purpose behind our work and its alignment in our district goals, along with updates per employee group, large employee groups. And then we'll talk a bit about separation, early retirement and separation incentives, and also with any next steps coming. Next slide, please. So it's important to understand where we have been in order to continue to forge ahead. So as we look at slide 6, we are grateful for the direction of our board and their various end statements and compensation and benefits resolutions and values, helping us to know the direction and guidance of the work that we do in human resources, finance, IS, and with our employees. These are active links, so anyone can go in and take a look at these and kind of see that historical context. But basically that guidance is in knowing that we need to revamp and overhaul our entire compensation system, and we're excited to do that for our employees. We are so pleased also to share that this aligns directly also with our strategic plan, both in a positive and supportive culture and also in the recruitment and retention of our employees. And if you look at all of these specific details in the language, there is exact language from our board resolutions also in our strategic plan themes. Next slide, please. So it's important to note that as we look at where we have been, this is that historical context. And I know that our board and our community and our employees have seen this slide before. We've added some updates. It's important to know that we did have our pandemic that impacted some of this work, and we're grateful for the restart of this. But it took a lot of various changes, decisions, and this took years. Looking back at since 2012 to 2021, it did take a lot of various decisions and practices to get us here over the years. And we're pleased to share, although it really feels like it's been such a long time for our employees to get to this end result that we are so, so close to, that we've really done a lot of work since about 2018 till current in order to get to this exciting place of where we're headed here in July of 2021. Next slide, please. I would love to turn this over to our CFO, Ms. Kate Katoska, to talk some finances and total compensation concepts. Kate?
So in addition to the timeline that Amanda just spoke about, what I've tried to lay out in these next couple of slides is the sort of quantifying the dollar amount that has gone along with some of these pay adjustments over time. So starting back in 17-18, we have adjustments related to some various site and lead staff, pay freeze adjustments, and things like that. In 2018, also brought the direct adjustments related to our mill levy, and thank you to our voters for allowing us to take some, at least, steps forward in rectifying what we know has been some painful years over history. The next slide then jumps into 19-20, adding about $15.2 million into our total compensation, really treating that much like just a flat percentage increase similar to what we've done in the current year. 2021, obviously the year of COVID. So we faced the most significant cuts that we have faced as a district in that year. And so along with, or as part of the $30 million that we had to reduce from our budget overall, that resulted in pay freezes for our employees, furlough days or days that would not be paid from the calendar. Luckily, those were able to be restored at the end of that fiscal year. Increase to our benefit costs that we had to pass along to our employees for the first time in many, many numbers of years, and even a 3% salary reduction for some of our staff. Looking forward into our current year, 21-22, we've got about $16 million that went into a compensation pool to make adjustments for the current year. So I mentioned furlough days, restoring that for a full calendar, so no furlough days would be taken in this current year. Not passing along any benefit rate premium or any premium increases to our staff. We'll be absorbing those at the district level. A guaranteed minimum 4% increase for all of our staff, with a small exception there for cabinet. And then really taking a hard look at the underlying salary ranges for our positions. So as we were beginning to explore whether we would be capping employees or even embarking on this larger scale compensation project, that recognition that some of our salary ranges had not been adjusted for cost of living in many, many numbers of years in some cases. So taking those steps to bring the underlying ranges forward so that we had the most appropriate starting place for this work that we're embarking on here throughout the course of this year to implement for next year. Also, a big celebration, able to raise our starting teacher salaries by 12%. So this is finally putting us in a place where we at least have the starting salary rate, and we'll see how those adjustments pan out over time, but really are putting us in direct competition in a very competitive place with our peers in the metro districts.
So Kate, if we, as we're looking at these adjustments then, is it appropriate for us to state, for the past 4 years, it looks like we've added, if my calculations are correct, like $67, almost $70 million of additional allocation for compensation. Am I saying that correctly?
That's correct, Dr. Ray. And important as we start to talk about, when we start looking forward, it is likely that these pay adjustments that we will be proposing in our November session will likely be one of the single largest influxes of compensation into our district. And this is being done absent a mill levy. It is being fully funded from our general fund dollars. And so one of the things that I, am most concerned about, obviously, is making sure that we can do that in a fiscally sustainable way, so that we don't put ourselves in a position of having to start and stop and not be able to continue this work forward. So I'm going to invite Ms. Doan up here really quickly just to talk about some of those mill levy dollars that we do have in play.
Good evening. So I want to speak to how we are spending the 2018 mill levy override. As Ms. Katoska mentioned, we are doing this outside of any additional resources within the general fund, but our 2018 mill levy override is a portion of the current general fund, as that is an operating budget, and a large portion of that did go to salaries. So if you see in there, this is breaking out the major categories of how we spend those dollars. I'm not going to walk through each line, but it's just looking year over year because it was actually a part of the adopted budget you all voted on back in June of 2021. The reason why the total amount at the bottom line exceeds the $40 million annually received is because we intentionally underspent the mill levy override in the first year in 2018-2019 because we received the revenue beginning in January with a budget year that ends in June. And so we had savings from that first year that we were able to carry over that allow us to spend greater than $40 million until eventually we'll be at that break-even point where we will just have $40 million to be able to spend. But just did want to emphasize $16.9 million of that is for those pay increases that went into effect in 2019. Next slide, please.
So Colleen, if I may,
Yes.
so the top line of that breakdown of the MLO, so that's really was focused on pay gaps more than it was focused on giving a across-the-board kind of pay increase. Is that correct?
Can you actually go back a slide to the one that had, one more slide, please? So this is the detail outlined there, that 2018 MLO pay adjustments for $16.9 million. So everyone did receive something, but there was a large emphasis on putting it towards adjusting those pay gaps internally. It was not intended to be a market adjustment for external salary competition, but there was something for everyone. So if you didn't qualify under the classified or the license section, there was that general increase of 3.5%.
And just, board directors, if I'm trying to model work session behavior, we can just jump in and ask questions as we go along. So this is not a formal presentation. We're still in work session mode. So feel free to jump in, but thank you, Colleen.
Sure. All right, can we jump forward 2 slides, please? All right, so what we have here is a graphical representation of how our mill levy override per pupil dollars compare to other large front range districts, along with the starting teacher salary of the same districts. So the orange bar represents the mill levy override per pupil, and I'm showing this on a per pupil basis because we all have different numbers of total student population, so that gives us the closest apples to apples perspective. And you can see from the orange bars that we have the lowest per pupil mill levy override funding of any of these districts. The blue line represents the starting salary. So you can see here that with the solid line, our starting salary for the current school year is higher than 3 of our peer districts now, despite having the lowest mill levy override per pupil. The dotted blue line represents the starting salary prior to July 1, 2021, 2021 at $39,000. So if we were to overlay this with the average salaries, it would be slightly different. The latest CDE data on average salaries has our average at approximately $60,000. However, it will be interesting to see when CDE updates the report at the end of this year, how that is affected by our adjustment we did to the base, plus all of the dollars that went out into the pay increases awarded last July 1.
I'm wondering, Amanda, did we see that impact us for hiring this year? I mean, do we see that now that we are more competitive, did we see that our pool of candidates improved, or how did that improvement impact what we saw with hiring practices this year?
Thank you for that question, Director Ray. I would say that in terms of our general hiring pool, it did help. I would say that there are other challenges that we are still faced in terms of job postings in a nationwide shortage of particular teacher groups and other labor groups. But yes, it always helps, as we have not had the ability to adjust our starting pay in multiple years. So this was a very important step for us to take in order to get to this next phase of an actual revised compensation schedule for our licensed teachers and SSPs for July of this coming year.
Very good, thank you.
If I might jump in real quickly, I really appreciated this chart. I think it's the first time I've seen it laid out this way. I guess my other question would be, in addition to MLOs, you have per pupil revenue, right? That allows us to make these decisions on starting pay. I think Douglas County probably has the lowest per pupil revenue as well. Do you know if you're looking at it on a per-student basis?
So it consistently flips between us and Littleton annually. So from memory, I can't speak to it this year, but we will actually be providing that chart at our next fiscal oversight committee meeting.
I was going to say it would be great to see that detail as well. I think it really helps. I think it helps the public to understand, the amount of revenues that we receive and how we choose to allocate those out and the value statements that we're looking to make.
All right. Next slide, please. So is this you? Okay, turn it back over to Kate.
All right, so it's important as we think about, this compensation project that we really understand total compensation. And there are a number of factors that go into what an employee truly receives in the form of compensation, whether that's their base pay, whether that's their para contributions, paid time off, things like what we call Schedule A, which are supplemental payments for our coaching staff, and some others, Schedule B, which are supplemental payments for doing work maybe outside of the typical school day or the work day or above your job description, paid holidays, our employee benefits packages, our employee wellness plans, employee assistance plans. And so as we continue this conversation moving forward into November, we'll really want to be taking a look at what is that total compensation umbrella. And then, you had asked about some of the starting pay and average salary on the previous slide, and about our ability to hire, having increased our base pay. One of the other things that we've been looking at throughout the course of this year and knowing that we're facing this hiring shortage is some ways to get creative around creating incentive structures to get people and employees into the district. And so especially our hardest hit areas of transportation, operations and maintenance, food, nutrition services, really trying to think outside the box in terms of ways that we can advertise what it truly means to be and the benefit of being in Douglas County School District. But as we think about total compensation, it really is a question of trade-offs. Had we had our traditional study session, I actually had a little activity for us to go through, but if we think of this like an umbrella or a ball, the shape of this ball is fixed. And so as we start to pull on any one of these levers, it has an effect on another piece of that total compensation structure. As we talk about a benefit survey in a later slide, that survey is geared towards trade-off discussions. Do you prefer A or B in order to be able to assess what is the right structure for our employees? So as we're having this compensation conversation, it's a whole, kind of tangled web, really trying to figure out what is the right mix of all of these components of total compensation.
And on those lines, Kate, so how are we getting teacher and employee feedback about which lever that they prefer to have us pull?
Yep, so I will talk a little bit about some of the feedback that we've received to date. Scott Barnes will step up in a few minutes and talk about that benefits survey strictly kind of related to some of those benefits components of total compensation, as well as a number of feedback sessions and just listening sessions with different employee groups and levels of staff as we head into the rollout of the revised compensation structure. Next slide, please. Layers of feedback. So as we began this work back in 2019 and started even embarking on what would be a predictable and equitable compensation schedule, certainly a little bit before my time here, but there were dozens of meetings that had taken place across all of our feeders, our levels, different employee groups to gather that feedback. Amanda, I think you were going to speak to this a little bit in terms of that process that we went through in gathering that feedback.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Kate. So yes, we met in person, our employees by region. So our licensed staff had a lot of opportunity to attend and have breakout sessions around understanding where we've been and where we're headed and what they would like to see in a new compensation structure. Partnered with that, we also did a survey for all of our licensed employees, so almost 4,000 employees, to help us know when we provided different options of salary structures where they would prefer and where they believe would be the best route in terms of a compensation structure that meets our board resolutions. We also did the same input session process with all of our board committees, with our employee council, who was amazing, and we continue to engage with them. We had a meeting last night. Not only in the past have we done metro area district salary structure studies, but we also did a market analysis with one of our consultants. We built some of our structures together based upon our licensed survey analysis results. And then we continued to make small adjustments as we presented in school year 2019 on the various options that we presented to our board and to our all of our constituents. In addition, we met with principals. They are valued individuals as well. And then our superintendent at the time held a lot of regional input sessions for individuals to bring up any topic, including our compensation work. And later on here in the presentation, we're going to share more about what future engagement sessions with our employees and our community will look like.
So now I'd like to invite Mary Chesla up to the podium to talk through some of getting into a little bit of the where we are and the work that's happening to date.
Good evening. I'm here to provide an update on some of the nuts and bolts work that's actually been going on to make this compensation project come to fruition, and what we've been doing now, and a little bit about where we're going to go. So let's move to the next slide, please. We're going to start with our non-licensed employee groups, which includes administrators, pro-tech, and all classified employees. Next slide, please. One of the things that has already been mentioned is that we increased the salary ranges for these groups as well as the licensed group, but we did not overlook the classified, pro-tech, and administrative groups. We have started a job description review and revision. We've sent out over 600 job descriptions to department leaders, asking them to update these job descriptions to make sure that they reflect the work that's actually being performed by our employees so that we can better decide what their pay should look like. We're doing a market analysis of 6 metro area school districts to compare pay ranges to see where we stand compared to our competitors. I'm happy to say that we have collected all of that data, which means we now have the monumental job of organizing all of that data. We're separating it into like job groups so that we can look at job hierarchies, what makes sense for career pathing for our district, and how we're going to move forward in the future to increase our pay. That's involved in that range review of all the job types. Next, we have not started this yet, is an analysis of the placement of employees. Where do they fall inside their salary ranges? Are they low because we just moved the ranges up? Are they high? Where do they stand? So that we can identify any employees who might need adjustment based on the amount of experience and skills that they're bringing to the jobs when compared to the newly revised job descriptions. That will help us determine the cost of implementing a new salary structure for the non-licensed group. Once we've done that, we'll be sharing our revisions that have been decided upon and the process of moving the non-licensed employees into new ranges. That'll happen at some of the meetings that have already been discussed about the community engagement, where we'll take the show on the road, so to speak. And our goal is to implement in the 2022-2023 school year for our non-licensed group. Next slide, please. We found some interesting data when we looked at the non-licensed group. We found some job descriptions and job groups that are actually above market, and those are on the left-hand side in this chart. I don't think it's surprising when we know that we moved some ranges upward for some hard-to-fill positions. And I'll point out that when you look at jobs like bus driver, our building custodians, our kitchen assistants, and our EA4s, we still have vacancies in those positions that are hard to fill. So increasing the ranges and increasing the pay didn't necessarily fix the problem. So we know there are some outside forces at play here. I think the most common one that most people are aware of right now is a nationwide shortage of labor. The pandemic did not help with that. Sure.
Sorry, because I had noticed that, and I was wondering if we had had a chance to think yet or talk to our employees that maybe are even in some of those that are already above, the range of area districts, but we're still having a hard time filling. Have we thought about other ways we can show value to those employees? I know our benefits package is already pretty incredible. We've seen that presentation as compared to the metro districts, but just thinking outside the box, I know this is a tough question. Have we started that conversation yet, I guess I would say?
Well, that question really addresses all of the components that go into a total compensation package that we do want to learn from our employees. What are the important things to them? If it isn't money, if our EA4s don't want to work at a rate that's 10 to 18% above the market, what is it they do want to work for? Do they want better benefits? More time off, who knows? But that's part of the question that we need to ask in order to determine what our total compensation package will look like moving into the future. So that's part of the work yet to be done. But thank you for that. Good question. On the right side is a chart that shows some positions that we're low in. And I don't think it's a surprise that some of those are very hard to fill. Of concern to me is the instructional assistant. We know that our teachers need support in the schools. So we want to try to enhance our pool of instructional assistants in the schools so that the teachers can spend their time teaching and let the side work go to the instructional assistants. But those are some of the positions that we know will need to be addressed in the future in looking at increasing ranges for pay. And again, this is just a sample of some of the notable positions that we saw as we looked at our 6 Front Range districts that we feel are our competitors or our neighbors.
So Mary, with that analysis, is that based on beginning pay that you're comparing, or is it average pay?
It's midpoint of the range. Thank you.
Midpoint of the range, okay.
I should have explained that, yeah. Midpoint of the range, so we're not looking at actual salaries and what's being paid. We're looking at the ranges that these districts are paying and comparing midpoints to the midpoint of our ranges.
So those statistics, the 6 Front Range district, are they need to be a certain size, like they have to have more than 10,000 students, 20,000 students, because we have certainly more than 6 Front Range district in here. So what is the comparison criteria?
We looked at larger districts, and I can tell you who the 6 are, if you'd like to know. It's Adams 12, Aurora, Cherry Creek. We went down south and looked at D11. We looked at Denver Public Schools and Jeffco. So we don't have comparable sizes because we're not all the same size, but we did look at larger districts. Okay, next slide, please. So what comes next? Using the market analysis, we have to begin modeling some new ranges, looking at where our employees fit within the current ranges. What do we need to do in new ranges? What would those new ranges look like? What adjustments would we need to make to pay so that we can determine the cost of implementing a new pay structure for the non-licensed group? Thanks. So now I'll talk about the licensed side of the compensation project, which is going on at the same time as all this work on the non-licensed side. You are probably aware that within the last few weeks, we put out a call to all of our licensed staff to ask them to update and verify all of their education and experience levels in Workday so that we have accurate information for what highest degrees and additional credits they have, how many years of teaching that they have behind them. So that we, next slide, please. So that we can then update all of the data in Workday to make sure that what we have is accurate. And I'll put a plug in here while we're in public. It's really imperative that our licensed staff respond to that task so that we have accurate information for each and every licensed employee. There's my plug. Once we have all that, we will overlay that data on some sample potential salary models so that we can figure out who's below and who's above the cell that they might fall in on those samples. That will help us determine the cost of implementing a new salary structure for licensed staff. Once we've finished that review and the analysis is confirmed and we know the cost and we have approval, then we'll take that out on the road for engagement sessions to share the structures with staff. Those engagement sessions could be school staff meetings, definitely will be employee council, could be district leadership meetings so that the information gets trickled down. The goal is to make it heard and understood by everyone. And we also have an implementation goal of the 2022-2023 school year. Questions?
Yeah, I'd love to hear a little bit more about the engagement sessions and the timeline. To me, this is extremely important, is to make sure that we are giving every employee an opportunity to weigh in, every licensed employee. So can you just expand a little on the timeline and what that process looks like?
We actually have a timeline coming up later in the presentation that I think will answer your question for you.
Yes, I'm happy to share about that here in a few slides.
All right.
And Mary, I would be remiss if I didn't just do a quick shout out to you, because I know that you are the sole soldier down there in terms of compensation land, and just the last 3 slides is a heck of a lot of work. So just know that truly grateful, and you've been here. You've seen us through the hard times when we had a system that was not appropriate for our employees, to where we're finally getting back to a place that I think you're getting excited about as well, to say, you know, we're going to get to a place where things are predictable, comparable, all the things that we've said that we have had desired. So I just wanted to do a quick shout out to you thank you for all this incredible work that you've done.
Thank you, Director Ray. I am smiling underneath here, and I do want to say, members of our team, my colleagues have jumped in and we've divided the work up. I have not done this completely on my own. I might have been, the leader, but we definitely have everyone in our department engaged in working on this project, because it cannot be done by one person.
Very good.
That's absolutely right. I mean, in the past board meeting, I asked why take that much time, and people don't realize that we have 8,300 employees, and when we first get elected, there's a lot of missing records of our employee. The time to collect them and analyze them to make sure that we have a fair compensation system take time. And when we are about ready, COVID hit, and our concentrations is making sure that we can reopen school in-person learning for our students. And also, our central office do not have a lot of people. There's a myth. There's no more central office to cut. We really are in bare bone. So because of that, you guys truly deserve to have a medal, for your entire departments. Thank you.
We do have a great team in HR. Thank you for your kind words. All right, and I'm going to let Ms. Kataska come back and talk to you some more.
All right, as you know, when I get up here, I usually like some eye charts, so we're going to do that again tonight. I'm going to try to just give some of the basics of what the salary schedule means and the considerations that we're constantly trying to juggle as we move through this process. So on the left is what a sample salary schedule could look like. Top left of that diagram is our starting salaries. Each of those cells then has the percentage increase that would occur. Across the columns are what we call lanes. So an employee can move a lane by attaining additional education. So moving from a bachelor's to a master's and so on. The horizontal rows are what we call steps. So those are years of service. So an employee gains a year of service or moves one step each year that they're here with us in the district. So it's this model that will ultimately set what the salary is for each of those cells, for any one of those individual little rectangles on the board. So as we're going through this, not only trying to balance a competitive starting salary, a competitive average salary, competitive total compensation, but because we're putting in a compensation system, a structure of this sort, and not adjusting incrementally, Also very, very, very conscious of what happens and how that employee moves in this first year of implementation. So once we ultimately set the salaries that land in these cells, a couple of things can happen for an individual employee. One, probably pretty rare, but they could land exactly on their cell. So their education and their years of experience exactly matches the salary that is predicted for that particular cell. Again, not likely. We're at least going to have some people that are pennies off, a couple of dollars off. Not likely that anyone's going to be exactly there. But an employee could be below the cell, meaning that they need to have a pay increase in order to get them to the appropriate spot on this schedule based on their education and their years of experience. So in that case, a pay increase would be made so that they are in line with all other staff of equal years of experience and education. In some cases, that could be pretty minimal, a couple of dollars. In some cases, that could be over $10,000 in some cases. The other thing that could happen is that an employee lands above cell. So because of how their pay has been adjusted over time, it has actually outpaced what their education and years of experience would say based on this schedule. So in that example, an employee lands above cell, and we need to take into consideration and make some decisions about what to do when that happens, and looking at the number of years that it would take for that employee to kind of catch up with the schedule and begin moving appropriately again. So as we look at both of those, that is kind of the mesh and complicated factor of trying to figure out how to do all of this and the thing that is most advantageous to our employees. Our goal is that we keep as many employees moving into cell as opposed to being placed above cell, so that we're not having to say to a group of employees that they would be frozen for some period of time, or maybe receiving a one-time adjustment until they catch up in their base salary. So looking at those percentages constantly in terms of as we make these adjustments to the education and experience tasks and workday that Mary spoke about, this is why it's vitally important that we get that information correct, so that we are placing people appropriately once the time comes to assign a salary to each one of those individual cells. In addition to all of that, obviously, is cost. And so making sure that any of these models that are being brought forward and ultimately recommended are something that we can afford. It is likely that we will probably need to use some one-time funds in order to fully implement. But making sure that as we look out and forecast into the future years and understanding where our makeup of staff falls, knowing what a year 2, a year 3, a year 4, a year 5 cost would be. If we have many, many, many employees that are in those ranges of years where the salary increments or the step increments are much higher, obviously that changes our costing over the course of time. And so that is the kind of salary schedule 101 that is really the complicated web that we are trying to navigate. Other considerations for how many years of service to award for a new hire. So again, always comparing to some of our neighboring districts to see how we remain competitive. But what that means is if a teacher comes in with 10 years of experience, licensed experience, and we only recognize 5, it would place them lower on that salary schedule. Conversely, if they had 10 years of experience and we recognize 10, they would move into that cell appropriately. Another, and this comes from a lot of the feedback that we heard when this conversation all first started back in 2019, is the number of steps that any applicable lane goes down. So much of the feedback that we heard was actually a desire to bring that down so that we allow for employees to continue moving, even without that educational attainment that would have them advance a lane.
So Kate and Amanda, I'm noticing that professional development recognition is kind of a future aspect. So it sounds like you're suggesting that when we look at experience or knowledge, is that we stick with our transcript project from a university first, and then begin looking at this notion of professional development, where I think our employees were accustomed to converting a certain amount of professional development hours into university credits. So I'm just hearing a little bit of people questioning that. Can you just kind of give me a little quick synopsis of how that's looking?
I'm going to turn that one over to Amanda.
All right, thanks, Amanda.
Yes, absolutely. So knowing that, because it's over time we've gotten to this point, And knowing that in terms of funding and things, this is an exciting phase to get to a revised schedule for all employee groups. And as we're talking about our licensed staff, it is our desire to, at some point soon in the future, recognize district professional development. We know, having been a teacher in this district myself, it is very valued, and we want to be able to give that experience and also PD development in our district and university coursework. However, this is our first step. We really know that in order to meet our board resolutions and compensation, we need to transition to this first phase initially, and then move to the next layer of being able to recognize district PD recognition, because we want our educators to grow and have many opportunities in order to do so, not just through university coursework, but knowing how long it's taken for us to get here and how we desire to get to a new schedule and a new system in the coming school year. This has to be a first step in order to recognize university coursework first, but more is to come, definitely.
Very good, thank you.
So then the last couple of considerations that are noted there are, as you'll see in the next slide, but we will actually be recommending that there are 3 distinct salary schedules. We have already classified our licensed staff into what we call general, hard to hire, and specialist. And that's why you see 3 different starting salaries up in the top left cell there. And that was our conversation as we rolled out the compensation pool as part of the adopted budget. So what happens if an employee decides to move from a specialist position into a generalist position, or holds multiple positions where they are actually doing something for part of their day and working in a science classroom for another part of their day? So just, it's not a large portion of our population that does hold those split positions, but factoring in what to do if someone moves from a salary schedule that would be higher to one that would be lower, and how would we affect their pay in that way. Also some consideration for some of our positions that are non-standard contract years. So our deans, our PLSs, our counselors, we currently have mechanisms within our pay structures to adjust for that on a per diem basis. And it's possible that we would carry forward that same methodology. But again, another just layer of complication there and items to consider as we move forward.
I have a quick question. I think you're going to talk about it
Microphone.
more on slide 24. But about the changing between schedules. And I understand that this entire compensation thing, trying to correct it, it's a process, it's steps, right? MLO being one of those steps, and then you're talking about more of them. But my question is, do neighboring districts have different schedules, like general, hard to hire, specialist? Is that kind of common among metro districts, or is that a step that we're looking at to perhaps change in the future? Just some general information about that.
It's a mix. Speaking back to my experience in Denver Public Schools, they actually award those types of positions based on a stipend or a one-time pay because it's easier to roll that back. There are districts in our sort of peer circle that do carry those multiple schedules. For us, again, as we are trying to slide in a compensation system over existing employees, it's not as though we just turned on the light switch and we're ready to go and staffing everyone into this schedule. It is one of the easiest ways, or the most efficient ways for us to make sure that we're not capping a large group of employees. When we initially looked at a single schedule, we ended up with somewhere in the neighborhood of about 70% of our employees that fall above because of the range of those positions, and that's just simply how was not how their compensation was set to begin with. So we feel like this is the most advantageous way for now. Certainly it'll be a review cycle annually to make sure that we're, not just to set it and forget it, but for now, we believe that this is the best route forward.
And Ms. Kataska, also, I would like to add that when we look at close districts to Douglas County, a lot of them will recognize more years than actually most districts recognize. We want to really make sure that we can stick as close to our language as possible in our new procedures, and having our our employees as we hire or currently in our system recognized in pure data that they provide to us. And we believe it would be most advantageous to the most number of our licensed staff to have 3 schedules. And so again, to plug, like Ms. Chesla said, it's important that our licensed employees complete those tasks for their transcripts and years experience.
Any other questions?
I will just note that Director Chancha Shore, I understand you're online now, so if you have any questions, feel free to jump in. We're still in our work session part of our meeting tonight. And Kate, probably about 3 or 4 more minutes, and or maybe even less than that. And we'll continue wherever you left off with our work session time during the regular meeting, so. Any other things, Amanda or Kate, that you want to address? Is this a good stopping point, do you think, Kate, or do you want to go? a
Let's
little
go.
further?
There's 2 more slides that I think we can get through fairly quickly. So this is just a recap of those next steps, similar to what we talked about for the non-licensed group. It is the formal recommendation on the 3 distinct schedules for now, and also what we call tiered step increments. So it's percentage changes within the schedule at particular years of service to incentivize that retention in those critical years when we know we potentially lose people. The other option was a flat step increment, which, again, as we evaluated, really feel like this is the best way to meet the board resolution and then be most advantageous to our employees. And then the last one that I'll talk about before we close is also still modeling some early separation, early retirement incentives. The big consideration here is, while yes, there would be some long-term savings and then short-term cost, is this the best thing to be doing during a nationwide hiring shortage? Because when these types of incentive programs are awarded, typically you limit the number of years it is before an employee can come back to the district, or at least into their similar position. And so just that is what weighs heavily on me as we go through this, is now the right time. But we'll be bringing forward in November, again, what some of those potential long-term savings would look like, which certainly helps on the fiscal stability side of being able to sustain the overall compensation changes being brought forward.
Amanda, noticing you have your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to speak to the remainder of the 2 slides if there is time, but I yield to what our Board of Education needs.
Yeah, I think this is probably a good stopping point at this place, and then we know we have a slot time for this to continue during our regular meeting. But yeah, this has been great foundational information for us, just to get back to a recap of where we were and where we are, and I think it will be good for us to continue the conversation during our 6 o'clock meeting. So Amanda, Kate, thank you. Look forward to talking with you in a little bit.
Thank you.
All right, board directors, so at this time, we'll wrap up our work session, and then we'll convene audience. Just for your information, we will convene our regular meeting starting at 6 o'clock. So next on our agenda, Superintendent Wise, is the student and staff spotlight.
Point of order, roll call.
I'm sorry, oh, thank you. I missed roll call. All right, let's do roll call. Director Chancho Shore.
Here.
All right, Director Chancho Shore is remote with us tonight. Director Graziano.
Here.
Director Hansen.
Here.
Director Holtzman.
Here.
Director Lung.
Here.
Director Meek.
Here.
And Director Ray is here. All right, now, Superintendent Wise, we will get on to student and staff spotlight.
Good evening, board. Good evening, everyone. Looking forward to this celebration. As we've ventured into this year, we've talked about our board goals and ends. We've started to jump into our big rocks. And as we think of our big rocks going into October, November, we focused on what it looks like coming back and teachers as a profession and the value of professional learning communities, working together, using our data, knowing where students are, setting goals, and that level of excellence. We talked about in this past month our comprehensive SEL and mental health and the work on that and going through our work sessions and work. And we've also focused on now going into next month in our work session, literacy and the focus of reading. Reading being fundamental for students and their growth and their achievement and that work ahead. And so as we take a look at these big rocks, I really want to just show an appreciation towards a focus tonight on many of those things, but especially literacy and reading. October is a National Dyslexia Awareness Month. And when you think about reading and where students might struggle with reading, there's lots of different reasons. And within that, you could fall into dyslexic. And when you think about those students who need a little extra, I'm incredibly proud of the work that Dr. Tiffany Reagan and all of her colleagues and the many people within our schools are providing, and the resource that they're providing and working for within dyslexia, within all of our schools, but especially our elementary schools. We have some amazing staff members to recognize this evening who have been contributing their expertise and experience to support learners in Douglas County. To introduce this work and our honorees, please welcome Dr. Tiffany Reagan, Douglas County School District's Literacy and Dyslexia Coordinator. Tiffany?
Thank you. Good evening. We have two groups of dedicated staff to recognize this evening, and thank you to the board, and thank you to Superintendent Wise for this opportunity. As Superintendent Wise mentioned, October is National Dyslexia Awareness Month, and dyslexia is a neurobiological specific learning disability. It's characterized by difficulties with accurate and/or fluent word recognition, poor spelling, and decoding abilities. Dyslexia occurs on a continuum, and as many as 20% of our population may exhibit characteristics of dyslexia. We have 3 Douglas County School District faculty members that not only teach or coordinate full-time, but they also teach the Orton-Gillingham approach, and we call it the OG approach because that's a mouthful. These classes are an intervention for striving readers, and it is an especially effective approach for dyslexia. The OG training is an incredibly intensive 33-hour class, and it takes a lot of preparation and it takes a lot of skill to deliver that class. Sean, Jackie, and Nancy have trained well over 200 teachers for our district, and I'm so proud of their efforts. And they continue to support the teachers' ongoing efforts to improve their practice. So to recognize these 3 instructors, would the following staff members and their principals or supervisors please join us up front? Sean Mahan, Special Education Coordinator, and Special Education Director Sarah Cannon. Jackie Carlin, special education teacher in moderate needs from El Dorado Elementary, and Assistant Principal Allison Hawk. And Nancy Winzik, Intervention Specialist Title I, Sedalia Elementary, and Principal Jeff Johnson.
So we're gonna have you guys come up here to the round, right in front of the dais.
Oh, yeah. Front and center.
You want to see all of you.
Sean, Jackie, Nancy, first, thank you for your amazing commitment. We can't say enough about the work that you're doing and the fact that you've trained well over 200 teachers within our school district. And they continue to support others, and that trickle effect out and the impact that continues to have. I'm going to pass the microphone a little bit around to you. I'd love to hear more about why you decided to teach with the Orton Gillingham classes and take this on and train others, and the impact that it has. And then also what this work with literacy and the focus with dyslexia really means. Then I'll get to Sarah Cannon and others, so I will start right over here, and we'll pass it around. Please introduce yourself also.
Hi, I'm Sean Mahan. I am currently the special education coordinator for the Douglas County High School feeder. And really, this work around OG and dyslexia is super impactful for me because I've spent a majority of my career working with students who receive special education services, and we were drawing a blank for a lot of our kiddos with dyslexia until we started to teach and learn more about how to instruct teachers on how to instruct these students. And so this work has been super powerful for those teachers that work with the kids and the kids who we have not been able to reach with other interventions.
I'm Jackie Carland, and I'm a special education teacher at El Dorado Elementary. And I wanted to help teach teachers how to use OG because I saw the impact that it had on my students, and I wanted more students to have that impact.
And I'm Nancy Winzik, and I'm the Title I teacher at Sedalia Elementary. Mine is personal. My children were diagnosed with dyslexia, and then I got a 2-for-1, and they told me I was dyslexic. So knowing that what my struggles were in my children, I knew that I could make a difference, and I sought out Orton Gillingham to be able to support my students in my classroom as well as my own children. And then when I realized I could support all the other teachers that could support all the other students in their classrooms, I just knew that that's where I meant to be. So that's my journey.
Thank you for sharing. And with this, we have Sarah Cannon, one of our directors of special education, Mr. Jeff Johnson, principal of Sedalia, and Allison Hawk here with us. If you would share a little bit about the impact on your entire building, the students, and the role that each of these individuals play.
Well, I can speak to Nancy. The rest of them, I'm sure, are impactful as well. I think beyond what Nancy does with the students that she works with, I think what I most appreciate about her work is she is an extension of the classroom. And so the way that teachers are approaching learning in the classroom, that's how she models her small groups. And the communication that she takes the time to go back and work with teachers just helps solidify all of those small group practices that they're doing in the groups with Nancy. So students really never leave the classroom in theory on this, but it's just helps kids reach their learning goals so much faster.
I'm the proud assistant principal at El Dorado and have the pleasure of working with Jackie, and her impact on our building and across the district is really immeasurable. She helped open El Dorado 20 years ago. So if you think about her own caseload, and over 20 years has probably worked with at least 600, 800 students of her own working through OTG, and then training our staff as well as staff throughout the district. I'm sure that she has helped thousands of children really unlock that science, that code of reading. And so she's a huge resource in our building. Everyone goes to her for ideas of how to really better serve students, and is constantly supporting the staff in those processes. So we're just very lucky to have Jackie's work.
Well, I feel like rock stars up here. Right? I'm going to take a little bit of credit for Jackie being a special education teacher, and I'll take a little credit for Nancy too, even though I had nothing to do with any of this. Sean was a fabulous special education teacher at Stone Mountain Elementary School last year, and I've known Sean for 4.5 years, and decided that he needed to work for me at some point in time. And bringing him to the district office this year has just made our team stronger. Because we have a literacy expert in the room, and we were doing PD yesterday with our team, and people are asking him questions, and he can answer. So just having the literacy expert helps the entire district, I hope. K-12, the principals and the feeder really appreciate his literacy expertise in bringing that to their schools. And then just the dedication it takes for all these people to work a full-time load and teach OG a couple times a year, which is very intense, is incredible, and they just do it because they love it. And again, they're making such a huge impact on students across the district.
As we do this, I know we also have another recognition, but in time, I'm going to have Director Krista Holtzman speak a little bit, and then we'll get a picture as a group and then go on to the second recognition. Okay, Tiffany? Krista?
Yes, I will go ahead and just briefly say on behalf of the Board of Education, we just want to thank all of you for your incredible work and all of the extra hours that you're putting in to train our teachers and ultimately to provide the resources for our families and students that help them succeed. So thank you very much.
How do I get a quick picture?
Thank you. So we have a second group, and this second group is the Douglas County School District Dyslexia Collective. And this is a group of educators in the district who volunteer their time, and they contribute their expertise and experience to support the learners in our district. I asked this group to serve on the collective because I value their experience and their knowledge and passion and their teacher perspective. They have provided input on topics such as assessments, progress monitoring, and teacher training, just to name a few. I also felt that having a group of dedicated volunteers would contribute to the sustainability of our efforts with meeting the instructional needs of students with dyslexia. I did want to mention that one of our honorees, Tiana Southard, has also committed to becoming an Orton Gillingham instructor in the near future. We'll be training her this year. So would the following staff members and their principals please join us up front? Nancy Winzik, again, Intervention Specialist, Title I, Sedalia Elementary, Principal Jeff Johnson. Christina Courtney, Special Education Teacher, Moderate Needs, Redstone Elementary, and Principal Amy Moyle. Gianna Southard, Special Education Teacher, Moderate Needs, Franktown Elementary, Principal Mark Harrell. And Becky, I don't know if Becky's here. Oh, there's Becky, I didn't see her. Becky Walker, 5th grade teacher, Trailblazer Elementary, Principal Katie Sedero Jensen. Sonia Churchill, Special Education Teacher, Moderate Needs, Rocky Heights Middle School, and Principal Chris Cook. And Chris Yoakley, Teacher, Homebound Education, EDCSD, and Principal Greg Wiley. And I would like to say that they have made our job and the progress we're making in the district move forward and have made it so much easier, and I truly appreciate their time and effort.
So again, I just want to say a big congratulations to our Dyslexia Collective, to everyone that was up here before and again, and to each of you, the work that you do for all of our students. When you think our big rocks, literacy, reading, and people make the difference. Thank you for going the extra. Thank you for getting the training, being a coach and a mentor to others, to leading training, because again, that impact on not only the students you have this year, but years to come and beyond. Can't say enough to you. So I'd like to give a big celebration and a round of applause.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Wise. I'm not sure I can say it much better, but on behalf of the Board of Education, your work with dyslexia and literacy and helping all of our students succeed is just very much appreciated. And we're happy that you're joining us tonight so that we can honor you for just some of the work that you're doing. And thank you, Dr. Tiffany Reagan, also for all of your time and for being here and supporting all of these folks. So thank you very much.
We'll huddle up and get a picture, please. Again, it's great to link our celebrations, our recognitions with our themes, trying to organize that and be purposeful. And I can't say enough about the work around the literacy. And when you look at the specialized impact, the training, and the commitment, can't say enough. So this concludes our celebrations and recognitions tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Superintendent Wise. Okay, Board of Directors, next on our agenda is to accept the agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Director Meek. Let's vote. Director Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Director Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. And we'll wait a moment because I know we're going to have a little bit of shift of people in and out, so we'll wait a second. All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for those of you that are just joining us. We are now on to agenda number 6 on our agenda with superintendent's report. So I will just preface that by saying to our audience that at 5 o'clock we had a work session with Chief Financial Officer Kay Kataska as well as our Chief Human Resource Officer Amanda Thompson to begin looking at this notion of employee compensation with regards to us reactivating some resolutions where we're moving forward with really looking at a way to transition to a compensation system that really honors and values our employees. And so I'm going to call on Superintendent Wise to maybe capture some of the critical walkaways from our work session and then turn it back over to Ms. Thompson and Ms. Kataska. Mr. Wise?
Absolutely. You know, as we started the presentation, there's been a long history of working towards this. Our compensation and benefits resolutions were put in place, paused, and now reinstated. So you look at some of the history of the work that's taken place of engaging employees, moving away from a compensation system that really put us in a difficult spot with pay gaps, with trying to have predictability, with having stability and competing with neighboring districts, with our certified and licensed teachers. On top of, then you look at both our classified and administrative positions, when you look at the market value of employee groups and others. We put in a lot of work and put into place, and I'm actually going to turn it back over to both our CFO, Amanda Thompson, and our CFO, Kate Kataska, just to briefly continue that summary further and finish out the last parts of the slides of what are our next steps. When we look at the timeline, it's not only what we've done, but where we are now in that cost analysis, and they've done a lot of work of looking at where we are and the next steps in engaging employees within that. So, Ms. Kataska and Amanda Thompson.
Thank you. So again, just to briefly recap what we talked about during the work session, really tried to focus on the where we've been and where we are. Really talking about the history and the timeline of pay adjustments that have gotten us to this place that we're in today. Gave a brief kind of license salary schedule 101 and talked through some of the considerations there. And so we'll wrap up tonight with just one quick conversation around a benefits survey and a mechanism for us to get some feedback around our benefits offerings. And then Ms. Thompson will close us out with our overall next steps on the project itself. So if we can go back to slide maybe 25-ish.
I think it's slide 26, yes.
Thank you.
Happy to speak to this.
Go ahead, Amanda.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to share with you a benefits employee input update. So we do have our board resolution that was passed a few years ago that guides us in the work that we do around ensuring that we have a comprehensive benefits program. We are competitive with our neighboring districts, and that we also are receiving employee input in what they believe is important to them in our benefit and comprehensive benefits package and our overall comprehensive employee compensation program. So please know that to all of our employees, we are going to, in the next week or so, send out an employee benefit survey. And this survey will be done from Lockton, who is our benefits consultant and provider. And we need to do this in terms of abiding by and following our board resolution on benefits, which is ensuring that we provide opportunities for ample input. So what our employees should expect is that they are seeing opportunities to share what employee group they're in. They're sharing what trade-offs are important to them. So for example, would we prefer as an employee individually lower copays in exchange for higher deductibles, or a narrower network in exchange for a lower maximum out of pocket? And or what other things do we not provide, such as a leave donation program or other insurance offerings or loan relief programs, things like that, that our employees would find much benefit in. We will soon be sending out a district-wide communication, letting our employees know that Lockton will soon be providing this information in this survey. Douglas County does not receive individual results, but we get a culminating body of data in which we can share out back with our leadership and our community. So please know that we are committed to ensuring that our employees are pleased with our benefits, understanding how competitive we truly are, and then ensuring that as we move forward with our compensation program and our license schedule and non-license schedule revisions for this coming July, in partnership with benefits that we offer, our employees are going to hear about that in terms of March, April, that we are looking at that whole total compensation package when we are making decisions based upon employee feedback for our system. Next slide, please. So it's important to know where we're headed. So we're pleased to share that in November, on November 30th, thank you to our board for providing an additional board meeting for us to share additional updates based upon our study session and where we're headed. If we go to slide 28, please. So right now, we are finalizing the market analysis and looking at every single job type amongst 600 different job titles that we have to look at our market analysis and where we compare. Also, we are in our final pieces of our transcript and years analysis for our license schedule revisions. And I think we have close to 70% of our employees who have completed and confirmed this. So we urge and encourage everyone in our licensed group, our teachers and SSPs, to review and submit any additional data for us to make sure that we have as accurate of data as possible as we come back on November 30th to share a salary schedule and also initial costing and where our staff will fall in terms of a license schedule. This would include any of our individuals who fall in a compressed zone. So we're really excited to bring this to a conclusion and to be able to show additional data. So that would be on November 30th. Know that we will be having additional employee input opportunities. I know some of our board directors mentioned that a moment ago in our board study session. And this would include us in terms of finance and HR, sharing some consistent pre-recorded information for building sites, principals, and departments to understand, and also any, if our board would want this to occur, our board committees, we can share all of this information that we have shared in our study session and what's coming in November 30th to have input sessions via recorded information, and then an opportunity for our individuals to share and give feedback by site so that we can make sure that we are understanding the needs and the wants and any other important information as we look at a total compensation package for our employees. Then as we look at the winter, so from winter break forward, winter break to our March board meeting, that we're going to propose a final salary and benefits proposal. So we are really excited in order to present to everyone a finality of this important work through a board resolution. So thank you for that.
Ms. Thompson,
Kate, anything else you want to add?
I'm just wondering if we could flip back to the slide that shows what total compensation is just for our public as well, to really see that it's more than just salaries and benefits, but there's really a multi-prong visual that we look at when we consider total compensation.
And I apologize, I don't have the exact slide number
I'm
off the top of my
sorry,
head, so
yeah.
you're doing a very good job flipping slowly there.
Yeah, I think it's slide 13.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So to review here, as we're thinking about this, it's not just about base pay. Really thinking about that umbrella of what is called total compensation and all of the components that make up what an employee actually is compensated. And employees are compensated through base pay, through their para contributions, benefits and employee assistance program, paid time off, holidays, vacation time, Schedule A, which is supplemental payments for our coaching staff, Schedule B, which is supplemental payments for responsibilities that might fall beyond a job description or beyond the workday. So really, it's not just as simple as, adjust base pay. We're really trying to be mindful of all of those different things that make up total compensation. And the graphic down below is meant to illustrate that in a world of fixed resources or constrained resources, which we will always be in. Anytime you move one of those or pull one of those levers, you're having an effect on something else within that ball there. So really trying to take it all into consideration as we're bringing forward to you and ultimately a proposal that would meet those stated goals of the resolutions that you all have passed.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Katowski. Questions, directors? Director Meek?
So the locked-in survey will be asking about the various pieces of compensation here and engaging employees so they can share what's important to them.
Amanda, do you want to take sort of the?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Director Meek. So the locked-in survey is based upon benefits. So we'll be asking questions on trade-offs in terms of our benefit program that we offer. Employee assistance program offerings and the network of that versus the overall network of choice between Kaiser and Cigna Allegiance versus co-pays and maximum out of pocket. So it's isolated directly to our benefits and leave program offerings. And we also know that in previous, as part of this comprehensive compensation project, we know that we have gone out and done ample feedback opportunities and offerings for our employees. And so we know that we'll be sharing out in future sessions in December, January with our employees on what the July 2022 compensation structure would look like, knowing that we've used since 2018, 2019, a culmination of feedback information to get to the exciting point that we are at today.
Very good. Director Holtzman.
Just a couple of questions. So just really for clarification, but it sounds like the locked-in survey is really about the current benefits that we have. So in terms of exploring alternate benefits or additional benefits, it doesn't sound like the survey is going to necessarily cover things like maybe, for instance, early retirement or a leave type of situation, leave bank. Okay, and it looks like I'm correct on there. So I just wanted to clarify so that employees know expectations. But those alternative or additional types of benefits, I'm guessing, I know we've already had some conversations, but I'm guessing those conversations will continue.
Yes, and no, thank you, Director Holtzman. So with that, we are going to ask for feedback on what our employees believe is important to them in terms of our current structure that we provide in benefits, any kind of communication opportunities and preferences of our employees, and then anything that we do not provide currently that they are interested in having us provide. That's one question amongst about 20-ish questions for our employees per our board resolution and guidance on that as part of the total compensation package. So I know it's a new concept for our employees, but we're looking at this benefits feedback in conjunction with what we provide in terms of all the elements that go toward our total compensation package. And that would be base pay, et cetera, that you can see on this particular slide.
Thank you.
Director Lung.
Again, I want to congratulate the wonderful jobs the district does, including the HR. Forbes magazine named the school district one of the best employer for women this year, and we are in the top 20 for the employers, best top employers in Colorado. Of course, we can always do better, and one of the things we can certainly do better is on the slide, talk about the timeline for remainder of the school years. Second to last, we talk about getting input from the employee. And I want to make sure that we have 8,300 employees and there's a large number of people that we want to gauge how do they view this new improvement. I understand that this is just an initial step. We're going to do better and better as time goes by to address a decade of early gag. But how can you make sure that we take as many input as possible to get truly reflections of the employees' wish during this process?
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Lung. So knowing that we went through quite a detailed process in the past for our license schedule, we're pleased to share that through this consistent and transparent process that we're going to be providing in the next month or so regarding our changes and our exciting revisions to our compensation structure. Every department, every building site will have an opportunity to provide any questions or reactions or further information we need to consider in terms of our compensation structures. And we're speaking to our amazing 4,000 plus licensed employees. And we're also talking about our non-licensed staff, admin, pro-tech, and classified. So this takes it to the next level. And we'll receive that information back to HR and finance and as a district leadership team to be able to review and ensure that we're meeting all of the elements of our board benefits resolution and our multiple compensation resolutions from our board. That's a great question. Thank you.
Directors, other questions? Other things you wanted to highlight from our work session for the good of the group? Anything else that you wanted to share as far as a takeaway? just wanted to again echo both of your excitement for finally getting to this point, because we certainly have had a lot of hurdles to jump over to get there. We've had to unravel a lot of things that happened several years ago, and finally to get to a place where it's a predictable schedule, as well as something that really reflects the values of our employees in terms of what they want to be considered in their total compensation is definitely exciting. So
Thank you.
looking forward to November 30th is our next session with all of you to continue this conversation, to really solidify what our next steps will be. Ms. Thompson, Ms. Kataska, anything else that you would like to share?
No, sir. Thank you for the opportunity tonight, and I look forward to a much more in-depth discussion on the 30th.
Likewise,
Yes,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you both. Thank you so much. Okay, directors, next on our schedule, on our agenda is the Master Capital Plan. We'll introduce Chief Operating Officer Richard Cosgrove to do further introductions regarding this brief presentation. Mr. Cosgrove.
Good evening, directors. Directors and community members, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to the 2021-22 Master Capital Plan. With me, we have Mr. Larry Mugner, our Long Range Planning Committee Chair, and Derek Sturts, our Planning Manager. This Master Capital Plan reflects significant effort over the last 2 years to update all of the projections, capital reinvestment needs, as well as new construction. Increased detail has been provided so informed decisions can be made regarding future funding strategies for capital needs. Every project is identified in a tier, it's prioritized. New construction is identified by school, location, whether it's needed in the next 5 years or the next 10 years. These can be the basis for future discussions for funding strategies to meet the most urgent needs. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Larry Mugler, who would like to say a few comments.
Good evening, Mr. Mugler.
Thank you. As Rich said, the Long Range Planning Committee has been working on this for a couple of years, and we hope that the version you have before you is useful in identifying the kinds of needs that you're going to be facing in the next few years. My granddaughters have been through the Douglas County school system, are now at Mountain Vista, so I tracked all the schools they've been to. I know a little bit more about those and to see what was planned for them. Hopefully, you'll be able to identify schools as well that you're most concerned about and can see. The other thing I'd ask you to certainly look at is the testimonials from some of our schools that are near the front of the report about how important the bond issue was to their particular school and how it has made a difference in the way they're able to provide education. This one is before you. We're going to start work on the next version shortly, so this just is an ongoing circular process to keep us up to date. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mugler, I would just, on behalf of the board, I would tell you how grateful we are to you, your leadership of the Long Range Planning Committee. I think the report's something like over 315 pages as I was looking at it the other night, and very comprehensive and very exciting as well to see the opportunities that lay ahead of us in terms of what we need to do to keep up with our facility improvements as well as new projects. But hats off to you and your committee for the work that you put into this, and very comprehensive. Looking forward to approving that plan during our consent agenda. Directors, any questions or other comments, reactions for Mr. Mugler or Mr. Sturts or Mr. Cosgrove? Anything else? Director Holtzman?
Just really to reiterate, Director Meek and I have really had the pleasure of serving as the board's liaison to the Long Range Planning Committee, and we have seen up close the very detailed work, long hours, and the care that you all put into this. And I know that she joins me in just really appreciating that and wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. And if you could take that back to the committee, we'd appreciate it. And thank you also to our staff. You all have done great work, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Directors, anything else? Director Graziano?
Just to echo the thanks. I just can remember when I got on the board and someone handed me, or actually prior to getting on the board, handed me the Master Capital Plan, and you know how blown away I was at the comprehensiveness of it. I guess I would just ask a quick question. I mean, just for everyone here, as you look at the plan that you've put together, what are a very high level of just the opportunities that you see, or maybe your challenges that you see that are facing just going forward? Just a real snippet, because I know you can't capture the whole plan, but it'd be great to know.
Thank you, Director. The overall needs for the capital reinvestment has decreased in this plan versus the plan 2 years ago, in part because of the bond. So the urgent Tier 1 items that could impact the operations of a school, for example, boilers, chillers, mechanical rooftop units, et cetera, the bulk of those have been addressed thanks to the voters. Even though we added 2 years' worth of requirements to this plan because we did not publish a plan in 2020 because of the pandemic, we still have lower capital needs for repairing components that are existing in schools. The opportunity, though, is that we can now, if we have future funding, we can address some of the Tier 2 needs, like fields, playgrounds, parking lots, the functionality as well as aesthetics of schools. For new construction, there are certain areas of the district that are growing, and these are the challenges. We have Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, the Ridgegate, Meridian Village area. We have the canyons, and those are prioritized for new construction. In addition to that, we have a second tier of new construction in the next 1 to 5 years for additional elementary schools. For example, in the Franktown and Cobblestone area, and some other schools like that. So we have some advantages because we took care of the most urgent needs. However, we do have new construction that is an opportunity to focus on.
Very good. Any other questions, directors? Director Meek?
Yeah, I guess I definitely want to thank the committee as well and the staff. The number of hours that went into this document is just unbelievable. And I know we don't have time to delve into it, but it goes through 89 schools plus district buildings. You can see population numbers in each of the schools, capital needs, et cetera. So I just encourage our public to take advantage of the document and look at your own school and others. It's just a really great tool to help be transparent with our community on where we stand. So thank you so much for your leadership.
And Director, if I may follow on, another area to highlight is we're now able to support focusing on our facilities that support district-wide needs. Our educational programming, we have located in 17 different locations, our support facilities, as well as something that's continuing to grow exponentially, and that's career and technical education as well as alternative education. Those are not capacity-driven, those are program-driven. And so we've made an effort in this master capital plan to focus on those opportunities. Thank you.
I was going to follow on Director Meek's comment that the report is up on the district's webpage. So any resident of the district can go on there and use the search function and find the schools they're most interested in and see what the details are. So we may not publish 100 copies of this, of 300 pages each,
Right.
but it's readily available to the public.
Very good. Director Lung?
Again, thank you very much for the wonderful work that you did. And so a lot of times the public may not be really understand the information gathering process that you have gone through before we make a decisions on boundary changes or whether a new school is needed or not. Can you briefly outline what kind of community gathering sections that you do? Are you talking to the city officials? Because I think that may not be as well known as other committee that we have in meeting when you are secretly doing the work, and then nobody noticed that. I think it's a good chance for you to showcase actually how wonderful you guys are to gathering the public, comment and input before we make some decisions.
I guess I can start. I think probably the one I come up with first is Rich mentioned the need for new facilities. And our staff is very good, your staff is very good about reaching out as soon as we are aware through city or county planning departments that new construction projects are are on the horizon. They are meeting with those developers to see what kinds of product they're going to produce, what kind of generation of students that will produce. And then our committee sits down and talks about, okay, where best can we draw boundaries that will meet the needs of those new residents that are coming into the district. Likewise, this is my first year when I've been on the committee past October, so we will be reviewing the October enrollment data to see where we've got facilities that may have excess capacity and how best to take advantage of that capacity as we look at where the populations are, where the student growth is, and how we respond to that.
Very good.
And regarding the school capacity boundary analysis, I want to compliment the Long Range Planning Committee and Derek Sturts, our planning manager. There is a huge number of community meetings performed for each scenario to gather feedback. For example, tonight, there's several scenarios identified. Even though those are small anomalies and largely in unbuilt subdivisions, every parent, every resident that lives in those boundaries, those attendance boundaries that are affected or contacted, every municipality or city or county, depending on where that boundary is contacted and notified. And every developer is notified with communications as well as an email and basically links, flyers with information. For the major school capacity boundary analysis scenarios, the Long Range Planning Committee and our consultant have a significant number of meetings with principals, staff, and all the community members to gather feedback, and that feedback is reported to the board before decisions are made.
Very good. All right, very good. Director Sturts, or Mr. Sturts, Mr. Cosgrove, any final words regarding this particular agenda item?
No, just thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you again. Yeah, we truly appreciate the great work, and I agree with you, Mr. Mugler, that just looking at those testimonials is where it's at. I mean, when you see just the appreciation, the gratitude, and you know that what we've done really builds a legacy for kids to come. And truly, to our staff people who took on this incredibly comprehensive capital improvement plan, oh my gosh. I think almost every school has been touched in some way, and impressive work to know that we have stabilized our facilities for the future. So hats off to all of you. Thank you very much for the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next item, which is charter school waiver request. And we will introduce, I believe, Gordon Mosher, who is our new Director of Choice Programming. And he will get us started in terms of that process, and then we'll have an opportunity to listen to some requests from several of our charter schools. I will just let the audience know that this first session is information only. We will actually not rule on waiver request as per statute until the following regular board meeting. But first of all, welcome. I think this is the first time, Mr. Mosher, we've had the pleasure of seeing you at one of our meetings. So we're looking forward to meeting you and carry on.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Nice to meet you, not over an email or a video chat. It's nice to see you in person. So I'm Gordon Mosher. I am the Director of Choice Programming and partner proudly with the charter schools who partner with us in Douglas County. 4 charter schools have submitted formal waiver requests for board policies to our office. When a charter school chooses to make a waiver request for a board policy, they're also required to submit a rationale for that replacement and also a valid replacement plan, which outlines their ability to maintain the intent of the board policy. So those have been submitted to the office. We've reviewed those. You have those submitted to you in all 4 cases of these. We have 4 schools who have submitted rationale and replacement plans for policy JLCC, which is the Communicable Diseases Long-Term Illness Policy. We also have 2 of those schools who have additionally requested a waiver to board policy ADB, which is Educational Equity. And so according to the charter contract that we have with them, they do have the right to request this waiver outside of their charter renewal process. We have fully reviewed those and submitted them as valid to you in this request. In addition to these waivers you're hearing today, just as a point of information, our office will be requesting an opportunity to meet a little bit more with you to outline a policy process that started back in 2019 around creating a waiver replacement and request process that more closely would align us with the Colorado State Charter Association so that we could maybe get in front of the impending issue sometimes of having a lot of charter waivers come in a wave, and we could have some identified as automatic waivers, some as non-automatic waivers. That is just a point of information that our office will be seeking to have more of a conversation in the future. So I'm going to turn it over to them. We have representation here from the 4 schools. Again, JLCC waiver requests, we have Lehman Academy of Excellence, American Academy, Aspen View Academy, and North Star. And then ADB policy waiver request we have from Lehman Academy and American Academy. Any questions?
Before we let you go, Mr. Mosher, I'm going to just check with directors to see if there's any questions regarding the process that you just outlined. I know you talked about the automatic waivers is kind of something that was started back in 2019 of local district policies that would be automatically waived just because they don't apply to a charter school that's autonomous.
Correct.
So can you, and I know this may have happened before your time, so there was a session, I assume, where our charter school directors discussed which policies they may be interested in waiving. Is that correct?
There have been conversations and kind of outlines. Let me give you an example, like a dress code waiver. The dress code policy that's in for Douglas County schools, pretty much every charter school would make a request to waive that policy because they would have their own replacement policy that more aligns with the philosophy of their school. So that would be considered one that would be an automatic waiver request that we would then be able to, as an office, come together and have a template built so that the schools didn't individually have to go through this process of identifying what it is that you would like to see. We could build that together, and then we'd be able to submit those as a mass to a consent.
Very good. Director Meek?
Is the document titled cover letter the rationale document, or is there a separate document that's a rationale document?
That would be the rationale.
It's the cover letter.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the replacement plan. And I think in one of them, that cover letter is also combined with the rationale. So I think in one school's case that is combined, but the rationales are all there as that cover letter with the replacement plan identifying how they'll meet the intent of the policy.
Director Lung, sorry.
I just want to clarify that until those policies are waived and approved by the board, the charter school has the obligations to follow the policy until they are waived by this board, right?
In my understanding, yes, that until there has been an approval to the waiver application, that the waiver policy that's in place, or the board policy in place, would then extend to the point where the board makes a decision on that, the feasibility of making that waiver happen.
Very good. And then just one other question, Mr. Mosher. So when this board passes a policy like ADB, for instance, our educational equity policy, how do the charters have an opportunity to be informed that here's a new policy? How does that channel of communication work?
Yeah, and so each one of their charter contracts, we have language identified. When there is a new policy that is established by the Board of Education, then the charter schools are notified of that, and then they have a window of time. That window is a little bit different, anywhere from 30 to 60 days typically is in the contract language for each one of their schools. In reviewing those, we've got a list of all that contract language if you'd like to see more. But they do have an opportunity to then take a look at that new policy and make a decision on whether they would like to submit a waiver request. And again, that would be something that we would like to formalize in this process that would make it a little bit of a cleaner process for the district.
Very good. All right. Directors, any other questions regarding the overall process of waiver requests for charter schools? Okay, Mr. Mosher, we're going to allow you, so my understanding is we've got about 5 to 10 minutes for each charter school just to quickly present their rationale for requesting the waiver. And then again, at our next regular board meeting, we will have more time to actually have more discussion and and actually contemplate a decision.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I just basically turned that time over to them. I think they might want to do a little bit more of a group presentation. As you look through those, the replacement plans are very, very, very similar in language and wording, so I would just defer
We'll
the
let
time
you
to
call
them.
up the first person we'll let you be the master of ceremonies.
Yeah. Come right up. These are the 4 principals of the schools.
Good evening.
Good evening. We'll all introduce ourselves. I'm Kendra Hosfeld. I'm the founder and principal of North Star Academy.
Good evening, Erin Kane, Executive Director of Schools for American Academy.
I'm Bob Barber, principal of Aspen View Academy.
Good evening, Jason Edwards, principal of Lehman Academy.
Very good.
Okay, this is all so new, so I'm wearing the mask while speaking into the microphone. Okay, just want to make sure my glasses fog up a little bit, so thank you for inviting us to speak tonight. I'm honored to lead North Star Academy, a National School of Character, and John Irwin School of Excellence here in Douglas County. Tonight, we come as 4, but we really stand for thousands, representing the many children who've come to us over the past few months and have not had a voice and have been silenced during this pandemic. It breaks my heart to think that we're all student advocates, and I feel like we haven't had that voice heard as well as we should. This evening, we're asking to waive out of the district board policy JLCC communicable disease and illness per our charter agreement, one of many policies we've waived out of since our inception. The need for autonomy does not mean that we don't appreciate the many wonderful neighborhood schools, programs, and teachers. I want to be very clear about that. It's quite healthy and normal to disagree with one another and challenge each other's conclusions. The evolution of ideas and inventions come from listening to different perspectives. I appreciate our district very much for allowing choice and different school models. As we all know, one size does not fit all. Every decision we make at our schools is guided by a mission and vision. North Star's mission states that we will help students meet their highest potential through differentiated academic instruction and rich social and cultural experiences within a safe, orderly, and nurturing environment. We are unable to deliver our mission if we are held to policies that provide little to no differentiation in how we operate our schools, including how we address communicable diseases. Last year, the district gave charter schools the autonomy to develop our own return to school models. Charter schools developed successful school models, school plans where all learners were educated with their teachers using differentiation and resulted in high satisfaction rates. Our school personally, 92% and 93%. That's low for us this year. What we have been observing for the past 18 months is incongruent with how we were educated and trained to meet students' needs. I wrote my thesis on differentiation while obtaining a master's degree in special education over 20 years ago. After teaching science in a neighborhood school, middle school, it was abundantly clear that students were not all the same and needed a variety of accommodations based on needs, disabilities, health conditions, and learning styles. We were trained in Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development, including intuitive thought and symbolic function, and Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, including visual, spatial, verbal, linguistic, musical, rhythmic, logical, mathematical, interpersonal, naturalistic, and kinesthetic. These traits directly determine how children process information and how they access the curriculum. Many children are visual and have a remarkable ability and need to read facial expressions. Facial expressions display important.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hosfeld. Audience, if I can just, we haven't laid out the decorum.
Okay.
And we'd just like to remind you, in order to respect our time as well as their time, as well as our speakers, we are just asking for the audience to please not react. Ms. Hosfeld, I'm assuming that you're going to get to.
I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to
Okay.
the point.
All right, thank you.
I'm building it up.
Okay,
So
all right,
just come with me.
okay.
Reading expressions, facial expressions display important personal emotions and individual intentions. Reading expressions is also the most efficient way children communicate with people. We are now being told to teach many students to change their learning style by relying on words and to believe what they hear rather than what they see. This is counterintuitive for many and quite harmful considering the work we do with children to read situations, including predatory behaviors. Accessing the curriculum in the least restrictive environment is what we discuss in both special education and general education, and should be afforded to every single student. Is masking all students offering the least restrictive environment? For some students, it may very well be. And for other students, it certainly is not. We know that not all students have the ability to access the curriculum while wearing a mask, while other students are not able to access the curriculum without a mask. We know this. This is the conundrum. The only answer I can safely arrive at is to allow for differentiation. I know my colleagues share the same sentiment and commitment to differentiation. The need to pivot is necessary in times of a pandemic, and I've appreciated a lot of pivoting. This is another time to pivot. The one-size-fits-all approach to COVID this year that has been dictated to us is in direct conflict to what we all know about children and how they learn. If we want to make solid decisions for our students, then we need to take a look at all the data for students. I'm a data-driven individual who loves to research, and researching COVID has become my hobby and somewhat of an addiction. I continue to be amazed at the one-size-fits-all approach, even after we continue to learn new things about this virus. The need to study multiple variables and control groups in the scientific method is not only critical, but it helps us rule out explanations. There are no multiple variables anymore. There are no control groups anymore. How are we going to arrive at an accurate result? It is okay and necessary to change direction as new studies are being published daily. This is having a growth mindset, and it is very healthy. The virus can have devastating effects and has taken the lives of many individuals I know personally. And my heart goes out to every single one of those families, because this is a nasty virus affecting my own family. And it is a shame that we have to deal with this. The answer, though, is not a one-size-fits-all approach. When you force families to do something they do not feel comfortable with, you are going to have frustrated and angry adults on both sides of the equation. And guess who's stuck in the middle? Students. This has been happening for way too long. I liken it to placing children in the middle of an ugly divorce. The result will be more mental health issues. We're all different, and that is what makes us so beautiful. There's serious harm in a one-size-fits-all approach. And so we ask that you please consider our waiver so that we can have the ability to exercise practical policies that make sense for our schools. I think I covered most of these points. One thing I want to reiterate here is that we don't want to evade legal mandates. We have followed all of the legal mandates. And we're going to continue to follow the legal mandates. We just want to have the autonomy to differentiate.
Okay, very good. Is there any other quick?
Sorry. All right, good evening.
Good evening.
So, Bob Barber, Aspenview Academy, and I first stepped foot in this room 25 years ago as I began my career in Douglas County as a elementary teacher, middle school teacher, and then administrator. And I chose to work in this county and stay in this county because I absolutely 100% believe this is the best school district anywhere, and I still believe that. One of the things that made that choice so strong was that parents had a choice in education. They had a choice because they wanted something a little bit different. And that's why this waiver for us is so important. So if we look at the data, and just a real quick background, Douglas County's COVID-19 7-day rolling average during the last year at the peak was 0.08%, 80 cases per 100,000, with no mask mandate for 2 to 10-year-olds in most charter schools. The rolling average in August before the Tri-County Health Order requiring masks was 0.03%. Douglas County has a 0.03% COVID case currently, so why mandate masks? So how does this relate to the schools that are here? So next slide, you'll see we have all experienced low transmission in our schools. Our data shows that school exposure rarely results in a positive case. And the data shows that masking status had no impact on school transmission. So if you look at the 2020-2021 school year, so when we had the mask optional population, which was the K through 4 versus the required, not a lot of high numbers there that would really cause concern for us. The very low percent of schools exposures resulting in positive cases. Again, exposure at school, that could be determined that a student passed it to another student inside the school, extremely low. And as we're continuing this year, the same thing. Percent of students that got COVID at school, very low. Now we can't control the schools, we can't control what's going on outside of the schools. So kids getting together for sports, for lunch, baseball games, football, whatever. And the exposures, again, resulting in a positive case this year, also very low. So the flexibility for us to ask for a waiver is intended to provide charters with the autonomy to fully implement the educational plan outlined in the school contract with the district. This right is bound by legislation, and parents have the right to choose what is best for their kids. Our proposed replacement policies are virtually identical to DCSD's policy. References to the district are replaced with the name of applicable charter schools. The references to CDPHE and Tri-County Health are replaced with reference to appropriate state and local health department. The replacement policy expresses a commitment to cooperate and share data with the school district. We will continue to adhere to all applicable state and local public health orders, and all schools will continue to seek legal counsel around these matters. Based on the data, we are asking that kids are allowed to attend school with or without a mask, without fear of being sent home or not allowed to play sports or other punitive consequences. They need to know they are welcome at school. We want kids to learn in a safe and caring environment. We can and have done that, and we just ask to please let us continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. All right.
Well, good evening again. Jason Edwards, principal at Lehman Academy. I too am so proud to be in Douglas County School District. I really am. I always joke that I'm a recovering history teacher, and every now and then I slip back into that. And so, as a principal of a classical charter school, along with my colleagues whose curriculum is a core knowledge focus, one of the things that I love is that we train our scholars, our students, to really do what every new breakthrough in human history has done, which is return to the sources, to the original sources. And as classical scholars, they'll be dissecting some primary source documents, just like every AP or IB program will do with high schoolers, and learning to understand what do these words mean that have really allowed so much human life to flourish and to blossom. And I was thinking about within our founding documents, the 9th and 10th Amendments, as one that our scholars have studied and tried to understand at their level. And really the wording is so simple, but I think it answers a question for me that feels like is at tension here. And someone much wiser than me many years ago said that in education there are very few problems to solve, but there are many tensions to manage, and I'm sure you feel that as well. And so I feel like even in our desire to continue partnering very well with the school district as the authorizer, this is perhaps one of those moments where there's a tension between autonomy and maybe a different approach where it's more lockstep. And so I think that, in my mind, that question comes up. The essential thing at stake here is, in this tension, to what extent should those closest to a situation be empowered to make a localized decision? And I understand that that operates at a federal level, state level, school district level, and our request would be just to continue applying that principle to the extent that it is beneficial to our families and scholars, to the charter schools in this case. I feel like that's really the same tension that every educator wrestles with, and we're trying to make the case for why, with the JLCC and the ADB waivers, this would be a very wise application of that principle. And the principle is really not an essential question, it's really a statement of an essential premise that I can read in the 9th and 10th Amendments, that by delegating some power and authority to the government, the people of this country, in writing, in the Bill of Rights, are retaining other rights not enumerated. That's the 9th Amendment. And the 10th Amendment, any powers not explicitly delegated to the government are reserved by the people. So there's no tension. It's really a statement of default. So the conclusion is that when in doubt, or in this case perhaps when there's a dispute, the default of authority is retained by the people. We are all in a time of uncertainty and disruption. The way forward is not always clear. I know that our shared commitment is for safety and learning of our students in the community. We're in this together, but the localized authority and autonomy that have come into the question this school year, way more than they did last school year or in the decade that I've been in this district, are what we want to make sure we can speak toward on behalf of our families. Specifically, the application of that principle for charter schools with submitting a waiver request is really asking that our school boards, with their legal counsel, would be trusted and empowered to look at the data closest to that group of stakeholders, to their constituents, because they have been appointed and elected to those important offices just as you have in such an important role for the district, and that they would be trusted to be above reproach on the law, and that they would be permitted to apply the local regulations and the changing flux of guidelines or orders in a wise way, above reproach, seeking their own legal counsel and assuming that responsibility. On the ADB waiver, which applies to Lehman Academy and American Academy, relating to educational equity, again, because of the unique nature of our curriculum as core knowledge or classical, we do teach every single grade, every continent, every culture, every single year. And we celebrate the major contributions. That's what cultural literacy or core knowledge or classical approach is all about. So we share the board's intent and the spirit of the policy toward educational equity. We seek to preserve the board's intent of providing inclusion, a sense of belonging, differentiated resources, and equal opportunities for every individual student in our buildings. We are committed to ensuring an educational environment free of discrimination based on race, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, national origin, socioeconomic status, disability, eligibility for special education services, or point of view. We are also seeking to provide clarity for our communities, especially our educators, without leaving room for misinterpretation. I realize that probably sounds vague, and so one example is how on the page 2 of the policy, of the ADB policy, it states that educators are not to support, quote, a deficit-focused implementation framework. Because our schools do target remediation of skills, we provide scholar hours, academic intervention, and differentiation, as Kendra mentioned. That's such a strong focus of the approach of the charter schools. The language, as it is now, leaves too much potential room for a contrary interpretation by some educator, and we want to leave no room for that. Our replacement policy is really written to be crystal clear on how we will support every single student. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Okay, we have 5 minutes for your presentation. Ms. Kane?
I'll be fast. My job is to land the plane. First, I just want to say hello. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces. I know that all of us have a few more gray hairs than we had 2 years ago. I know I certainly do. Just try to hide it well, right? So with respect to our waiver requests, all of us, with respect to JLCC, we only want the autonomy that we had last year, where we have the ability to determine our own COVID protocols and practices, of course, within whatever applicable public health orders, et cetera, that are in place. Certainly last year, there was no question about us doing exactly what the district did, and so we would like to continue with that autonomy. Now, we also understand that today's ruling probably makes some of that moot, at least for the moment, because certainly the way we interpret today's ruling is that we all need to do a mask mandate right now, irrespective of JLCC. So understand that that's our interpretation, but we still would like to request a waiver to that policy. If you look at the replacement policy, it is exactly the same as the policy for the district, just referring to the applicable local health departments. That's all we ask, is the ability to make the best decision possible for our community within all of the local mandates. Likewise, with policy ADB, Jason did a great job of summarizing that, but we just want to make sure there's a lot of clarity for our community. Most of our frameworks involve some sort of flexible ability grouping, and so we want to make sure there's no room for misinterpretation. I do want to be clear that we're not suggesting for a moment that the board's intention in the educational equity policy is to eliminate differentiation, nor are we suggesting for a moment that your staff would interpret it that way. We just want to make sure our policy is clear for our staff to interpret. Likewise, with JLCC, again, we absolutely believe in the district's right to do what you all feel is best for children. We need the ability to do that as well. So that's why we're here requesting those waivers. We're really grateful for everyone's time and consideration, and we're happy to address any questions that you all have. So it was a quick plane landing.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. So I really appreciate the presentation. I would just emphasize policy JLCC is really more about a decision-making policy than it is a masking mandate policy. And so that's why I was a little confused, quite honestly, Ms. Hosfeld, with your opening remarks. Was it seemed like it was stressing this, which really isn't part of the policy. But your slide, I think that you talk about the things you want to replace really is meaningful to our decision-making as we move forward. So I just want to make sure that we're clarifying that this is not an argument regarding mask mandates versus masks are optional, because that's not part of our policy. It's really, as you have stated, Ms. Kane, you did well, Mr. Edwards as well, in terms of just getting very specific to, these are the line items that we feel like create an obstacle for us to carry on with being autonomous. So those arguments I just want to just highlight and appreciate. Directors, are there any questions that you have for our charter school folks? Director Hanson and then Director Meek.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate your passion. Everything that you shared tonight resonates. School districts across the country are trying to wrangle and answer all of the exact same dilemmas and questions and problems that you presented. Your reference of tension and decisions being made closest to the stakeholders really leads me to ask a question, maybe out of bounds, tell me if it is, but this is weighing heavily on my decision-making process, and I would love to hear how your schools are handling the people that don't necessarily agree with what you're asking us to do, because we are getting several emails a day from each of your families, or many families from each of your schools saying, please help us, please don't hang us out to dry, please, please, please do something about this. And may not be my place to ask,
No, it's an
but
appropriate question, yeah.
it would be very helpful for me in making this decision to know how you're handling the dissent within your own schools.
We survey our families constantly, and we have, again, it was a 92% satisfaction rate with how we've handled it, and we've been pretty congruent this year. With those families who have concerns, I'm a really big fan of direct communication. Not just on the phone, I invite them in. I met with 2 families this year that had concerns. The way I approach it is I'm not a wall, and you're not talking to a wall. I'm definitely open to learning and understanding what your perspective is, and I want you to learn and understand what my perspective is, and The perspective that I use is based on data within my community, and I have to make a conclusion for North Star Academy. It doesn't mean that I don't respect your decision that you've made because you have different life circumstances. And so both of those meetings have ended very well. For the families who may have gone to you, I have not heard of any of them. I would definitely encourage that direct communication because that's how you solve problems.
You know what, I'll tackle that one as well since I have a larger community. And certainly we are in the same position that you are, which is this is a no-win situation. Certainly in my career, this is one of the first times I've ever found where there just does not seem to be middle ground. As much as I personally have fought to try to land on some middle ground, and I believe everyone in this room has fought to land on middle ground. But at the end of the day, as a leader, I have to do what I believe is best for my children and for my community, and not everyone's going to agree with that. And I'm, like Kendra, I'm very open to talking to our families and working with them individually, and we certainly have been doing that. But yes, I'm sure you're hearing from a number of American Academy families, and I'd love to tell you that I can make every single one of them happy. When you figure out that secret, let me know. But, you know, at the end of the day, we all have to do what we believe is best for our families and for our children. But I really appreciate that question.
Mr. Mosher?
And Director Hansen, just in our process, the way we handle those types of things, because I've been included on a number of those emails, is the first line of communication is always talk to the parent of, you need to talk to your school leadership team and your board of directors. And I explained the authorizer role of Douglas County Schools in my short time here, learning that strong relationship we have with the charter leaders. And so I always direct them back. The situation that sometimes happens is a parent might ask to remain anonymous, and then the information, it's hard to get that back to a charter school leader. But in any case, if there's something that is sent to the district or sent to one of the cabinet members or myself, that information is conveyed back to the school if the parent is comfortable with their name being included.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mosher. So just one, I guess, final question would be, in terms of your process, when you introduce to your communities that you are going to do a waiver, I know as a board, we typically do first and second readings. So we do a first reading of a new policy, we collect community feedback, we massage our policy, and we go to a second reading. Can you help me understand, is that similar process to the charter school way of doing things?
Each of us have our own policies around that, but I know at American Academy, our process is very similar. We do a first reading, which our board has done, and then a second reading, which would be at the conclusion of your decision on the waiver. They would do a second reading on the policy approval. For us, we surveyed our families and our staff with respect to both waivers to just sort of get feedback, and we also used all of that feedback in writing our replacement policies. And I believe my colleagues followed a similar process.
Very good. Director Meek and then Director Long, then we need to wrap up.
Okay, I had a few questions, but I'm going to start with I'm going to dovetail to that with the policy change. So if you're looking at policy ADB and say there's a waiver that's made, and then the schools adopt your own policy, if you want to then make further changes to the policy, is there any interaction with the district if you're making changes to a policy that you've waived out of?
My understanding to that is no, but I am not a lawyer. I think that is much more of a legal question. So I would recommend that we take that offline and leave that to the lawyers. But certainly I know every time we've made a slight change to our enrollment policy, for example, it has not gone through the district board of ed.
Okay, thank you. And I know you had mentioned the concern around the deficit-focused language in the equity policy. Is that the only concern in the policy, or was that just one example?
That was, for my community, that was the big one that jumped out for us because it's contrary to the framework of our mission and of our school. And again, I want to be clear that we're not suggesting that you all intended such an interpretation. There just is room for such an interpretation, so we wanted to have clarity for our families. But I know, speaking for Jason and I, we absolutely share your value of making sure that every single one of our students is loved and belongs, and that we are taking care of every single child in our care. It's literally the reason that we do what we do, right? So that commitment is absolutely solid amongst all of us, and making sure that they all have the same awesome opportunities.
Thank you. And then over to JLCC. Thank you for letting me just kind of get through all of these. The language, we will continue to adhere to all applicable state and local public health orders. Last year, that was the case. So I'm just curious to hear what you will do. And maybe these are things we can get answers to later, but how you would handle it when there's conflicts between state and local. And I think that would be something I would like to understand a little bit better about how it might be addressed. I know we saw some data on here with transmission rates and all. I would assume that was with mask wearing, since that's what was in effect last year.
I think the best way to answer that one is really we would rely on our attorneys, because when there's state and local conflict, we need to have the attorneys involved. And just kind of like what's happened recently, you guys have all gone through that process, it would be a similar process.
And so, again, the data that was in the slideshow was with mask wearing in place?
So
or
I'm
not?
hoping we can go back to that chart.
Okay.
With respect to the data from last year, we actually differentiated between the students that we required to wear masks under the state public health order, which was everyone 11 and over, and the students, in our case, all of us, for the students that were not covered under that state public health order, masking was at the parent's option. So the little guys, masking was at parent option. So you can actually see so those two columns represent the difference between our students who consistently wore masks under the state order and our students who consistently they were optional, so it wasn't a zero, it was probably a 50-50 proposition. But for us, the difference was pretty minimal, but you can see those differences.
Thank you for walking through that.
And the one thing that isn't up here, we work with Tri-County Health Department. They help us determine transmission rates and where they're, through contact tracing, if they transmitted at a school. We did not mask K through 4th grade, we masked 5th through 8th grade. If you look at the COVID numbers outside of North Star, kiddos who contracted the disease outside of North Star, our 5th through 8th graders who were masked contracted it at an 8.3%, and our K through 4th graders got it at a 3-point-something%. And so does this have anything really to do with masks? We don't know, right? It's inconclusive because we know the older kids are also all over the place at activities. But I think this is pretty compelling data.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's just, I think throughout last year, we didn't have data from the charter schools. And so I know the slide says share data with the school districts. I just wanted to kind of understand that. 'Cause
So
I
we
don't think
post-
that was
yeah.
part of our presentations throughout the year last year.
We post all of our data on our website. So we have a full year of data on our website right now from last year. This year was kind of interesting. What we noticed is we followed all the masking orders. At the beginning of the school year, masking was optional. We did not have a single COVID transmission inside of our schools. We went to the masking order. All of our COVID transmission rates occurred during the period of time where we were masking.
Very good. All right, final.
I would just add that for American Academy, all of our data was shared with the school district through our nurses. And so, I'm not sure how that came, but we're happy to share spreadsheets and reams of information because we've been keeping careful track of data up to, where the transmission occurred, whether it was at a sport or home or whatever. We have all of that data going across 2 years, also available on our website. President Ray, you mentioned that you wanted to make sure that JLCC wasn't just about masking. And actually, that's a perfect example. So last year, for example, the state public health order covered 11 and over. And we followed that, but we did not make masks required for the little guys, whereas the district chose to, because you're dealing with a whole different set of cats than we are, right? And then additionally, when the district chose to go hybrid, instead of keeping both 5-day a week or whatever, the charters chose to do whatever worked for us in our less complicated systems. And so that would be an example outside of mask wearing, where we didn't mirror what the district did exactly. That's the biggest reason we're asking for a waiver from JLCC, is we don't want to have to mirror what a large system is doing when we can adapt to our small systems.
Gotcha. All right. Director Lung, last question, and then we'll wrap up.
So everyone knows that the Delta variants affect children much more than the previous versions. So I would just want people to keep in mind when they read those kind of a slide. But I do have two questions. One is related to the ABD. So it seems like there's not much difference between, it seems like both of you said that our ABD policy is pretty good. You may just have one sentence that you want some clarifications. So we spent 6 months to pass the ADB policy, and at least, I think, 3 readings for that. Have you ever come over and talk to the board or anybody to reflect your concern about that one sentence that you have issues? And if we modify that sentence to meet your lead, would you satisfy with that? And would you give us recommendations instead of waiting it out? Because it seems like there's only one sentence that you want some clarifications, right?
We're not asking to waive out of that policy yet. I need to understand that a little bit better. I have been a little busy lately with some other policies. But I think you have a really good point, Kevin. I think we need to, it would be wonderful to have one of those conversations where I'm not comfortable with that statement at all. And I'm very sensitive to this topic, being biracial and coming from multiple cultures. I need to understand this a little bit better before we submit a waiver. But I think, yes, I'd be willing to definitely talk to the board about what that might look like before I make that decision.
Okay. So we are out of time at this point.
I would just agree with Kendra.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Kane. All right. So again, Mr. Mosher, directors, thank you so much for that initial presentation. We'll look forward again at our next board meeting to discuss further. And you're right, we're all in this together in terms of trying to navigate the best we can. And so I appreciate all the work you are doing as well, because we know you're in the same boat as we are in trying to keep as many people happy as possible. But that is obviously a challenge when there's so many different perspectives about what that looks like. But again, thank you again for being here tonight. And with that, we'll close that particular agenda item. Thank you very much. Mr. Mosher, thank you. So we'll take a moment to actually, let's go ahead and take a break, about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to begin student comment. Audience, if you could take your seats, please. Next on our agenda is student comment, but before we start student comment and public comment, I just want to make a few remarks regarding the decorum that we really are after tonight. We know there's a great deal of passion and conviction in the room, as well as outside of the room, and we want to make sure that this place is a safe place for everyone, and that we know that there's very different perspectives, even in this room right now. And that's why we're really asking that the audience help us with that. The best way that we can show respect is to also make sure that we're not applauding, that we're not making comments, that we're not showing any kind of nonverbal aggressive behaviors, not making any kind of judgmental tones. The best thing we can do for our speakers is to allow them to speak and allow us to fully listen to the speaker. So I'm really going to ask all of you to help us with that tonight. You may hear things that you agree with. You may hear things that you disagree with. That's okay. But bottom line is, during this comment period, we want to be able to hear everyone's perspective. And so our students are going to be speaking first, and so I'd like us to really model what a respectful decorum looks like by simply remaining quiet after a comment is made. And that also helps the long list of commenters that we have, because we have a lot of people that we want to hear tonight. And so we have to stop each time to remind the audience. It elongates the amount of time that someone has to wait to give comments. So out of respect to all the commenters who have signed up, please help us with this respectful decorum tonight. So first on our student comment agenda, and I just want to double check to see if he's here, Sujay, there he is. Gee, I speak your name and you enter. This is Sujay. Sujay is one of our co-presidents for our student advisory group. And actually, Sujay, you're one of our junior leaders.
Yeah.
And so this is really your first night to come and talk with us. We're delighted to have you here. Sujay is here to give us an update regarding our student advisory group, which is a committee of the board of about 80 students who we get a chance to interact with. And so Director Lung and I were unfortunately unable to be at your meeting, so we're going to learn from you as well tonight. So welcome, thank you for being with us, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. So we had our SAG meeting yesterday, and it was actually at the same time as the Board of Education candidate forum that was being held at Legend, and it was being hosted by SAG members as well. So we actually decided to tune into that, and we dedicated around 30 minutes of our meeting time to watch that. And it was really interesting to see, allowing the opportunity for all of our SAG members to really get to know the different candidates that were running for a position. And then moving into the second part of our meeting, we actually focused on subgroup time. And during the subgroup time, we wanted to achieve two objectives. Our first one being really finalizing all the members within each subgroup. And then our second one being having a general understanding for every subgroup of where they want to move by the time we present to you guys in May for our final policy proposals, course proposals, or any like fundraiser type thing. And to do this, we made sure that every subgroup gave us a report back to us. And this is what I'll be presenting to you guys today. So our mental health subgroup worked on a course proposal. They're going to work on a course proposal focusing on an elective that just broadens the understanding of mental health. And this is a development from previous years, and our mental health subgroup has been a large part of our program for many years now, and this is just a continuation of prior years. Our diversity and equity group, it's a really large group, so we actually have two proposals, and one is a course for teachers that addresses problems with sensitivity to different groups in a school setting. And then our second proposal is introducing a more inclusive and comprehensive sexual education class. And then our safety and security subgroup focused on getting a student representative to be able to present and attend at Douglas County safety and security meetings. This would be on a monthly basis, and this would just be to make sure that student input is at every one of these safety and security meetings. And then another one of our subgroups, policy appeals, which is a new subgroup this year. They're looking into reforming Douglas County's current dress code policy, and they're looking into making changes in that. And then another one of our newer subgroups this year, because we have so many members this year, we almost have like 80 members. So we have eight groups, and hands-on learning is one of our new ones. They're working on implementing a hands-on elective that involves student-led learning. And it's just a very independent class, and it's a very broad topic right now, but they're gonna go focus in as the year continues. And then eco-friendly, another cornerstone of SAG, is working on adding more volunteer opportunities to plant trees at different schools throughout our district, and also working to clean up trash in the parking lot. And then financial literacy is working on a course adjustment, and what they're trying to do is add more personal finance instruction at pre-existing courses such as business and economics. They want to add more personal finance, and this is to benefit students moving into college or just into adulthood. Yeah, and that's like a brief summary of what all of our subgroups are doing, and yeah, that's about it.
That's great, Sujay, and yeah, very, very productive group of students, and I know there's several of the members helped moderate the candidate forums, and I just want to express, I think on behalf of everyone in this room, just how impressed we were with the moderators and how well organized those people were. So when we have the next meeting, we will certainly express that to them as well. Board directors, any questions regarding Sujay's report about updates from our student advisory group? Any questions? Director Holtzman, go ahead.
Yeah, really just curious. One of your subgroups you talked about was developing a course or helping think about a course for teachers. I think you mentioned that it was to help teachers understand the diversity of their students or something to that effect. And I was just wondering if students were planning to participate in offering those courses, being like instructors for teachers, or what you all were thinking about. Maybe you're not to that point yet.
Yeah, so we're still really early, like we've only had 2 meetings, but in prior years, the course was, there's a national program that focuses on teaching topics on diversity and equity to teachers within a specific district, and we want to bring that to Douglas County. I don't have specific details right now with me, but I'll be sure to bring them in future meetings and present that to you guys.
Very good. Any other questions for Sujay? Well done. Carry on. Look forward to it. And your next meeting is?
It's in 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yeah. November 15th, I think. Yeah.
All right, very good. We'll look forward to being there and continuing to hang out with you guys. It's a great group. Thanks again, Sujay. All right. We're going to move on then to student comment. And before we do student comment, I will read some of the things that we consider are the policies that shape how comment is received by the board. First of all, we have 2 policies that we adhere to. One is for public complaints. One is for public participation at board meetings. Policy BEDH states that comments can be focused on policy matters, and board policy KE outlines the appropriate channels of communication for a concern to be addressed prior to bringing it to the Board of Education. Public comment is placed after our information items like you observed today, so therefore our commenters can hear some of the information that may be pertinent to the comments that they're making. Those wanting to make a public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to our meeting. And I would tell you, in terms of the channels of communication, we do expect that before an issue is brought to the board, that the channels of communication are honored. For instance, if the concern is about a teacher, that it begins with the teacher, then the building administrator, then the director of schools, assistant superintendent, and superintendent before appealing to the board. Likewise, if there are concerns involving a specific board director, it should begin again with contacting that specific board director first. If it's still not resolved, then contacting myself or Director Holtzman, Vice President, before presenting the concern to the collective board. Those who are signed up for public comment remotely, please remember the following. Once you are called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. Please make sure that you are not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Keep in mind that the meeting broadcasted on YouTube is slightly delayed, so it is best to only listen to the meeting through your device. Once I call your name, if you're calling in remotely, please state your name and ask if you can be heard, and I will respond for you to continue. As I mentioned, everyone in this room plays a role in the respectful discourse tonight. To maintain that mutual respect, speakers are asked to refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. In order to make this a safe place for everyone, again, I would ask for no reaction to be made after a comment is given. Please also keep in mind that there may be a need to interrupt you if a board director calls for a point of order. If this occurs, all comments should stop until directed to continue. Tonight, each speaker will be allotted up to 2 minutes to address the board. You will hear a tone signaling the end of that time. Again, out of respect for the other commenters, please complete your comments within the 3-minute time, within the 2-minute time. I would also ask speakers to stop immediately once you hear the tone, when the tone signals that the 2 minutes is up. Doing this shows respect to the other public commenters who are waiting. If you have handouts you would like to be distributed to the board, please provide these to Assistant Secretary, Administrative Assistant Kelly Duvall at the end of the dais. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will certainly be considered as the board continues its work tonight. Please know that this is only one of many ways to communicate to the board. If you are seeking answers to a specific question or would like to have an interactive conversation, again, you can contact our Assistant Secretary, Sandy Marsh, at the Wilcox Building office. It is also important for our listening public to understand that public comments are not fact-checked, nor should the board's silence indicate agreement or disagreement with what is being said. So with that, I'm going to begin with our student commenters, and I'll list several names just so that they're ready to come forward. First student is Levi Mann, followed by Owen Wicks, and then followed by McKinley Way. Levi Mann, are you here? There he is. Come on up.
So can we take our masks off to speak?
Levi, how it works for you, if you would pull the microphone down though, Levi, so that we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, my name is Levi. So I'm really glad Tri-County Health is not control anymore. Their rules were really silly. Why should kids, let alone adults, wear masks? The blue masks, they don't work, and plus they have germs. Study shows that masks are pretty bad for your lungs. Do you know why masks don't work? It's because they have little tiny holes in them, so COVID slips right through the little holes. And all that, I can't believe you guys are trying to get us to wear masks when they are bad for your lungs and they don't even work. So silly. My voice is not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Next is Owen Wicks. Again, audience, that's a perfect example of what we don't want to have happen. We appreciate Levi's comment. Next is Owen Wicks, and then after Owen is McKinley Way.
All right. My name is Owen Wicks, and I'm a student at STEM School Highlands Ranch. Recently, an opt-out option had been put in place for those who didn't want to wear masks, which benefited me greatly. But after only a week of this, you are suing the health department to take away that which I find very disconcerting. It was a health department that initially put the mask mandate in place, and under the guise of listening to the experts, you went along with it without any resistance, and now other experts are allowing people to opt out of masks, so you sue, despite the situation being very similar. Your logic and decisions are not being consistent, which makes it very clear that your decision is not motivated by what will be best for your students, but rather control and feelings. These feelings and need for control have crossed the line from annoying to illogical and borderline tyrannical. The sheer audacity that it takes to say that you know better than your own health department, despite saying that the health departments have the experts, along with the parents, and more importantly, the physicians of the students, boggles my mind. There are plenty of doctors who have given valid opinions in regards to their patients that you have ignored because you think you know more than a doctor with years of training and experience on top of direct knowledge of their patients' medical needs, of which you know very little. As I mentioned this in my last speech, I have a sensory processing disorder that makes wearing a mask very problematic for my learning and concentration. Essentially, masks make me feel as though insects are crawling on my face at all times, and that is a reality you are trying to force on me again every day. This disorder is recognized by my doctor, which is the reason why she wrote a recommendation that I be exempt from wearing a mask. I, of course, turned this into my school while the mask mandate did not have an opt-out option. But much to my dismay, my school, STEM School Highlands Ranch, had the power to reject that note and continue to force me to wear a mask. This is what you are singing to bring back through this suit you have filed, a school system where schools can overrule doctors without reason other than they said so. It is a stance that is not only against the advice of my doctor, but peer-reviewed control group studies published by notable medical journals that I mentioned last time, such as the American Journal of Infection Control, the Journal of American Medical Association, and the National Library of Medicine, along with others that I mentioned last time, but I don't have the time to list again. If you ignore this evidence and the opinions of my doctor, it shows that it is you, the school board, and the school system that is anti-science, not those who oppose your choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. McKinley Way, Drew Middleton, and Noah Kisse. McKinley Way? Good evening.
Hello, my name is McKinley Way, and I'm a DCSD student. You may remember my speech back in April about the segregated seating at lunch. Although I wouldn't expect you to remember, considering you seem to be more concerned about your political agendas and indoctrinating our youth than on actually helping us. I have constantly gone through classes at my middle school knowing the teachers were helping us to get a better education, knowing that my education and more importantly my morals and feelings have come from the adults around me, including teachers. Never did I once think that by masking us you had any intention of hurting us. When I was about 5 and anyone asked me what I wanted to do when I was older, I always said I wanted to go to high school. Well, 10 years later, I made plans with my friends of how much fun we were going to have. Then my mom came to me and explained what was being forced around me. I took another look and realized how much indoctrination and hate was being spewed into our school system. Now I'm stuck, my education or my social life. Before I can answer this question, I have to look deeper. Please make no mistake, critical race theory, equity, is one of the most racist things I have ever heard. Not to mention the idea that the mask that was saving me was really giving me headaches day after day. I'd come home sick, I was in extreme pain, and I genuinely don't know what to believe anymore. You guys are the adults here. I shouldn't even have to stand here and talk about this. Are you trying to help us or hurt us? I have never once felt as if wearing my mask was optional, nor that I could safely voice my own opinion. Believe me, I know more than anyone it isn't all about feelings, but how am I supposed to choose between the one thing I've wanted since I was 5 and my education, my future or my current happiness? This position is impossible. You constantly sexualize hurt and push us over the edge. Stop playing with the education of children as if it's a game of Monopoly. Please, stop this madness. You push me and my family over the edge. I promised my mom I wouldn't blame her for losing what I wanted. I need to stand by that promise. At this moment, I truly realize she isn't at fault. You are.
Audience, again, I'm sorry, McKinley.
That 5-year-old girl.
McKinley, if I could just have you stop again. Audience, this is the second time I've had to pause. I've clearly stated the expectations. We cannot comment. It makes it an unsafe environment for someone who has a different perspective. And I will take a break if we need to for you to get yourselves to a place where we can make sure this is a safe place for everyone. Second time I've had to stop. I'm sorry, McKinley, please go ahead.
That 5-year-old girl doesn't get her dream. So let me correct what I previously said. My name is McKinley Way, and I used to be a DCSD student. But thanks to you, I can't be anymore. With that, I politely ask you all to turn in your resignation, and I'd like to ask the parents of DCSD students to vote for Kids First in the upcoming election on November 2nd, so that not only I, but others can get their regular high school experience. Thank you.
Thank you, McKinley. Drew. Drew Middleton is next, and then Noah Kisse.
Well, it's kind of difficult to follow that. Hi there, board members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. With the upcoming election, I plan to utilize this public comment to address the community as a whole and express my disappointment for the Kids First Choice candidates. As a student of the Douglas County School District, I find many of the comments made by these candidates extremely insulting. The recent student-led public forums showed the true colors of the Kids First slate. At the Castle View Forum, when asked about plans to improve student safety, Mike Peterson encouraged parents to raise kids who have the courage to stand up against school shooters like Kendrick Castillo did during the STEM shooting. Rather than preventing school shootings, Mike Peterson wants your children to sacrifice themselves for their school. Now, when I heard this comment, I was frankly disgusted that someone running for a school board would even suggest that students die to prevent shootings. Is this really someone that you want in office? As a whole, the Kids First slate avoids the topic of educational equity by saying that we live in a great country that allows every person, no matter their background or identity or class or anything else, to have the same opportunity as those that are different from them. A direct quote from candidate Kaylee Weiniger. Insinuating that every person in this district, including BIPOC students, LGBTQ students, and students with disabilities have the same access and opportunities as an able-bodied straight white student is entirely false. According to the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, as of 2018, Black students were 4.9 times as likely to be suspended as white students, right here in DCSD. If Black students are being suspended unproportionately, how can they possibly have access to the same opportunities as white students? The candidates want to convince you that everyone in the district has an equal opportunity, but the data shows otherwise. With all of this being said, I urge you to vote with not just the majority of the populations of DCSD in mind, but the minority populations as well. These students are the one most impacted by district policies and your vote. Kevin Lung, Krista Holtzman, Julie Watkins, and Dr. Ruby Martinez have a plan for DCSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Noah Kasey is next, and then we will also have the parents of these students speak, and that's Ben Mann, Krista Mann, Amity Wicks, and Jason Kasey. Noah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. My name is Noah Kasey, and I'm an 8th grader here in Douglas County. My sisters are too young to get up and speak here tonight, so I am here to speak for them. I'm old enough to remember what a normal school year looks like, but my sisters really haven't because of the pandemic. It hasn't been normal since kindergarten for my middle sister, and my youngest sister hasn't even had a normal school year. There's been so many changes this school year with masks and COVID rules that it is hurting my sister so much. There's been too many times that my parents had to explain yet another change that's been made. Since the start of the school year, it's gone from no COVID restrictions to mask mandates to my parents struggling to get a medical exemption to a new public health order to today's decision to stop that public health order. While all the adults here have been fighting back and forth, my sisters have been caught in the middle. They've been bullied by teachers and students. They give my parents a hard time in the morning getting ready for school because they don't want to go. They're having trouble learning and understanding their teachers. They have problems breathing in masks, and my sisters have a lot of anxiety. My sisters only had a few days of not being forced to wear a mask because of the public health order. They were finally excited to go back to school, and today you took that away from them. Because of what you did, my sisters don't want to go back to school tomorrow. Because of what you did, my sister's anxiety is back again. I can handle the constant change, but my sisters can't, and they shouldn't be caught in the middle. I love my sisters, and I care about their mental health, and that's why I'm standing up for them tonight. I wish I was old enough to vote in this election. If I could, I'd be voting for the Kids First candidates because I believe that they truly care about me, my sisters, and all the other kids here in Douglas County. My sisters deserve better, and I hope you don't get the chance to hurt them again. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Ben Mann, Krista Mann, Amity Wicks, and Jason Kasey. Mr. Mann?
Good evening.
Good evening.
We've heard the school board shift what I'm calling the blame of the decision to Tri-County. It's been apparent from comments made at these meetings and at follow-up emails that DCSD will follow the guidance and direction Tri-County provided because Tri-County is the approved health agency. Now that Tri-County is being dissolved, DCSD no longer has that shield to hide behind. DCSD is following, not leading. I want you to pay attention to following and leading. Now DCSD is showing it only followed Tri-County because they held the same opinions. Again, following, not leading. Now DCSD has a new platform to follow. And it's heartbreaking that these kids at risk or being used to promote the blame of that decision-making. And what is that? To me, blame is, I'm not going to make a decision I can't. I'll defer to somebody else. That's an ounce of fear or a large amount. So our motto, learn today, lead tomorrow. Why are we essentially tossing a wet blanket out to 72,000 plus students and staff? Stop following and lead. Take this opportunity to create an environment for all at-risk students. Maybe bring 700 plus students and staff together in one place, something like DC Oaks has done for that type of student. Maybe create a learning style that's unheard of, something that doesn't check a box. Maybe think outside of the box and put higher standards into the construction living space at-risk students and staff need to lower that risk. Maybe all it takes is acting courageously. Expel the I can't. That's words we don't have in my house. Replace with I will. Replace the DCS motto with I will stop fearing today and I will lead tomorrow. Good luck with the elections.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Amity Wicks is next, and then Jason Cassay. Krista Mann.
My name is Amity Wicks. I have come before you many times to tell you how much many of us believe that masks are harmful to our children. We have brought you many scientific articles, but you seem to only want to listen to the experts that support your own personal views. And now you have taken sides with a group of parents to use our tax dollars to fight against another group of parents. There are suits in play to fight mask mandates that are funded by the citizens. It is absolutely inappropriate for a school district to side with one set of parents over another and then use their own tax dollars to do it. By this very action, it is very clear that you do not seek to support and meet the needs of all students in your district. The email that went out this afternoon was ridiculous. You say you're looking out for all students when you literally joined with a few in a lawsuit against the many, eliminating parent choice and violating their parental rights. You can't side with some, ignore the rest, and then say you're acting in the interest of all. It is excruciatingly clear that you lied to us about planning for parent choice. This was intended as a bait and switch to lure parents back to schools only to pull the rug out from under them when it would be very difficult for them to make other arrangements for their children. It is safe to assume that you conspired with Tri-County to implement a public health order for children who were exempt from masks all last year. You were enthusiastic about following that order when it met with your own personal beliefs. But when a new PHO was implemented, you tried to confuse people with verbose emails that clouded the truth of the situation. The PHO supported both sides to act in accordance with what they believed to be best for their children and families. I do not want to mask my children, but I did not demand that all children remove theirs. And yet those that want masks demand that I do something with which I believe is harmful to my children. Why did these same parents send their kids to school at the beginning of the school year when no PHO was in place? Why did they not sue for mandatory masks before COVID was even around, when flu, RSV, and other pathogens were present? These have caused more tragic deaths than COVID. Where was their lawsuit then? Since when did reasonable accommodation mean that every other student must wear something on their bodies to be the accommodation? Do they really think that they can protect children from all diseases? That is impossible, especially when it says right on the box that masks don't work.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. Krista Mann. After Krista Mann is Jason Cassay.
Good evening. I am here tonight to express my disappointment in this board and superintendent's insistence on pushing your leftist agenda into our schools and onto our children. This board now jumps into a lawsuit with parents and an attorney from Boulder to keep our children masked and muzzled. We see you act only when it suits your political interests. There are children and parents on the other side of this issue saying masking interferes with learning, with communicating, with mental health, with breathing and general health. But this board and superintendent didn't care when parents were voicing these concerns. No. This board only selectively listens and enforces agendas and rules that align with your political interests. I'm confident if you surveyed the taxpayers, they would overwhelmingly tell you this is not how they want their tax dollars spent. It's not how I want my tax dollars spent. You can't afford to pay an educational aide more than they would make at McDonald's, and you wonder why you have open positions. You are siphoning money away from this district, away from the students, and away from the teachers to fund a lawsuit. You are failing the students in this district. Only 52% are at reading at grade level. Only 45% are meeting math proficiency, and you justify siphoning money away for a lawsuit. You have shown your hand to the parents and to the voters of Douglas County. Actually, this board and superintendent couldn't have overplayed your hand at a better time. Parents, grandparents, teachers, constituents of Douglas County, you have a choice. Let your voice be heard. Vote for the 4 candidates that honor parent choice, that want to keep politics, sexualization, and critical race theory out of classrooms. If you want a school board that listens to and represents the viewpoints of all students, cast your vote for Becky Myers, Kaylee Winiger, Christy Williams, and Mike Peterson.
Next is
Point of order.
Jason Gassay, and after Jason is Robert Marshall, Jennifer Iverson, and Kelly Mayer.
Good evening. My message tonight is about the TRO as well as the importance and meaning of words, specifically the words transparency and unity. This board talks a lot about how transparent you are. You boast about the millions of dollars you gave teachers and staff from the mill levy, but it took a Cora request to discover that the breakdown per individual teacher on average was significantly low. You tout and pat yourselves on the back for higher graduation rates, but failed to mention that at one point you moved the goalpost for an F from 59 or lower to 51 or lower. Throughout this pandemic, you have only brought in one-sided experts and used manipulated numbers to force your radical doctrines on our children. Who is paying for this lawsuit that resulted in temporary restraining order? Will we need to issue yet another Cora request for you to be transparent? On the cards of your supporters is the word unity in all caps. Is it unity when you pit parents versus parents, parents versus teachers, teachers versus students? Is it unity when you choose to single out certain disabilities in your new lawsuit while ignoring other medical and mental health conditions? The health conditions of the kids in this lawsuit are terrible, and no child should have to suffer with them. However, the severity of a child's medical condition should not dictate whether or not they get the same level of access to care and education. In what world can unity ever come from discrimination like this? Are each and every one of you willing to come to my daughter's school tomorrow and tell her directly that her medical needs, mental health, and ability to breathe do not matter? While you constantly abuse the words transparency and unity, there is one word that we don't bring up often enough, and that's integrity, something that this board is barren of. If you want to see what integrity looks like, look no further than the Kids First candidates. They have shown up to every forum, unlike this board. They have answered each question thoroughly. They make themselves available to talk about parent concerns. They don't hide behind policies and quote them at forums, but instead provide a realistic and achievable solution to the problem. They don't skew data, and they don't put on masks when the cameras are rolling for optics. And they certainly don't get into altercations with a veteran of this community when they don't like questions being asked.
Okay, Mr.
Difficulties show a
Gassay,
person's
thank you.
character. You have been weighed.
Thank
You
you,
have
sir.
been measured.
We're going to take a break. So the board is going to take a break, and audience, I know there's some of you that are here that want to respect the expectations of the decorum that we're trying to maintain. It's not being maintained. So therefore, we're going to take a 5-minute break. If you're a person that is having a hard time, I would suggest you listen to the meeting elsewhere. But again, our expectation is that we should not have to pause. We should not have any kind of reaction after each comment. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and recalibrate, hopefully, and we'll be back at 5 minutes. Okay, we'd like to reconvene public comment. Again, audience, we would appreciate your assistance in maintaining a respectful atmosphere. Again, as we stated before, there are people with very different perspectives, and it is intimidating for a person that has a different perspective to share their comment when there's reactions like we were hearing. And so again, I'm going to ask that we do better as we go into our next commenters. First is Robert Marshall, Jennifer Iverson, and Kelly Mayer. Good evening, Mr. Marshall.
Good evening, Board. I had 2 points I was coming here to make tonight, but after hearing some of the comments, I'm going to improvise on what I was doing. The 2 points I was going to bring to the Board was a request on looking very deeply into getting a JROTC outfit here in the county. I think it would be very beneficial. Saving time, though, move over to the second point and can't extrapolate more. Vocational training, I was also going to suggest, we used to have just a fabulous program in our high school for years where they built a house every year. And you wouldn't believe the kind of training that's involved with that for everything. They do the financing, they do the interior decorating, they do the drywall, they do the plumbing, and then they'd roll over the profits when they sold it every year to build another one the next year under a master trainer. So again, I think our county is too focused constantly on college, and you don't pay much attention to those other two parts of the stool you have, where you're looking at military and vocational training. But just one quick comment, though. I'm really impressed by the courage of this board. There was no upside whatsoever for coming alongside the private plaintiffs to go into court. Those private plaintiffs were going into court one way or another, but it was great that you all, with no upside, came in. And everyone who keeps talking about evidence on this side, you don't listen to evidence on that side. It was a complete slaughter. When you read those motions and you read and listen to what actually happened in court, where the rules of evidence apply, and you have a 44-year judge, federal judge, with a lifetime appointment who cares nothing about politics, it was a complete slaughter. So again, I applaud you for what you do. And if you want to look at what are real facts, you ought to look at what actually came out of the judge and what actually came out of the hearing with the experts that the Board of Health had compared to the experts that you all had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Jennifer Iverson is next, Kelly Mayer, and then Sarah Wu.
Thank you, Board and Superintendent Wise, for once again listening to my concerns for our most vulnerable students. I would like to express my appreciation to the 36 recently hired educational assistants. It's a challenging position, and having the support in the classroom allows the teachers to address the specific needs of struggling students. Through the years that I have stood here and pleaded for acknowledgement of the difficulties families with students receiving special education services endure, I have never had as much hope as I have today. There's a monumental amount of work that needs to be accomplished to achieve equity for students with READ plans, IEPs, 504s, and students not yet identified. The system itself needs to evolve, and that will take many years. The foundation can be laid now. Leaders within DCSD's special education department are meeting with parents, advocates, and specialized groups. These leaders are seeking to understand, not to defend previous DCSD choices, acknowledging the past trauma and choosing to partner with families and find solutions. I have hope that the specific targeted professional development for all staff, including principals and general education teachers, there can be an increase in knowledge, science-based interventions, and an understanding of IDEA, ADA, literacy, and our own equity policy. Let's keep the ball rolling in DCSD and their efforts to be a champion for all students with challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Kelly Mayer is next, Sarah Wu, and then Gretchen Braun. Good evening, Ms. Mayer.
Good evening. Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Wise. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm going to keep it brief. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I have lived in Douglas County for 24 years. I have 9 children who have gone through or are currently going through DCSD schools. I am just here tonight to thank you for following science to protect our children. I appreciate you fighting for the mask mandate to keep all students and staff in DCSD safe. Some of my children have disabilities. Mask wearing enables them to stay in school safely. I am also incredibly grateful for the district's equity policy. An equitable education is good for all kids. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Sarah Wu, Gretchen Braun, and Jenny Young. Good evening.
Good evening. These school board meetings have become divisive. Parents, students, and other community members with genuine concerns unrelated to politics are not able to address the board because they feel unsafe and they cannot sit through these excessively long public comment periods to be heard. Angry community members started attending these meetings last year to repeatedly yell at the board about COVID-19 protocols and other politically charged allegations. This summer, one set of candidates then took advantage of the free airtime to campaign. In an effort to counter this abusive rhetoric and politicalization, other community members have given up their time to attend and make positive comments. The candidates and their supporters have in turn heckled these positive commenters and even had tailgate parties outside the building to try and encourage more people to attend and disrupt these meetings. I can say from personal experience that this room feels unsafe. It's difficult to come and have my own voice heard.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. And then if we could set the time back, please. Thank you. I think it was 1:30. I'm sorry, Ms. Wu. Please go ahead.
I can say from personal experience that this room feels unsafe. It's difficult to come and have my own voice heard when I am surrounded by agitators and a political circus. I want to see our volunteer board members treated more respectfully. But even if the heckling stopped, the public comment section is still so long that it disenfranchises the parents, students, and other community members that need to make public comment about anything other than COVID-19 protocols, etc. To solve this, I request that each person tonight say their message as succinctly as possible. I thank the board for listening to me. I condemn the vitriol and the politicalization of the public comment section of the board meetings, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. Gretchen Braun, Jenny Young, and then Maria Lauer.
Good evening. Thank you, Director, Superintendent Wise, and Cabinet members for hearing all of these voices tonight. Esteemed author and teacher Bell Hooks has written that to teach in a manner that respects and cares for the souls of our students is essential if we are to provide the necessary conditions where learning can most deeply and intimately begin. I want to thank our school board for taking the first step towards respecting and caring for the heritages and cultures of all our students through the creation of the equity policy. And I would like to thank Superintendent Wise for his thoughtfulness in implementing this policy to serve the many diverse families and cultures in our community and school district. At the September 28th meeting, we had the privilege of hearing from the district's cultural liaisons and learning about how important their work is in not only bridging communication gaps, but encouraging our culturally diverse families to feel empowered in their children's education. Noah Rodriguez, the Highlands Ranch liaison, spoke about how important their role is to embolden these families to come out of the shadows and participate in their children's education. This is a goal we should always be working towards. Thank you for starting the work to ensure that all of our students and families are included in our school system and have the opportunities to achieve their own unique level of success. I look forward to supporting you as this work continues. And I would also like to say thank you so much for continuing to prioritize safe in-person learning where kids aren't having the constant disruptions that they had last year. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Braun. Jenny Young, Maria Lauer, and then Aiko Browning.
Jenny Young is online.
Thank you. Ms. Young, can you hear me?
Wait, do we want to go to the online segment right now?
Let's go ahead. If Ms. Young is available right now, let's go ahead and have her give her online comment.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Young. Please, I hear you, and go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a mother to two special needs children that attend a DCSD elementary school. One of my children is in the SSN program, and I wanted to take the time to thank this board for all of the hard work that has occurred over the last several years to support my SSN child with robust inclusive, and comprehensive programming. He was able to make it through a year of schooling in the home due to the amazing support he received virtually last year. Additionally, his teacher really went above and beyond for him in a completely unprecedented situation, and to her, Quinn Carson, I offer my complete admiration and thanks. My other child is considered high risk and likely immunocompromised and currently undergoing genetic testing. I applaud this board for overcoming a lot of hate, violence, threats, and the like in order to provide the leadership to ensure every child has a safe path to in-person learning, but especially for keeping safe protocols in place for children like my son so that he can socialize and be with his friends this year and have equal access to education. Thank you for advocating for my son and his rights. Lastly, I condemn the politicization and misinformation that has been spread via the public comments of the last several board meetings, to include this one, and ask that it stop. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Maria Lauer is next, Iko Browning, and then Haley Benson.
Good evening. Recently, I found myself chatting with a neighbor, a Black gentleman, who shared with me that his grandson, who lives in his household and attends the neighborhood high school, he said that overall he'd been pleased with his grandson's school experience, with one exception. He told me that in his grandson's English class, they'd been working on the novel of Mice and Men, specifically that the students had been reading the novel aloud during class. He shared that his grandson was uncomfortable hearing his classmates say the N-word and other racial tropes in the school setting, and that when they questioned the activity, the solution was for his grandson and some classmates to leave the classroom while the novel was being read aloud. These students were told they could read another novel of their choice. I was so moved listening to this man. No student should be forced to leave the classroom to avoid hearing offensive, lost my place. No student should be forced to leave the classroom to avoid hearing racist language and being read aloud by classmates. He didn't ask that the novel not be read. He simply objected to the novel being read aloud with the offensive language. An opportunity to have a thoughtful and compassionate discussion about the power of language, the historical time period in which the book was written, and how to ensure that the classroom is a safe space for all moving forward was clearly missed. I was so glad I could tell this gentleman that the current board members had begun work on an equity policy and that they want to have these difficult conversations. They want to do better. For example, I have no idea what other novels this class will study, but I can only hope that some of them include the voices of diverse authors. The last thing he said to me was that he didn't think it would take this long for things to improve and that his grandson shouldn't have to be as tough as he himself had had to be in order to simply attend school. I would like to see this young man have everything he needs to not just attend, but to feel psychologically safe and thrive at school. Please know that I'm not in any way trying to call out this teacher. I have no idea who it was.
Thank you, Ms. Lauer.
Thank you.
We'll now move into our Zoom group, Iko Browning, Haley Benson, and Julie Bateman. Iko Browning, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am.
Yes, Ms. Browning, please go ahead.
President Ray, directors, and Superintendent Wise, I would like to thank the board for focusing on safety, both physical and emotional, in our schools. Physical and emotional safety is needed to create an environment where kids can grow and thrive. I would also like to thank the board for its commitment to equity. I have an analogy to help understand the concept of equity. Let's say I have a jade plant, an aloe plant, a bonsai plant, and a petunia. Each plant requires a specific set of conditions, light, water, nutrients, pruning, to be healthy and grow well. If I put the same amount of water on each plant and put them all in the windowsill, I will not be a successful gardener. Equity involves making sure each student has the supports and services that they need to achieve their highest potential. I would like to thank the current board for working tirelessly on behalf of our students. I am opposed to the vitriol and politicization of the public comments at the board meetings, and I ask for it to stop. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Browning. Haley Benson, Julie Bateman, and then Stephanie Ford. Haley Benson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, Ms. Benson, please go ahead.
My name is Dr. Haley Benson, and I am just blown away by your complete lack of compassion to and school children. I honestly don't know how you sleep at night. Parents have stood in front of you saying their kids became suicidal due to the dehumanizing effects of masks. School children have stood in front of you saying they can't concentrate, can't breathe well, and have been bullied over masks. And you have acted like sociopaths with no sense of moral conscience. Scientific studies have been presented on the lack of efficacy of masks. Why do you think many airports now will not accept cloth masks as facial coverings, only N95, K95, or surgical masks? Because they are smarter than you and know that cloth masks do not work. Even taking out scientific studies, basic common sense states that masking children for 7 hours a day is not good for them. You have come up with excuse after excuse as to why you have to mask children. It's a public health order from Tri-County Health Department we have to follow. Douglas County opts out of Tri-County Health. We're a separate entity, so we can still enforce masks. Tri-County votes that counties can't opt out. Back to, we must follow the public health order by Tri-County Health. Douglas County forms its own health department and states that parents may exempt their children from mask wearing. DCSD files a legal complaint to uphold the mask requirement, and so it goes on. You have tried to justify your decisions based on this is how we keep children in school. Kids will be dead from suicide, absent due to mental health issues, and sick from bacteria contained in the masks if this continues, which will not keep them in school. This school board is a disgrace, and Corey Wise must be removed from his position of power to prevent further harm to our children.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Again, audience, the gentleman with the flag. No, excuse me. If you aren't able to abide with the expectations, I'm going to ask you to leave. Excuse me. I did not say that.
Yeah, you did. That's what you just said.
I'm simply stating that we gave you expectations for this space, and we ask you to continue to assist us with making it a safe place for everyone. Julie Bateman.
President Ray, I'd like to suggest that we begin to remove individuals who are unable to comply with the parameters that we've established to keep this moving meeting forward. We have 60-some public commenters left, and this is just not efficient or effective. So I would like to immediately begin removing anyone who cannot follow the policies that we have laid out starting now.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Julie Bateman, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So regardless of our political, social, or health beliefs, we all want what's best for kids. We want our kids to be loved, seen, taken care of, and taught. They learn from all of us all the time, mostly outside of the classroom. They're learning from watching the ways we approach and solve problems, the way we interact with each other in person and online, and how we model love and care for each other. They're watching this meeting actually and seeing how parents are reacting to you after you've repeatedly said the expectations and they're completely disregarding them. What a perfect example. So I'm grateful that you've chosen to lead by example and to show what it means to care for each other and the community. You show compassion by recognizing that if any of our most vulnerable populations are not safe, that's not acceptable. What a powerful message to send to all kids and families that everyone is valued and that even one vulnerable child is worth taking all possible measures to provide them with a safe learning environment. Thank you for being a good example of humility, because you know that the experts in the field, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC and the TCHD, will have better guidance than anything any individual can research online. Thank you for modeling consistency, because you've stated from the beginning that you will defer to the medical experts to do what's best for kids, and you have done that every time. Thank you for modeling patience and kindness, even when you're spoken to in ways that are not kind and often disrespectful. Parents are bringing up bullying while doing the exact thing to you in front of a huge audience. So I'm proud to have leadership that does the right thing, even when it's hard, even when you know you'll be met with a lot of pushback. And of all the things that our kids are learning right now, I'm thankful that they're learning about compassion, humility, consistency, and patience. Thank you for showing them what real leadership looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Bateman. Stephanie Ford is next, Sarah Thompson, and then Kendra Neiselstuen. Stephanie Ford, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, evidently.
Lovely.
What's that?
Thank you.
Is this Sarah Thompson?
Hello? No, this is Stephanie Ford.
Okay, do have Stephanie Ford. All right. Very
Okay,
good.
lovely. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would first like to thank the board for their poise and professionalism. I'm a biologist and a chemist obtaining my master's degree in health administration, as well as a DCSD parent of 2. My purpose this evening is to plead with the school board to bolster scientific education in schools across the county. If the pandemic has highlighted any one issue, it is the lack of scientific understanding in the community as a whole. Educating the community as a whole on public health issues falls on the shoulders of the health department, but we'll get to that issue in a moment. The issue at hand that you are able to address is the education of our children to improve community understanding for the future. As a parent, I have witnessed the lack of scientific instruction in our schools. At a previous DCSD school our children attended, science was cut down to a rotation similar to electives or specials like art, music, and physical education. I am begging you to treat science as a core subject such as math or English and restructure the curriculum to reflect the emergent need. Our future literally depends on it. In regard to the health department, I'd like to thank you for following public health guidelines set in place by the Tri-County Health Department, which fall under the guidelines from the National Institute of Health, their independent review boards, the Centers for Disease Control, and essentially a consensus of the global medical and research community. The abuse displayed here in the name of science is jaw-dropping. Real science weighs the facts objectively and does not consider politics nor confirmation bias. Real science welcomes the challenges to provide better evidence that is peer-reviewed and adopted only after extreme scrutiny. A final note on the health department. Many people who support the split of Tri-County Health Department are against creating bigger government. Splitting one health department into 3 separate health departments is creating bigger government. Many people who support the new health department are against raising taxes while not losing services. Creating a new health department will raise taxes and we will lose services. It seems as though this new health department is being created conveniently prior to the school board election without considering the bigger picture. Thank you, and I yield back my time to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Sarah Thompson, and then Kendra Neiselstuen. Sarah Thompson, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Thompson, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wish that I had something as articulate to say. It seems I got credit for Stephanie's comment. But I would like to begin by saying thank you to our board members for their tireless work, not only this year, but years prior. You all have shown our community patience, strength, compromise, and compassion during one of the most difficult times in recent history. I would like to also ask that parents and community members stop using our Board of Education meetings as platforms for their personal agendas and malicious comments towards our school board. As a community, we should strive to be better and do better than this. Lastly, I'd like to thank the board for standing up for our immunocompromised students and family members. There's a saying that the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Thank you for standing up.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Uh,
Thompson, excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Kendra Neiselstuen is next, and then Robin Webb, and then Randy Curtis. Oh, Kendra's in person? Okay, come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. I wanted to thank you all. I appreciate your efforts. I am the daughter of a United States veteran who is at high risk of COVID, and I appreciate your efforts for masking in the community. We're both fully vaccinated. I take care of him. It matters that the people in my community care about things like that. So I want to thank you for that. But more importantly, or equally as important, I wanted to discuss the equity policy. I am an 18-year Douglas County resident. I have 2 children that have grown up in this community. 2 are in the disability community, a learning disability and a developmental disability, and 2 members of our household are in the LGBTQ plus community. So I have some idea of what it's like for a child to go to school and sit outside the margins of what society expects. I wanted to read a quote from a book called The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America. It's a brief one, but federal policies divided our cities more than 80 years ago In 1933, the Public Works Administration began to build public housing. They built segregated public housing in cities across the country that had never known segregation before. Then in the 40s and 50s, the government bankrolled a mass migration to the suburbs. The Federal Housing Administration subsidized single-family homes outside central cities for white families only. At the same time, industry left urban areas, so poverty became even more concentrated, making low-income segregated neighborhoods even more desperate economically than they had been previously. So this is a history that not a lot of people know. I grew up in the public school system. I wasn't aware of it. And I think it's important that we understand our historical and systemic reasonings of why equity is so important. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Niselstuen. Robin Webb is next, Randy Curtis, and we have a Ryan, I believe, online without a last name. Robin Webb, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Webb, please go ahead.
Thank you. I grappled with what to say to people who don't care and don't listen. I went through describing how I felt when I found out our school board just placed a temporary restraining order on me and even worse, my kids. I thought about describing my teenager's reaction who has struggled so hard the last couple of years with all of this. I stopped myself though. Those are appeals to your emotions. You don't care about me. You definitely don't care about kids. The kids are there to be your political pawns. They are nothing more to you. If it weren't for the fact that my kids love their schools, their teachers and friends, they would have already been pulled. The school board slapping a restraining order on us may have just been the final straw. We are exploring options for private schools on Thursday. Our family will have to make serious sacrifices to go private. We will make them. You will cause a mass exodus from public schools. It will be your fault. Even though my kids will likely be pulled and put in private schools, I will help the parents staying in public schools to get all of you voted out or recalled. You put a restraining order on parents and children today. I am a law-abiding citizen with no record aside from one traffic ticket ever in my life. My above-average kids are intelligent, top performers, and they score above average in every test, especially our oldest. And you just slapped a restraining order on us. I never thought I'd see the day. Your actions are reprehensible, and you should be ashamed, but I know you're not.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Randy Curtis is next, and then, as I said, Ryan, I believe. Mr. Blair, I have a Ryan without a last name. Randy Curtis, are you there?
Randy Curtis is not online, but Ryan is.
Okay, Ryan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please go ahead. Can you state your first and last name, please, sir?
Yeah, my name is Ryan Swartzendruber. Thank you for the time to talk. I'm not sure some of the people that have commented earlier have gone far enough, specifically Haley Benson calling you out as sociopaths, and Ms. Robin Webb there indicating that your restraining order on parents is reprehensible. I agree. I wanted to make sure that it was clear that your lawsuit against the public health order is not in regards to health in any way. It is simply your desire to put yourself in place of the parent and control the children under DCSD's purview. So I can give some examples of this because DCSD started the school year with no universal masking policy. And if it was violating civil rights now, it was certainly violating civil rights then and was complicit at the beginning of the school year. The policy instituted because of the Tri-County Health mandate was not enforced. For example, in high school, where the kids know that you are lying to them, they know it is not about health. They wear the mask under their chin, under their nose, or not at all. All of this while the at-risk students are, of course, still free to wear a mask at school under the health order. DCSD did not implement a universal mask policy during the calendar year 2014-15, when 159 age 0 to 17 persons in the United States died from influenza. This is CDC data. Or in 2017-18, when 194 age 0 to 17 persons in the United States died from influenza, again, CDC data. Presently, the death rate from COVID-19 in the 0 to 17 age group in the United States is 301 per year as of 10/20. The data was just updated. So the truth is, not the lies, the truth is that children aged 0 to 17 remain at very low risk from COVID-19, quite comparable to seasonal influenza before the existence of COVID-19. The truth is that the children know the mask is not there to protect their health. It is only symbolic for the older kids, or worse, younger kids are led to believe that school is the most
Thank you,
dangerous
Mr.
place.
Sorensen, sir. Lloyd Guthrie is next, then Allison Kalinsky and Andy Jones. Lloyd Guthrie, are you here? Allison Kalinsky, are you here? Yes, I'm coming. Do you want to do the next one while I fix Randy? Okay, Andy Jones. Dave Musianci, I apologize, it's Muscianisi. Are you here? Shannon Yoshioka. After Shannon, I'm sorry? After Shannon is Sean Benson and Kathy Bratter.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to speak in favor of the equity policy. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what equity and diversity mean and how those things look in our schools. Equality means individuals being given the same resources or opportunities. Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. In my classroom, equality means all of my students have a place to work and sit. Equity means I use the available resources to me to assign different types of chairs to different students, as some students are more comfortable in chairs that rock or move or bounce. Diversity is the presence of differences. I used to say things like, I don't see skin color. What I meant, of course, was that I don't discriminate based on color. But now that I know better, I do better. Instead of pretending that we are all the same, it's much healthier to embrace our differences and learn to appreciate what everyone brings to the conversation. This involves letting go of fear and judgment of our differences. In my classroom, we discuss each other's cultures. I've learned so much from my students and their families by embracing the opportunity to learn about things that are not a part of my own culture. I've learned about why foods are fried in oil during Hanukkah. I've learned about how Ramadan follows the phases of the moon. I've learned that Boxing Day was created to give a day off to people who worked in service of others on Christmas Day. I've taught students about the history and traditions of Christmas, which is part of my own culture. I don't lead these discussions to indoctrinate anyone into different cultures. I believe it's important to know things about our world. I want my students to grow up and be able to have conversations about things that are outside of their own culture. I recently heard this quote, "Children need windows, mirrors, and sliding doors," end quote. A window offers you a view into someone else's experience. A mirror reflects your own culture and helps you build your identity. A sliding door allows you to enter and become a part of things. Let's not be afraid to give our children windows, mirrors, and sliding doors. They, our community, our country, and the world need it desperately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshioka. Sean Benson, Kathleen Bratter, and I see that we have two that maybe came that we called earlier, so I will get them next. Is Sean Benson or Kathleen Bratter here?
I'll give you a little presentation here. Let's see. There we go. All right. Oh, we want to get that camera, right?
Mr.
All right.
Benson, if you could go ahead, please.
Permission to speak?
Please.
You really enjoy conflict and dividing this community, don't you? I like how now you're concerned about civil rights for some while depriving them from the rest. That's been the difference between us the entire time. We never tried to mandate that you can't wear a mask while you're doing the exact opposite. You seem to be confused on the definition of equality and civil rights. Just to be clear, your civil rights do not allow you to take away my civil rights. I read all 48 pages of your complaint and tried to bring up some of your references, of which did not all exist. But I must say, next time, try not to reference the New York Times for facts, which has different numbers than what you claim. I found 43 statements with misinformation in this complaint. There's so much misinformation in here. I wonder if it's just curriculum for a new civics course on how to properly misinform the public. Just because you don't like the health order doesn't make it illegal. The order doesn't deny anyone equal access to public education. If that ever happens, that's on you. And since you conveniently omitted context from your complaint, I provided it for you here from our state's mortality website, which clearly shows that the two biggest killers of our kids are accidental death and suicide, of which you claim, and I quote you, is demonstrably false. That doesn't say that. But aren't we all tired of talking about masks? Show of hands here in the room. How many would like to never talk about masks again? Well, there's a simple way to do all that, and it doesn't involve mandates. In February, the CDC published a study about double masking. Their results show that you are 83% protected when wearing 2 masks around me not wearing 1, and 84% protected if we're all wearing 1 mask. So the solution is simple. If you feel more protected with a mask, then wear 2 masks and leave the rest of us alone. This lawsuit brought on by our government body to sue another government body is like us punching ourselves in the face, wondering, why does this hurt? Stop the madness and stop taking away our American civil liberties.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. I want to see, I know we have a couple of people at the back of the room. Lloyd Guthrie?
You want me to leave this data somewhere so you guys can...
You can take that with you, Mr. Benson, since you own that.
You don't want data?
Mr. Guthrie?
Oh, right.
Good evening, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'll have time to give back to you. I want to say that on behalf of the thoughtful people in this region, those of us who are the all too silent majority, we want to express our gratitude for the great service and effort that you have all put in on behalf of our community. And Superintendent Wise in particular, you're very articulate and straightforward in your communications, and I think that's great for the community, so thank you. Most of all, we're thankful for the dedication of our teachers, students, and parents, and we want to thank them also. It's been a tough couple of years. You know, the term novel applies to the virus, but this experience we've all had over the last couple of years has been novel as well. And the novel challenges that we've all faced required novel responses. And I believe, and most of the people I know believe, that the board has shown novel thinking, novel flexibility, and been very novel in your accommodations and safety measures. We think the teachers and the students have been the same, and we appreciate all of that. For a long time, we've known public education in Douglas County is hard work for our students, teachers, and parents. Leading public education in Douglas County is especially hard work in the current environment of pandemics and politics. Again, we appreciate your work. Across the country, volunteer school members are leaving their work. They're throwing the hat in and they're leaving. That hasn't happened here. Teachers are leaving. That hasn't happened here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. And do we have another person that came in that was already, your name, sir?
Dave Mushanisi?
Dave, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we're all slurring that last name, I apologize.
That's fine with me, I'm okay with it. Okay. It's evident to me this board has no interest in seeking out the facts as it relates to masks. There's almost an obsessive desire to keep our kids masked up. After reading the October 20th letter from the superintendent cheerleading the legal action against the Douglas County Health Department, let me remind you of a couple of highlights from the public health order. One, studies by the CDC are inconclusive about the effectiveness of masking. Two, no scientific literature exists about the wisdom of mandatory masking rules for children. Three, American Academy of Pediatrics find case data inconclusive of schools with mandatory masking versus those without. Four, data from the CDC continue to show school-age children experience low hospitalization rates and does not pose an exceptional health risk. I'd encourage everybody to review the public health order. It's got a ton of information in there that people seem to be ignoring. The letter makes many claims with zero support and is written as though it's coming from public health experts, completely undermining our new health department. The letter also states, recent data show us that the number of newly reported cases, hospitalizations, and deaths due to COVID have all increased sharply across Colorado, including Douglas County. That is completely untrue. Since you insist on deferring to the Tri-County Health Department, data from this morning shows flat and sometimes declining numbers in cases, hospitalization, and death, nowhere near a sharp increase. Why are you supporting a few select families in your legal challenge? Do they represent all families? What about families with disabled children that can't wear a mask? Have you spent any time talking to the kids that are forced to accept your dictate? Have you looked into how it impacts social development and learning? Seems to me this should be your focus rather than partnering on a legal complaint made by a few parents. When you push an agenda that impacts this many kids, particularly while attempting to override our own public health board, the burden of proof lies on you to
Mr.
prove these are
Lucianzi.
effective.
Thank you, sir. Next is, let's see, Allison Kalinsky, are you ready? And then after Allison will be Kathleen Bratter, Karen Pennington, and David Tennant.
My name is Allison, and I had the pleasure of attending the student-led candidate forum last night at Legend High School. It was a great way to showcase the candidates and truly see what each one believes in. While sitting in that meeting, I listened to an incumbent on 3 separate occasions use my immune-compromised special needs son as a political shield against his personal agenda. Universal masking is not a reasonable accommodation that this board can require on behalf of 9 students with special needs. I support FAPE for all students, and it is disingenuous to force someone else's child to wear a mask in some misguided attempt to protect my own child. It is an unreasonable expectation and a burden. My son's accommodation stops at every other child's nose. This board requires all non-politically connected SPED families to follow the rules set forth in your complaint process to even be heard. I know this because I've had to file an OCR complaint with the state to even get a response from you. In fact, there are over 100 founded OCR complaints against this district in the last 8 months alone. This board has not only allowed these 9 families to jump that line that so many of us have been waiting in, but supported those families in doing so using my son's tax money. This is a slap in the face to every SPED family in this district. That's why this SPED family is voting for Myers, Weiniger, Williams, and Peterson.
Thank you, Ms. Kalinsky. Next is Kathleen Bratter, Karen Pennington, and David Turnett. Is Kathleen Bratter here? Karen Pennington? After Karen is David Turnett, Julie Smith, and then Andy Jones.
Okay, thank you for the time for this public comment and for serving our community in Douglas County Schools. I'm a nurse of 45 years, educator and researcher for the past 20 years in higher ed, and past interim dean of Regis University School of Nursing. I live in Parker, and I'm a grandmother of 3 children in the district. In the interest of transparency, I'm asking tonight to request more information on the educational approach, equity education, as found in the school board website in a very nebulous and non-specific description. It appears to be an initiative to offer equal access to all students. We can all agree that equal access to education is a worthy cause. Has that not been happening? How is equity education going to offer more access to all of our students? These words have different meanings and must be defined. The term equity is reflective of the principles of critical race theory, an ideology that does not respect the inherent worth and differences of individuals. Because the term equity is so informed by CRT, I want to understand the district's definition and what is being taught. I have concern over NEA's National Educator Association's support of critical race theory, as well as the growing amount of media coverage it garners. I am aware that Doug Coe Schools broke the contract with Gemini to educate teachers on CRT. Thank you for that. CRT was born from the early 20th century critical theory, proposing that equality of races must be addressed by dividing people into oppressed and oppressor groups along the lines of race, religion, class, gender, sexual orientation, physical ability, and age, supporting the work of Karl Marx, and was the driving ideology of the Holocaust, lest we forget. Distinction is not recognized between individuals within groups, amounting to generalization
Thank you, Mrs.
and
Pennington.
stereotyping.
Julie Smith is next. Andy Jones, LaTanya Brown.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you for the time that you are putting in. I recognize that this is an immense amount of work that you are all putting into this. Having said that, I want to let you know that I think that you are out of touch with the general consensus of the masking mandate. There are a few that have objected this without substantial scientific backing. I would like to read some studies on NIH.gov about masking children and its adverse effects. I feel like the adverse effects physically, developmentally, have been covered very well by the principals that talked earlier. I'm going to skip down, because of short time, straight to the psychological effects of wearing masks. And before I do that, two things. In Douglas County, how many children 0 to 18 have passed away to COVID? Do you know? 1. And upon further inspection, it was because of a severe case of cancer. So I will take that down to 0. How many children are suffering with depression, anxiety? Have you heard any of that tonight? Is that the bigger issue? I thought we were talking about mental health. My daughter was pulled from school last spring because she moved to a new school and there were mask mandates. They were forced to sit at lunch with masks on, separated until they ate, and they got in trouble if they talked. How do you meet friends that way? She got severely depressed, and I'm lucky that we saved
Thank you,
her
Mrs. Smith.
before a
Next is Andy Jones, LaTanya Brown, and Krista Gilstrap. I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, the time is up. Thank you. Andy Jones, LaTanya Brown, and Krista Gilstrap. Is Andy Jones here? No? LaTanya Brown? Good evening. Hello. Krista Gilstrap, and then Luke Johnson after LaTanya Brown.
All right. Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for always supporting the equity plan as well. I'm here to support equity and culturally responsive teaching, not CRT, as that is law, and, it is for law and grad students. You've heard me speak about the importance of this very subject. Tonight I have a question, not necessarily for you guys, because you're working towards equity, but for the school board that's running, the Kids First people. I'm quoting Michael Harriot tonight. He stated that if you use legislation to create a system that protects all white kids from simply having to learn the history that Black and Indigenous people actually endured, then aren't you proving that CRT was correct this whole time? Now think about the extermination of the Indigenous First Nations people, or the violent theft of their land, or Black people's labor, Reconstruction, Red Summer, the Civil Rights Movement, all the economic disparities, social inequality, and political barriers that still exist. If the new board, God forbid, but just saying, they become elected, then I would suggest that all African-American families get a narrative subscription so that we can further learn about our history. I don't have the people's history of the United States with me tonight, but I do have an Indigenous people's history. I have a Black women's history of the United States. There are a plethora of books and things that kids, BIPOC children, need to know, that everyone needs to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Krista Gilstrap is next, Luke Johnson, Lauren Bostrom. Good evening.
Hi. Sorry, I had to run up the stairs. Okay. I reached out to Mr. Wise in hopes of having these questions answered, but I didn't receive a response. I'd like to know who is paying for this lawsuit, how much is it costing, and who decided to bring it, Mr. Wise or you all? Since I did not get those questions answered, I'll assume it was a team effort. Before the lawsuit, I gave the benefit of the doubt that you were trying to do right by all our students, but now it's clear you've chosen some over others. You very clearly told all the children who have been struggling to receive their free, appropriate public education due to your poor decisions that you simply don't care about them. While I've been out canvassing, I've spoken to many people and heard many stories. I spoke with 2 different teachers, both who happen to teach kindergarten, and they both said this generation of students has been greatly affected by this. They worry it'll be felt for years. I spoke with another parent who said at her child's school she was told 5 out of 10 kindergartners are nonverbal. I've spoken with many parents whose children have speech delays. How are our primary kids to learn to speak and read when they can't hear their teachers speak or see their faces? I also spoke with a parent whose middle schooler has hearing loss, so hearing her teacher speak through a mask is almost impossible. Where's your lawsuit for this child? You've heard testimony of kids struggling with sensory problems, anxiety, and many other struggles due to the rigid mandates you've enforced. Stop saying that the mental health crisis was purely from remote learning. Go ask a child with severe anxiety or depression if forcing them to wear a mask makes them feel isolated. Even in a room full, You all need to stop campaigning on unity and being for the kids because it's quite clear your goals are exact opposite. You should be running on a slogan of division and dishonesty. If it wasn't clear to others before, I hope it is clear now that we need new people on this board. Please vote for Becky Myers, Kaylee Weininger, Christy Williams, and Mike Peterson if you actually want a board who cares about all the 64,000 kids in our district. If you all win, we will see a mass exodus and the slow death of our district will continue. That will be your legacy.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap. Luke Johnson is next. Luke Johnson is next. Lauren Bostrom, Erica Devlin, and Will Johnson. Good evening, sir.
You look bored. Hello, my name is Luke Johnson, and I'm a Douglas County resident and proud father. I am also an American. I would like to begin my comments with the dictionary definitions of liberty and tyranny, as I believe the difference between the two gets to the root of the many things that ail our nation, community, schools, and this board. Liberty, the condition of being free from oppressive restriction or control by a government or other power. Another definition includes freedom of choice. Tyranny, oppressive power exerted by government especially. Another, a rigorous condition imposed by some outside agency or force. So I ask, has our board acted more in the spirit of liberty or tyranny? I would posit that this board has demonstrated through their behavior, actions, and decisions that they are possessed with the spirit of tyranny. The board has made policy decisions, as many Americans have, sacrificing liberty for safety, sacrificing others' liberty for your safety. Your failure was in believing that you had to choose between the two, when you should have had the courage, ingenuity, creativity, and faith to support and defend both. To my knowledge, no parent or parental group was engaged or their advice solicited regarding school reopening policies, COVID mitigation strategies, masking requirements, etc. And I have no doubt that when Let's Go Brandon begins mandating vaccines for kids, that you will fail again to solicit the advice of Douglas County parents. I believe with every fiber of my being that had the board solicited the parents, we could have brainstormed and devised solutions to keep all of our kids in school and all of our kids, teachers, and administrators safe. We have smart, educated, talented parents in this district who could have easily found a solution that did not divide our community. You have violated parental rights and parental choice.
Thank you,
You have
Mr.
sown
Johnson.
bitter division. Shame on you all.
Bostrom is next, Erica Devlin, and then Will Johnson. Lauren Bostrom, good evening.
Good evening. How dare you? How dare you prioritize my child's health behind the health of kids in your lawsuit? You are picking and choosing which kids' needs are more important. And we continue to be lectured time and time again that you are listening to the science, but not us. You lie to suit your agenda. The latest data says Delta is no more dangerous to kids than the original strain. And the original strain wasn't dangerous to the kids anyway. You ignore the facts. As an example, you're trying to strong arm all of us into wearing masks in this building when we have no right to do so. First, you lie and cite today's despicable restraining order that only applies to schools. As far as I'm concerned, this is not a school. Then you actually have the guts to say that this is a private building or business. Do you think we're stupid? This is not a private building, and it's definitely not a private business. It is a building paid by us, the taxpayers. I'm already sick of hearing that we are being political. Don't tell us what's important for our kids. I can understand why parents are afraid for their immunocompromised kids. It's because they're grossly overestimating the risk of getting COVID. They've also grossly overestimated the effectiveness of masks. Every study you cite is inconclusive due to statistically insignificant results. It's clear you are the ones making this political. It's clear you are hell-bent on masking our kids to prove your power. You threaten all parents with taking away in-person learning, which is understandably upsetting, but a threat just to simply scare people into wearing masks. You ignore the facts, you ignore the science and the data, but you're also ignoring a large subset of our kids you say that you care about. At no point in history have the people forcing others into compliance been the good guys. I hope this is the last time I have to see you and come and fight for my kids.
Bostrom. Erica Devlin is next, Will Johnson, Carolyn Williamson, and Matt Cassidy. Audience again. Ms. Devlin, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Erica Devlin, and I'm a resident in Highlands Ranch. Although my children have graduated from DCSD, I am here as a concerned citizen that is adamantly opposed to any mask mandates. I have had COVID. I have had the vaccines. And sadly, I lost my mom to post-COVID complications the day after Mother's Day this year. Yet, I stand here in solidarity with all those that want to make informed decisions on what is best for them and their families. This issue is about mandates. This is a very slippery slope we are going down. What will be next? This is not a black or white situation and shouldn't be treated as such. I was appalled by the letter that was sent out to families last week. The district and families with at-risk students are suing newly formed Douglas County Health Board. To me, this lawsuit is a power play by the district to double down on efforts to enforce mandates that are complete overreach. Who voted to bring this lawsuit? Was this a consolidated decision? Who is paying? We, the taxpayers? The letter also indicated this is an important safety measure and a temporary issue. Please define to me what is temporary. We all know where temporary has led us. And the goalposts always keep moving. If masks worked, why aren't masks working? If my mom were here today, she would say no to mask mandates for children. We need balance, reason, and viable solutions. Please vote for Myers, Weiniger, Williams, and Peterson by November 2nd. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin. Will Johnson is next, Carolyn Williamson, Matt Cassidy, and then Catherine Lees. Good evening.
Good evening. Social emotional learning is a big focus in Douglas County and can help kids manage emotions and be more successful people and students. But recently, national SEL programs we use have expanded beyond these areas and are now encouraging kids to be activists. and encroaching further into their lives. So how do we ensure SEL in Douglas County is focused on supporting academics and doesn't wedge itself in between parent and child? For example, DCSD uses a program called CASTLE, which promotes what they call transformative SEL. The stated goal of which is to teach kids to, quote, redistribute power to promote social justice. Another common SEL program we use is called Second Step, which now trains kids to, quote, choose a disruption strategy as a way of challenging and changing beliefs, traditions, and practices. Second Step also encourages middle schoolers to explore the, quote, intersection of power, privilege, and oppression, and promotes, quote, white anti-racist books for kindergarten through second graders. It encourages teachers to refuse colorblindness, instead to treat kids differently based on their race, something people across races reject. Now, this sounds more like CRT than SEL. And hopefully DCSD is not incorporating these new age components of SEL, but it gives parents real pause when we've heard similar messages promoted by the district recently. And we're not advocating for getting rid of SEL, but that we should resist these new efforts by some SEL programs we use to expand deeper into our kids' lives and dictate their worldview in a regressive way. Parents own our kids' moral formation. The state does not. Parents want SEL programs that don't replace the family, that don't further burden our teachers, but that support resilience, kindness, and academic excellence. And to help ensure this, parents need proactive, detailed communication on what exactly kids are learning as part of SEL and the ability to decide what their child should participate in. That is essential to achieve our common goal of putting kids first and helping each child thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Carolyn Williamson is next, Matt Cassidy, Catherine Lees, and Jennifer Mikowski. Ms. Williamson, good evening.
Good evening. I'm a 28-year resident of Parker, Colorado, and my kids had a great public education back in the day. They were well out of the system when the reformers came in. I see some great familiar faces. I painted your cars, and I'm still doing that. I just wanted to express my deep gratitude to all of you, each and every one of you, for your courage, your persistence, and your wisdom in following science. I may not have any children in the system right now, or sadly no grandchildren either yet, but I have dear friends who have young children, and I know that they're safer. Maybe children don't get COVID and die, but they can. Infectious diseases work this way. Some kid could bring it home to their parent or their grandparent. Someone that's,
Excuse me.
can we start removing these people?
Yeah, I can't see
Please.
who it is.
I was just going to
Yeah.
ask.
Thank you.
Staff, if you could help us, staff, because I can't see who's inappropriately making remarks. So if we could have staff just help, if there's someone that's having a hard time, if you would please ask them to leave. I'm sorry, Ms. Williamson.
That's
You may
all right.
continue. We've stopped your time and you may continue.
You know, I really just am wanting to thank you because I know that the courage and that it took, and some of you have been bullied, harassed. There's always a place for civil discourse, but not the kind of bullying that we're seeing today and what you've already seen many times. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I look forward to helping you continue the progress that you've made. And here's to the election.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Matt Cassidy is next, Catherine Lees, and Jennifer Mikowski. Matt Cassidy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to talk about trust. I've been here a few different times and expressed that we as parents need to give the benefit of the doubt and trust. If we're going to continue sending our children to Douglas County School District, we need to trust the district. I struggle with continuing to trust given what I've seen on the biggest of issues. The first big issue that I've seen is the implementation of the equity policy. The equity policy came out and some of us expressed some concern that it might be a way that our children would be categorized by their race, by their gender, by their sexual orientation, a variety of different things, identity politics. And we were told, we're already doing these things. It's not going to change anything. It's fine. We're carrying on. And then a month later, we hire the Gemini group to come in and educate our educators as to tell the educators that our children should be categorized based on their existence within the dominant culture, which is white, straight, male, Christian, and able-bodied. And I just can't see how that's what you mean to do. Is that the trust that you hoped to instill in us? How can we continue to trust that our children can come here and learn and not be categorized by their identities when we heard, oh, it's going to be fine, we're not going to do that, and then a month later, we hear from the Gemini group. And then we hear, the curriculum's not going to change. Don't worry about it. The curriculum is not going to change. It's fine. You know as well as I do.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Thank you.
Catherine Lees is next, Jennifer Mikowski, and Brandy Bradley.
Hi, good evening, directors and Superintendent Wise. My name is Kathy Lees. I have 2 students in DCSD. I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to DCSD leadership for challenging the discriminatory public health order issued by the newly formed Douglas County Board of Health. Having listened to the testimony given by our highly qualified medical experts and district leaders yesterday, I was not surprised by that the judge issued a ruling in favor of DCSD and the students with disabilities universal masking particularly protects. I am grateful that this board continues to put an emphasis on doing everything in your power to ensure in-person learning continues, as that is undeniably what is best for all students. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Jennifer Mikowski, Brandy Bradley, and Cole Bradley. Jennifer Mikowski. Brandy Bradley. And then Cole.
Cole's not here. He has homework.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I am a mother of 4 boys and now a domestic terrorist is labeled by our school boards, so my shirt. Thank you, board, for showing our students when you don't get your way that you have a temper tantrum and you sue. Way to show our teachers that you don't have enough money for raises, but you do for frivolous litigation. Thank you for showing the majority of our kids that they actually come last. So much for inclusion. 4,700 students and 500 teachers filed mask exemptions last week on top of all of those with medical exemptions. Now again, we're telling the majority to mask back up to protect the minority. 2 kids per you guys in Douglas County hospitalized with COVID despite thousands every day being without masks. Again, if your mask and vaccines protect you so well, then why does it matter what my kids do? It matters because you know they don't work, and it's the whole reason why they've never been mandated for the flu and other viruses. It's the whole reason flu shots has not been mandated. And if your children are frail, they should have been masked during flu season as well. This is and always has been a political agenda putting our own children in harm's way. Shame on you. Parents and teachers, I came here tonight to stand strong and to continue fighting, to stand the line and fight for our freedoms. I didn't come here to waste my breath on an incompetent board that has made bad decision after bad decision, proving that they are not listening to us. There are 2 groups of candidates running for this school board on November 2nd. Community Matters slate. What community? The majority of parents pushing for mask and vaccine mandates for all and absolutely no choice. The community backed by teachers' unions, the community lying to parents with zero transparency, or the community who attack 85-year-old men who disagree with them. Or the Kids First candidates, Myers, Weingar, Williams, and Peterson, who believe in parental choice, mask choice, and vaccine choice for kids and teachers. Taking policies and politics out of the classroom, transparency, integrity, honesty, and accountability. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Laura Mutton is next, Matthew Smith, and Sandy Garcia. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Laura Mutton. I'm a Douglas County resident, and tonight I'm also speaking on behalf of another Douglas County resident, Claire Benson. We wanted to bring to your attention that a very upsetting incident has occurred during the current school board election. National political agendas have ramped up emotions to an all-time high during this latest school board race, and it is often becomes murky what is factual and what is simply unfounded allegations that are meant to win votes. Last Wednesday at the Windcrest Retirement Center, Claire and I witnessed a confrontation that can only be described as racial harassment towards one of our current school board members who is running for re-election. During the forum, an elderly gentleman in the audience heckled and harassed one slate of candidates, and in particular, a current board member of minority race. As the forum concluded, and the board member in question walked up the aisle to leave the venue, this gentleman became confrontational, resulting in a police report being filed. What has made this incident even more horrifying is that an anonymous accusation has been made on social media stating that a witness saw the board member accost the elderly gentleman. We can assure you that only a small handful of individuals were close enough to see the details of this interaction, and we are willing to provide our names, not to hide behind anonymous accusations. Our students are watching, and we all need to think about the example this incident provides to minority students in DCSD who simply want to learn in a safe and inclusive environment. If the adults in our community can't distinguish between anonymous accusations and facts, it becomes even more important that our students become critical thinkers and learn how to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mutton. Matthew Smith, Sandy Garcia, Amy Windju, and Sandra Brownrigg. Matthew Smith. Good evening.
Good evening. I want to thank you guys so much for screwing it up so bad, for making this election that's about to go down a no-brainer. Vote kids first. I came here with an agenda tonight. I listened to every part of every word in the TRO, every spoken word, and I found an NIH study saying that people with cystic fibrosis are actually experiencing COVID less than the normal population. But after some of the things I've heard and seen tonight, I kind of want to switch gears and focus on a few things tonight. I find it ironic that we are in a country founded on speaking out against elected officials. It's a cornerstone of democracy, and you have a whole group of people right here and online trying to silence people in this room, have them removed, and complaining that too many people are coming to speak to a government body in America. Furthermore, you tried to tell someone not to wave an American flag in America. Disgusting. Disgusting. You are not listening to parents. You joined a lawsuit with a minority of students to fight a government body that passed a public health order backed by the majority of the people that the government body serves. How does that make any sense? There's no way that you can give me any logical answer other than it's about control. I've heard a lot of people get up here tonight and talk about equity. We're looking for equity too, equity in masking. You want to talk about making it special for this group of students and special for that group of students until it comes to masking. Then you want to force it down everyone's throat. We're not going to stand for it. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Sandy Garcia is next. Amy Windju, Sandra Brownrigg, and Richard Flanagan. Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Garcia. I'm a physical therapist with a master's degree, and I have 3 teenagers. 2 are in the Douglas County School District. Anybody forcing children to wear a mask is a child abuser. It is child abuse. It is not safe. It is not healthy. It is not saving any grandmother's lives. It is doing nothing but causing harm. Children's Hospital declared health emergency months ago because of anxiety, depression, suicide, and that's a big contributor from the mask. You're causing harm over and over. You want to keep kids in school and you think a mask is keeping them safe, but what happened last year? They had masks on and you quarantined. How many kids were quarantined over and over, perfectly healthy? My children were quarantined, perfectly healthy, forced to stay home from school. What good did the mask do then, and why do you continue with the masks now? They're not helping. They affect your breathing, your oxygen, carbon dioxide level. It can give, not everybody, but it has given many people headaches, difficulty concentrating, increased fatigue, and nausea and vomiting. It causes mental, emotional, psychological problems. Children learn from faces, from your mouths, from listening, from hearing the words. Your speech is not clear with the mask. Children cannot receive emotional feedback nor give it to one another. Socializing is severely impaired with these masks. Like the one woman spoke, 5 out of 10 kindergartners are not verbalizing. It's not just them, it's all over. It's in high school, it's school teams that aren't communicating with this mask. I've seen basketball injuries with masked children trying to play that aren't communicating. They have a mask, they're trying to breathe properly, and it's been harmful to them. I have children that are at risk. They have asthma, anemia, and hearing loss of hearing aids. They are fine without a mask.
Amy Winju is next, Sandra Brownrigg, Richard Flanagan, and Adrian West. Ms. Winju? Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name's Amy, and I'm a member of the Castle Rock community. This evening, I'm going to speak about social emotional learning and the social justice theme. 2 programs under SEL are Castle and Second Step. Under Second Step, I would like to make the board and parents aware that Douglas County School District has held trainings for the Second Step program for teachers. Second Step is taught in approximately over 55 schools in the county. One of the resources for school and district administrators under Second Step is the National Equity Project. The National Equity Project's website states that it takes rebel leadership to abolish unjust systems. It also states leaders operate in oppressive institutions and that the current system is oppressive and dehumanizing. I think it's important for y'all to know that, right? The second program I want to speak about is CASEL. In 2020, CASEL updated its definition of SEL. Directly from its website, it states that SEL and equity are interwoven. On its own website, it states that while SEL alone will not solve longstanding and deep-seated inequities in the education system, it can create the conditions needed for individuals and schools to examine and interrupt inequitable policies. So I guess Douglas County School District is having inequitable policies. What's also important to understand is equity is not equality, right? Equity is the opposite of equality. Americans have long cherished the idea of equality and equal opportunity, believing that all people are created equal with unalienable rights given to us by our Creator.
Thank you, Ms. Winju. Next is Sandra Brownrigg, Richard Flanagan, Adrian West, and then Greg Lopez. Ms. Brownrigg.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Brownrigg, and I served on my school's SACS. I served as the chair of the District Accountability Committee, and I oversaw the joint subcommittee that recommended proceeding with the bond and the MLO in 2018. This year, I've been to 3 candidate forums, and my takeaway is that you're running for re-election based on stability of leadership. After those forums, respectfully, I see neither stability nor leadership. Today, it's not stable leadership to suddenly shorten the length of public comment the day of a meeting. It's not stable leadership to chastise parents who are cheering and encouraging students in these meetings because the applause made adults feel unsafe. Overall, it's not stability of leadership to go through 3 superintendents in 4 years. It's not stability of leadership to experience 3 straight years of decreasing enrollment in the district, including 4,200 students who left in 2020 alone. It's not indicative of stable leadership when you simultaneously call for civil discourse and then accuse your opponents of being beholden to nameless entities and other ridiculous notions. It's not stable leadership to continually whiplash our students and teachers' learning environments. It's not stable leadership to follow Tri-County Health and the health board professionals, but decry then sue the health board you disagree with. And it's not stable leadership to take credit for passing an MLO and bond in 2018 without showing any understanding or appreciation how centrists and conservatives went to the mat to get that funding passed. Now we need funding again. Our teachers deserve raises. We all agree on that. You have capital needs in your master capital plan, 765 to 847 million. How are you going to get there? I don't think you can. The Gemini Group stated that intentions do not matter.
Thank you, Mrs. Brownrigg. Richard Flanagan.
To achieve
Adrian
equity, we
West,
must.
And then Greg Lopez. Richard Flanagan is next.
Evening.
Good evening.
It'd be an understatement to say we live in interesting times. It's interesting that when a group of people disagree with a mandate and how they are branded as criminals, terrorists, uneducated, unemployed, their faith, whatever it is, comes under scrutiny. This has happened. Their children bullied by peers. Not only by peers, but by teachers in the classroom. They are made to conform in fear, and all is well, right? Let's flip side the coin. Different mandate comes, but oh, we don't like it, so let's sue, right? Let's sue and throw the thousands of people aside that have filed those exemptions. Let's violate their civil rights. I know how you feel because I've read your comments. You feel disrespected. So do the teachers who have lost their jobs. So do the kids who have been bullied mercilessly, including my 11-year-old daughter coming out of class crying her eyes out because she was bullied mercilessly every single day because of this crap. You want us to respect you, but it goes two ways. Need I remind you August 24th, how you, and someone else who's no longer here,
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Adrian West is next. Greg Lopez, Alicia Maloff, and Fionn Maloff.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Adrian West, and I'm actually not here to comment on mask policies. But I do appreciate your science-minded leadership on this political issue, this polarizing issue. Instead, I want to speak on the school capacity and boundary issue that is on the agenda tonight for approval. And as a mom of two girls, one an enthusiastic Sage Canyon Elementary School kindergartner, Elizabeth, 2 weeks ago, I received a phone call informing me of this proposal for redistricting, which impacts only a small number of students, admittedly, but my family is one of them. My daughter is one of them. And so this proposal would send her to a different school within the next 30 days, if approved. Although I fully and thoroughly understand the rationale for this plan, I'm sympathetic to the pressures on classroom capacity. I'm sympathetic to teacher efforts. I want to request a consideration for those who are impacted immediately by this proposal. My family enthusiastically moved to Castle Rock this summer. We purchased a home specifically with the schools in mind, and frankly, topping our list of considerations and priorities, I have nerdy spreadsheets to prove that. We intentionally rushed to relocate prior to the school year to minimize any disruptions to our kindergartners' education, and instead of delaying the move to this fall, when it definitely would have been easier, we very intentionally scheduled our relocation so she could start in her first school where she could stay, where she could establish social relationships, experience a sense of stability to help her grow as she built her academic foundation. After all of the transitions and considerations, we've been beyond thrilled with our school. She loves learning, she loves her class, she adores her teachers. In fact, she was a bit disappointed that she had last week off, but it's past her bedtime, so she was not available to make public comment on that issue. So receiving this call about redistricting was a bit of a punch to the gut. If passed, she will be moved to a school up in Parker in 30 days. So I'm sure it's a fine school. but we chose Castle Rock, and we really love our school. And so what I'm asking for is some consideration for those handful of families, mine included, that would be impacted by this approval, especially if there's any kind of consideration for.
Thank you.
any
Thank you, Dr. West. Greg Lopez is next, Alicia Maloff, Fionn Maloff, and then Julie Lamb.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Greg Lopez. I am a concerned citizen, a former mayor of Parker, and a strong advocate for doing the right thing for the community. I have sat in your seat. I know firsthand the moral struggle you face when it comes to setting policy. I have sat on numerous boards and been faced with making difficult decisions during unsettling times. I've witnessed elected individuals willingly defer their decision to the so-called experts. I have sat in executive sessions and heard the arguments made by staff that the safest route to take is to have the court determine what the appropriate action should be. When you ask the voters to elect you to the Douglas County Board of Education, you ask them to have confidence in your ability to make decisions, and you publicly told them that you would listen to the voices when setting policies that impact their children. Parents expect this board to listen to the voice of the parents. They elected you. You do not have the right to silence the voice of the parents. Students should not be mandated to wear masks in school. When it comes to trying to protect the most vulnerable, I also have firsthand experience. I grew up with a little brother that was medically deaf and blind and could not speak. My first childhood fight was in the second grade when a fellow classmate called my little brother deaf and dumb. Later that evening, my mother sat me down and told me that fighting was wrong. She told me that I was right in standing up for my brother, but that there were better ways to protect my little brother than fighting. She bestowed the most important lesson of my life when she explained to me that sometimes individuals will go to extremes to protect the vulnerable and lose sight of what is right. The individuals that overstep their boundaries are the ones that cause the most chaos. The news reports every day how individuals that are fully vaccinated and wear masks.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Alicia Maloff is next, Fionn Maloff, Julie Lamb, and Jessica Wada.
I have paperwork to give to the secretary.
If you give that to Ms. Duvall over there, please. And IT, if you would start the time at the time the speaker speaks.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Alicia Malouf. I'm an educator, a healthcare provider, specifically trained in trauma-informed care, a scientist, a nutritionist, an author, and I sit on the board of directors for an international professional organization. But most importantly, I'm a mother of 5. 2 have graduated from Colorado schools, 2 currently in Douglas County schools, and 1 I am home educating because of the mask mandates that you have imposed. May I remind you that your role as a school board member is to work in collaboration with the community, a shared vision for the successful education of all children, and not the role of tyrannical dictators, forcing all to comply with your demands. You work for us. I'm here tonight to publicly state that our children's experiences are not misinformation. I've shared a self-portrait of my youngest that my youngest made, and she asked me to share it with you all tonight. It highlights her feelings about your one-size-fits-all disease mitigation strategy and how it personally affects her. You claim there's no data to support that masking of children is harmful. This is a defendable claim as you refuse to collect data, and in some cases that it is misinformation, or worse, deliberately ignoring data that is in contradiction to the current narrative. Speaking of data, the virus is 1,000 times smaller than the holes in the threads in your masks. But this is not a left or right issue, despite the efforts to make it so. These narratives are discriminatory and contrary to the lip service about giving inclusivity and anti-discrimination. I have only one suggestion, and it's that you conduct an anonymous mental health in relation to mass survey to Douglas County school community. There's a data set of 64,000 students and thousands of teachers and staff whose voices have yet to be heard. Let me know if you need any volunteers. I'm happy to help. I understand it's difficult to stand up when there's so many hit pieces targeting those that do.
Thank you, Ms. Malouf.
My son, Finn.
Yes.
not here tonight.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maloof. Julie Lamb is next, Jessica Wada, and Michael Peterson.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. John Maxwell. Good evening. My name is Julie Lamb. I've been around this district long enough to see the good, the bad, and now the ugly. Every single year I fought for each and every one of you. I had to fight tooth and nail to get 2 of my kids educated. One of you trusted my kid to babysit for you. And yet, when she needed you most, you turned your back on her. One of you listened to her story. And yet you told her about your kids and how amazing they were. And the rest of you voted against her and many other kids when you should have done the right thing as mandatory reporters. I'm told by the local sheriff the biggest issue he has with DCSD is they give full autonomy to principals to police and investigate the exact people who they themselves hire. Nobody sees anything wrong with that? Yet we have OCR cases, we have lawsuits, we have community divided. There has been overpromising and under-delivering to simply advance in a role you can't handle. Not many of you are qualified to do the job, and that is not just my opinion. That is factual from watching the district walls fall down around you. Honesty, caring, kindness, integrity, justice are just a few things that come to mind when I think of great leaders. Not bullying, dismissiveness, arrogance, and power trips. Tonight I come before you to urge you to win with grace or lose or learn with grace. Because a week from tonight, you will either win or you will learn. The biggest issues I see is you cannot escape the good old boys club, but it may be swept out from under you all. The good old days could be history for you. When approached by 2 senior leaders this week only to antagonize me, I was thinking how unprofessional these leaders truly are, and that when the election is over, I hope to see a face of kindness, respect, professionalism, modeling behavior,
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Jessica Wada is next, Michael Peterson, Ashley Epp, and Joelle Chambers. Jessica Wada? Michael Peterson. After Michael Peterson is Ashley Epp and Joelle Chambers.
Yes, I'm a candidate, but I'm also a special needs father. And I know that our special needs students and families are just as diverse as the rest of our school population. I've received many calls from special needs families that are appalled at the use of a few select special needs families to bolster and support this lawsuit against our county health department, which will ultimately negatively affect other special needs families. Let's go right to the Douglas County data. 1 death has already been cited, less than 18 during the entire pandemic. Average age of COVID-related death in Douglas County is 80 years old. The 14-day hospitalization rate, as of this morning from Tri-County, 0.4 per 100,000 people in the under 18 age group. That's roughly 4 times the entire student body of Douglas County chance of even being hospitalized. When we look at a comprehensive analysis of 109 scientific studies regarding mask wearing in response to COVID by a PhD in toxicology, it shows worsening of 5 pediatric diseases, including asthma, respiratory diseases, cardiopulmonary diseases, and epilepsy, things that affect a large majority of our special needs populations. Increased worsening in 3 neurological diseases, including headaches and migraines, 6 internal diseases, and 2 ear, nose, and throat diseases. When they look at a survey of over 26,000 mask-wearing children, over 49% reported joylessness or despair. I'll end tonight with what I ended with last night. I fear that all this board has done, paraphrasing Admiral Yamamoto after the attack on Pearl Harbor, is to awake a sleeping giant and fill it with terrible resolve. We, the parents, are that sleeping giant, and we have an incredible resolve.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next is Ashley Epp and then Joelle Chambers. Ms. Epp?
Hello,
Good evening.
my name is Ashley App, and I have 2 kids in Castle Rock schools. I have 1 child that I homeschool because I will not send my children to school until they are old enough to stand up for and advocate for themselves against the adults that surround them. I had an entirely different set of remarks set for this evening, but here we are. It's my first time attending a school board meeting, and I find it fascinating. You have a lot of people here who have wanted to remove people for using their First Amendment rights. It's kind of a metaphor for what we're going through as a society. You guys have a microphone, and as soon as the people want to speak, you try to silence them. To people who feel this room is unsafe, may I educate you that despite what your fantasy curricula has told you, words are not violence, clapping is not violence, flag waving is not violence, and jazz hands are not violence. Rather, this is what civic involvement looks like. This is what democracy looks like. And if people showing up to advocate on behalf of their children make you feel unsafe, you should resign immediately. This level of parent involvement is a direct result of your unscientific and fear-based decision-making. Your policies have directly resulted in lost learning and wasted resources. You spent hours tonight congratulating yourselves, which is stunning, given that there wasn't a single discussion about learning outcomes. You can't talk about learning outcomes because they're abysmal right now because of your policies. Due to the evolving science, our health department made the decision to remove the mask mandate because they aligned with the people, and you decided to sue. There is no masking there's no science that supports masking our children. They are not super spreaders, and they are at very little risk to this disease. But you're suing. What's your end game? Last, I'd just like to ask a question. When we called Mr. Wise's office to find out who voted for the lawsuit,
Thank you, Ms.
we were told it was
Next is Joyelle Chambers. Ms. Epp, I'm sorry, your time is over. Ashley, Joyelle Chambers is next, and then David Turnett. Ms. Chambers, please go ahead.
Hello.
Good evening.
Just trying to see who's the people that are actually going to be listening to this, where they are. Is the camera this way? Thank you. If the past 2 hours have not convinced you that these board members are not the people you want leading your children, then look a little deeper and see how they have run our district from a world-class education to dividing all of us. Tonight, forcing our children and teachers to mask is fresh, but there's so much more wrong with the utter disrespect this board has for the parents of this district. Filing a lawsuit against the Board of Health, who has jurisdiction in our district, and using the children with special needs as chess pieces is inexcusable. Inexcusable. It's an unreasonable accommodation to force everyone to wear masks for a few. My child has been in the Significant Severe Needs program in this district for 15 years. He has global disabilities and is not able to grow in his areas of deficit without seeing the faces of his classmates and teachers. If we are mandating everyone wear masks for these children that are suing our health board, then I ask you to make a similar accommodation for my child. Or let's all speak in sign language for those of us who are hard of hearing. Would you please use your legal department to drop the restraining order that was put in place today and unmask everyone so my child can learn? If you're still listening somehow and got this far into the recording, then please hear me. We need change in leadership. We need balance on this board. Vote for Myers, Williams, Weingar, and Peterson, because they will bring balance and change to this board and respect the parents of this district, giving us choice. We're not asking you to make a blanket statement for anyone. Let us choose what is best for our children.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. David Turnett, is David Turnett here?
Yeah, so that's Ternay.
Tournay, man, make sure you get it right for the FBI. I really don't know. Why are you guys wearing masks? Does the vaccine work or what? Does it or not? I mean, why are you wearing masks? It's ridiculous. And then I hear you talk about we're not safe when we hear people clapping. Have you been to like a high school basketball game, wrestling match, Little League? I mean, I had to pass, 5, 10 cops to get up here? We got one right here, 10 feet away. Has he been on camera yet? There's nothing. I mean, the NSBA, is that what it was? That sent a letter seeking the FBI and the DOJ. A lot of school boards came out and condemned that letter. Has the school board done that? Or you don't want to take a stand on that? Nothing? They don't answer. No, they don't have any answers. Like, why? It's ridiculous. I mean, my son's in the Marines, and damn, I hope he's fighting for more than this. Because you guys can't sit there and listen to somebody clap in the audience. Ridiculous. I was watching on the feed, and there was an offensive flag or something, and then I find out it's the American flag. Do you not see it? Ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Tournay. So at this time, we will bring public comment to a close. I want to thank all the speakers tonight and appreciate, I'm sorry?
I was here.
I'm sorry, and your name is?
Sierra Erickson, for in person.
Please come forward.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name. If you could tell me again?
Sierra Erickson.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Wise. I am a Douglas County parent and alumni of a Douglas County high school. I will not take up much time, and I would like to thank our volunteer board members for all the hard work you have done this year. Thank you for keeping our children and teachers' best interests in mind and following science to keep health and safety a top priority for our children to learn in person. I appreciate and respect each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. The board will now take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Just so you guys know, anyone who's a parent, these schools can't force us to have our
At 10:15. Next on the agenda is our consent agenda. Directors, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consent agenda items, including approval of concurrent enrollment program proposals, approval of course proposals, and approval of a guaranteed maximum price for capital improvement plans, or capital improvement projects, excuse me, approval of an annexation agreement for the North 2 acres of Pine Drive school site, approval of school capacity and the boundary analysis, and specifically to urgent scenarios that we have discussed before, adoption of the 21-22 master capital plan, and approval of personnel issues. And I assume Director Holtzman and Mr. Cosgrove, you had a conversation regarding our public commenter tonight. We do have her contact information regarding the boundaries, so even though we're going to have that on the consent agenda, unless it's pulled, would you like to pull that from the item?
Yes, I'd like to ask some questions, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to pull item number 20 from the agenda, which is approval of school capacity and boundary analysis. So is there a motion to approve, I'm sorry, and the other two items are adoption of the 21-22 master capital plan and the approval of personnel changes. So a motion for the consent agenda with the exception of number 20, please.
So moved.
Second. Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Let's go ahead and vote. Chancha Shore, are you still there? I know she was feeling under the weather, so she may have left us already. I'm sorry? She is not online. Okay, thank you, Mr. Blair. Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, let's go ahead and discuss item number 20, approval of school capacity and boundary analysis. Mr. Cosgrove, if you will approach the bench. And do we want to start just with some questions, Director Holtzman, or would you like some overview from Mr. Cosgrove?
I think it might be helpful if you could, maybe someone could describe the SLIP, I think is our acronym process.
Yes, Director, thank you for the question. We can describe the SLIP as well as the concerns from the community member and what was discussed with respect to priority open enrollment and with the principals and what practices we've used in the past. So at this point, I would like to introduce Derek Sturch, our planning manager, who can discuss the SLIP process, and then our consultant for our school capacity boundary analysis, Shannon Bingham with Western Demographics, who can discuss the specific communications with all parents as well as principals and staff concerning the legacy, the open enrollment process to accommodate and to mitigate concerns with currently enrolled parents. Derek?
Thank you, Board of Directors. It's a pleasure to be here. The SLIP process is an acronym for the Streamlined Limited Impact Process for Boundaries. The board may recall April 6th, in our last boundary change, the board authorized through the LRPC to develop a quick process to deal with geographic anomalies. These anomalies can happen because over time things on the ground change and our boundaries need to change with them. As a result, the streamlined limited process was in essence to solve these problems before they became problems. New growth in new areas where we had overcapacity schools, redistributing them to places where we have good capacity to other schools. They had 5 criteria. There was a geographic element to them, so stair steps, for instance, peninsulas, islands, things that just didn't make sense on the ground. There could be something like a highway or a big street that had been put in. There was also a criteria there for busing impact. So for instance, to either stabilize or reduce our busing impact. Finally, there was also a provision or guideline in there that allowed us to redeploy or reassign schools before there was massive growth. So essentially, moving the lines before a lot of development could come in and create a problem for a school that was either on the bubble capacity or, more importantly, already at a capacity that affected it. And so that was what was authorized through the LRPC. It went to the LRPC. The LRPC concurred. We would like to recommend these boundary changes through the SLIP process. And that's what leads us here. As far as the outreach, we had a very robust outreach to the notice to the cities. We had outreach to the developers, and I personally made every phone call to every family affected in the area. Again, we're talking a handful of folks, so while it did take some time, it was 20 to 40 folks versus what would be next year several hundred. And so they all got a phone call. I called back those that didn't answer. We also put out priority mailings to some areas with students affected or property owners, and gave them contacts to the planning department. Also, there was a form that we put on our website through the SCUBA page that allowed people to comment and have those effects documented, and what area of concern that they had. I'd like to take it over to Mr. Bingham, our consultant, to talk about the other processes that we put in place for both notifying and also contacting folks and to get their feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Sturts.
So in addition to the items that Derek mentioned, we also met initially with education leaders, which were principals and their EDOS, to discuss various issues regarding some of the proposals. And actually, several of them were eliminated as a result of those conversations. I engaged in personal outreach with all 12 real estate offices. So I went out, I spoke with the sales teams, pretty much everyone there. We had 2 online teleconferences to inform both the sales teams at all of the sales offices and the residents that are in the Area 62 that would be moved from Cherry Valley to Franktown Elementary. Those folks were notified of those events as well. I returned to all of the sales offices after an initial notification and providing them with a letter telling them about the streamlined process. I returned with flyers that they could distribute to prospective homeowners. I left a packet of about 30 pages and invited them to ask to request more. It also referred to the online comment form. Several of these subdivisions are in the streamlined process because we don't have room at the schools that they're currently assigned to. So for example, Macanta has 500 lots in it, which would probably produce about 150 to 175 students, and we just cannot accommodate those children at Sage Canyon. So we have a situation there where doing nothing creates another crisis situation at Sage Canyon. So that's the reason that that development, along with the Tri-Point development, which I think is Area 7 Bravo, 7B, was included in the streamlined process because we also have another subdivision assigned to Sage Canyon that's right across a little open space linkage from Rock Ridge Elementary. So we have situations where we have schools with room. Now, the Macanta situation and Montaigne, which is one of the other subdivisions we've looked at, had a half dozen or so children that were already in school from those new subdivisions. But they're on the leading edge of the total number of children that would come from those subdivisions. So with Macanta, when it builds out, it will probably have about 300 children in them. At the current schools of assignment would be Sage Canyon, Mesa, and Douglas County High School. So at all 3 levels, when we spoke with the education leaders, we talked about the options for these students that are already in the system of an open enrollment opportunity where we could offer them placement at their current schools, but we can't accommodate double busing these neighborhoods given our current transportation challenges. So that was one of the conversations that we had early on, that there would be some capacity for open enrollment for the probably dozen children that were already in the system, but we could not guarantee transportation and double busing these areas indefinitely. So again, what we're trying to do is do the right thing with these brand new subdivisions. Macanta is selling like hotcakes. So If we delay, we're going to have another probably 20 families to address their potential enrollment challenges because 3 of those 4 sales offices are selling 6 homes a month. So right there, that's 20 new homes that will be sold over the next 25 or 30 days, and it may actually be moving faster than that. So that's the reason why it was included in this streamlined process, was of that urgency. I'd be delighted to respond to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I have no doubts that you have done all of this outreach. Director Meek and I have been at the Long Range Planning Committee meetings. We know that you've been very thorough, and I want to thank all of you for that. Thankful for our volunteers who've also been very thorough in reviewing these situations, so I'm confident that these changes need to happen. My question is about timing. You know, I've quickly reviewed the memo for tonight again, and recalling my time at the long-range planning meetings, I'm not recalling and I'm not seeing anywhere that this change needs to happen in 30 days. I guess it was my assumption, and perhaps an inaccurate assumption, that we were notifying these families, which we know that each situation has 10 or fewer families. That's why we are able to do this expedited type of process. But it was my assumption that those students would change at the beginning of next year. Especially during this time of pandemic, unexpected things. I think one more transition for students it's always significant. I think right now it's more significant. So I am concerned to hear at public comment tonight for the very first time that we have families that have been told they'll be moving schools in 30 days and that they won't have transportation any longer. So I'm wondering if that's something I missed, or if there's only one family, but even if it's only one family, that's significant for those students, so.
Thank you, Director Holtzman, for the comment. I want to assure you, the messaging for those folks that are already in place at those schools, based on the last boundaries adjustments that we have done, we have a system in place which we're calling legacy enrollment, but it's essentially priority open enrollment. And so we can assure those families and have made commitments, not only in these changes, potential changes, but the changes that we've done before, that those students can stay. The only thing that we cannot commit to is busing resources. And so the messaging to those families has been, we are potentially reassigning the area. However, we asked for feedback, and we assured every one of them that priority enrollment would be applied to all families within the change. And so with that, they can stay, they could go, but the only thing that we have consistently said is we cannot provide busing.
Director Holtzman, go ahead.
One follow-up. So we're currently providing busing for those, 40 or less families.
We are providing busing, but at this point, there's 1 or 2 routes in all of those changes. And so with that, my understanding in most of these areas, especially in what's called 7D, that a route would need to be established already. Most folks within these changes, if they're already there, are either not on the bus, or we have 1 or 2 students that are taking the bus.
Yeah. So I apologize that I didn't ask these questions and made an assumption about transportation. But I am concerned about families finding this out and making that significant of a change within 30 days. But I'm only one director, so perhaps others have questions or you have more information.
Of these approximately 40 families, do we know how many of them actually use the bus?
2 from our calculations
Only
on
2?
October 1st.
Okay. And are they in that 7D as in dog?
No, there's one in the, he takes the bus twice a week from the Cherry Valley area.
So the change has been informing these families, basically, you can still stay at the school, but the transportation is not, and it only impacts 2 people when it comes to transportation.
From a transportation standpoint, as of October count, we only had 2 students that were taking a bus.
Let's clarify the 40 calls that you made as well, because we only had 6 folks that had a challenge with the proposed changes. The other 34 were somewhat satisfied with what we were doing or had no issue with it. So we phoned 40 people, and we had 6 that were disappointed.
So for those 6, was it due to the transportation change, or what was their issue?
Well, I will say that there was some concerns on the transportation, but the lion's share of those folks that had grave concerns with it was transitions, the timing of it, the fact that they had maybe bought a new home hoping that the school of assignment was going to be the school of assignment, and then were disappointed here in October that they were learning about this. So there was those kind of concerns, mainly transition.
Go ahead, Director Holtzman.
One more clarifying question. So of these families that are affected by the proposed boundary changes, legacy enrollment applies for all of them. So all of these families can stay in those schools for this year,
Yes.
and then a change will be made after this year? Or will
No,
they remain in legacy enrollment?
Once they have
Okay.
that legacy enrollment, number one, it applies to the whole family.
Okay.
So if there's siblings that come up, it applies to the family, not just the student. The second thing is they are rolled in at that school. If they choose to stay, they can continue there because they're given essentially points on the enrollment, open enrollment. So they're given priority enrollment. So they kind of get to move to the head of the class, so to speak, when it comes to their place in the queue. This had been done last boundary changes when we were dealing with established neighborhoods and the concerns there. And I would also say with the concerns of that legacy enrollment, we would work hand in hand with the school leaders to make sure that those families are accommodated and informed into the best decisions for their families, and make those plans in coordination with our principals and our other school leaders.
Directors, any further questions? Director Meek?
So I just want to make sure I'm following. There are 2 families that are impacted with the transportation concern. And so we heard from one of those 2 this evening, right? And do we have the capacity to help the 2 families that have issues for this year to limit a disruption for this year? It seems like 2 families, I know new families moving in, it's different, but for the 2 existing families that have an issue, are we able to do something to assist them this year?
So thank you for the question. Regarding transportation, so the plan would be as new families move in, those bus routes, as those populations increased, are routing to the newly assigned school. I will confirm with transportation what we can do for this school year with respect to double busing, meaning having multiple buses run from the same neighborhood to 2 schools. Now, maybe that's a small white fleet vehicle that we can repurpose during the AM and PM routes. I will confirm with transportation what our ability is based on that priority, okay?
And again, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So right now, these 2 families would like to stay at the school that they're currently attending. And so they're currently using the buses now to get to the school that they're currently attending, correct?
Correct.
Doja Siwa and Jenna have a dance for you next live.
Okay.
Chancho Shore is back online.
Oh, that's Chancho Shore. Oh, we should have known.
What I can tell you about one of the families, the one that I spoke about in the Cherry Valley instance, this is a high schooler, almost of driving age, when I talk to the parents, this student takes the bus twice a week to DC High. And within that, based on the transportation resource that's already there and the way the family was traveling, they would be accommodated, just rolled into what was actually already routed. So when it gets back to the two families, there's only one family as of October count that we really do need to take, as Rich said, circle around with transportation and see what's possible. But with that one from, that goes to DC High, the bus there, the transportation director, all the prevailing circumstances with the principals, they seem to be able to accommodate all of that students' concerns, especially for at least 1 year. Back to the other half of the equation, we can circle around and see what's available there. If it's a route for, again, one student in October count. I will tell you, based on our research when we started the SLIP process bona fide, in one of these areas, we had one family, and quickly within 2 weeks, we had a handful of families. And so these places are rolling really fast. People are coming in very quickly, some of them in different ways. A house is being built and they're moving into it. Others are buying lots, waiting for a house to be built, but then proactively assigning their child to the school. And so that's where the urgency in some of these scenarios really comes in. It's very fast-paced.
Certainly not questioning that. I think it is when we disrupt a family before the end of the year is the criteria I think that we need to add to our analysis. We certainly support the notion that you've got a fast-growing new subdivision and all new families need to be moved to a new school. I totally support that, but I think the concern really is disruption of a child's learning plan. So I appreciate the fact that there will be some due diligence to see what we can do for that family that's impacted should we approve this tonight. Any other comments or discussion, board directors, regarding this item? Anything else, Mr. Cosgrove, from you? Okay.
No, thank you, directors, for the comments. We will not only look at the short-term solution for these two affected families, but as far as the SLIP process, what would be the impact if we were time that, roll that into the start of the school year? Because my initial thought is that's going to affect more families.
Sure.
That's there, even though it would be timed to the new school year.
Right.
So there would be some pros and cons to that. So we will discuss that and make appropriate recommendations and coordinate with the LRPC.
No, we appreciate the work. We know this gets in the weeds and is hard to manage and coordinate. It sounds easier on our end than what it is on your end. So please know we trust you with making those decisions and moving forward. Mr. Bingham, thank you also for your analysis as well. Any other discussions on that item? I'll entertain a motion to pass the approval of the school capacity and boundary analysis outreach and recommendation for urgent scenarios.
So move.
Second.
Long moved, Hanson seconded. Any further discussion? Director Holtzman?
I would just say that I agree with what Director Ray said. I mean, these things need to happen, and they need to happen now. But with my understanding that it's really only one family that needs to have a bus for the remainder of the year, I would certainly hope that we could make that work out. So.
Very good. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Chancha Shore? She is no longer online. Okay, all right. Comes and she goes. All right, Director Graziano.
Yeah, I would just say, again, like others have said, contingent on we do what's right by that family and make sure that we accommodate them given this, I vote aye.
Director Hanson?
Exactly what other directors have said, aye.
Director Holtzman?
Aye.
Director Long?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Ray? Aye. Passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is the approval of the unofficial minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
If we voted on the consent agenda I think we just voted on the one item we removed.
We voted on the consent agenda. My understanding, we voted for
Did we?
everything except for
Okay.
item 20.
I'm off.
We pulled 20 off, and then we voted 20 separately, so. But thanks for the watchful eye. So, motion for
So
unofficial
moved.
minutes. So moved by Graziano. Seconded by Director Long. Let's vote. Chancho, or Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. No, yeah, Chantiano, or we'll just merge. Okay, next on the agenda item is the recommendation for the Alternative Education School and Innovation Center on Pine Drive. And I believe who is hosting that agenda item?
So with the microphones that we have, I'm going to ask Chief Operating Officer Rich Cosgrove and Executive Director of Schools Danny Windsor to come up. We can use the podium, the microphone, and I'll use this. We also have Planning Principal Leanne Hand here as we start to talk a little bit about current state, and we can share the microphone in these areas to kind of let you know about current state and next steps.
Very good. And I will defer to the team to do the background on this agenda item.
Good evening,
Mr. Cosgrove.
Good evening, directors. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So thanks for the opportunity to brief the status of the Pine Drive project, which consists of the Alternative Education School and the Innovation Center. We do have a presentation. During that presentation, our owner's rep and project manager for this project from NV5, Jessica Killian, will give a significant portion with the details of that presentation. The status basically is that costs have been finalized. To the initial guaranteed maximum price stage. We are significantly over budget. We have recommendations, and this does impact educational programming. And at this point, I'd like to ask Danny Windsor and Leanne Hayden to discuss the specific programming that is designed on this site with these two facilities.
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Windsor.
Good evening. I got Mr. That's pretty good. Thank you.
Hey, you know.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you a little bit about programming. We are looking at the Pine Drive site. Just for clarifications, again, there are two buildings actually on that site that we've been talking about. One more innovation-based center, and then the second site is around our alternative education. Specifically on the alternative education side of things, and Ms. Hand can correct me as well, because she's been mightily at work over the last semester here working on this, but really we've been focusing on the alternative education site, really being grounded in entrepreneurship basis, work-based learning, project-based learning for our kids, where they really will have an opportunity to engage in learning on a hands-on based approach, not only as far as in the classroom, but also making intentional connections to the community to learn through work and about work as well too. In the innovation campus side of things, we've had a chance to look at a variety of programming ranging from architecture and design to transferring that into construction and advanced manufacturing to welding areas to then also offering opportunities in nursing and emergency medical services to also then looking at renewable energy as well as robotics and potentially artificial intelligence in that programming as well too. So it's a variety of different programming we're looking at about trying to develop complementary programming to what's already been established in our schools where it's not an overlap of what programming is, but a chance to be able to complement that base programming. Ms. Hayden, do you want to add anything?
Let's introduce Leanne Hayden, who is returned home to Douglas County.
Yes, thank you so much for having me back. It's so great to be back.
You picked a great meeting to come back to.
I do, yes, definitely.
Well, good evening. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm so excited about this opportunity, and I'm hoping that my energy around this will continue to be infectious over time. This Alt Ed campus is, just as Danny talked about, was really going to focus on the heart of it being entrepreneurship, work-based learning, and opportunities for our kids to really grow themselves and be future ready. And I think the wonderful opportunity that I see from tonight and from everything that we're talking about is how do we teach our kids to see challenges as opportunities as a way to be future ready. And so this will really focus on the art of critical thinking and problem solving and get them to have that creative confidence to see themselves being successful in the future, whether they choose to go to college or not. And I love that this concept really talks about this opportunity for kids to explore in different and new meaningful ways for them. And so it's been a really exciting process to get started. We've definitely had our challenges, and now we're going to try and see those as opportunities.
Thank you.
Directors, if I may, with the presentation, just a little background. A new alternative education school is included in the 2018 bond. The Innovation Center is funded by the 2018 bond premium and interest and cash in lieu funds. The Long Range Planning Committee approved the Pine Drive site as well as the board for use of these two schools, and design is now complete for the site improvement and both facility designs. It includes all requirements from Parker as well as Douglas County, as well as South Metro Fire Department. All of the authorities having jurisdiction. The construction manager, general contractor, submitted the initial guaranteed maximum prices for construction. And they continue to be finalized as we go from initial to final guaranteed maximum price. And the purpose of this presentation is to brief you on the overall background, the status of the project, and the fact that it is significantly over budget. And staff has a recommendation in this presentation as well. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Jessica Killian to talk about some of the details of the project.
Very good. Good evening. Thank you for waiting.
That's all right. So I'm going to go over the facts around the project. A lot of the design's already been talked about, but I'm going to talk about that a little bit and walk you through some pretty pictures, and then Rich is going to come back and talk about the staff recommendation. Thank you.
That actually won't work.
All right. So next slide, please. So this map here is a picture of the full 20-acre site. Tonight, you guys in consent agenda approved the annexation agreement. That takes those right 2 acres. You can kind of see a dotted line, and annexes them from Douglas County into the town of Parker. A year and a half or 2 years ago, those 2 acres were gifted by Douglas County to the school district. Now we're annexing them so that the full site is in town of Parker. If you look at the site here, the 2 blue, purple, depending on how you see colors, are the buildings themselves. Alternative Education School on the left, the Innovation Center kind of in the middle. The green area in the middle, I'm going to come back to later, that's what is really affiliated with the Innovation Center. The whole rest of the site is the Alternative Education School. The dark gray lines are the roads around the site, and you can see where it says Hills Drive. That is a realignment of the existing Hills Drive. Right now, Hills Drive goes straight from the neighborhood to the west down to east to Pine Drive. As part of this development, that we are realigning Hills Drive. So you can see that in there. Pine Drive, which runs north-south, in reality, is on the bottom of the page. So to kind of orient you. So next slide. This is a floor plan of the Alternative Education School. It's a 1-story building. It has about 8 classrooms, an art room, a flex classroom, computer room, 2 science classrooms, some supportive spaces. And Danny and Leanne talked a little bit about how that programming is going to be used at the Alternative Education School. Next slide. This is a rendering prepared by Cunningham Architects of the Alternative Education School, brick and metal wall panels. Next slide. This is the Innovation Center. Innovation Center is a 2-story building of almost 50,000 square feet. It includes construction and fabrication bays, an engineering lab, robotics lab, energy lab, and then on the second floor, which is the next slide, has EMT and CNA teaching spaces, architecture and construction design classroom. There's a large commons area for group instruction, community gatherings, like I said, on those 2 floors. Next slide. And then again, a rendering of the Innovation Center building, similar materials as the Alternative Education School, 2 separate schools, but on the same site, so complementary with brick and metal wall panel. Next slide. So Rich and Danny kind of mentioned this as well, but the current status of the project, we've submitted all the necessary applications to the town of Parker and utility companies. So we have annexation application, a rezoning application to change the site from what it's currently zoned as planned development to public facilities. Just kind of cleans up some of the requirements for zoning. The minor development plat and site development plan application are related to the development itself. Those have all been submitted to the town of Parker. We're working on the grading permit application so that construction could start. Those are all in process. This site has been included into Parker Water and Sanitation District. It was not part of the Water and Sewer District, so it has been included into that. We have gas service by Excel. That design is complete. Site electrical is in process with Core Electric, formerly IREA, if you're from that area. There's also some high-power transmission lines across the east side of the property along Pine Drive that actually have to be raised in order to allow for the appropriate clearance to get from Pine Drive to the site. So that's being worked on. And then we're also working on vacating the existing Hills Drive so that the new Hills Drive can be in place and some of the entitlements around that. So a lot of paperwork going on. As far as the buildings themselves, they've both been submitted to the state for building permits. School districts are allowed to do that because of their quasi-governmental entities. So they've both been submitted to the state. They've both received building permit comments. And the next step will be to make those corrections and submit for permit. So that's everything that's been going on. So schedule-wise, if funding is available for these projects, the Alternative Education School would be able to open in January of '23, which is about 14 months from now. The Innovation Center would be in fall of 2023. It actually would be done a few months before that, but obviously we're not going to open it in April or May, so it would be August of 2023. This schedule does require the town of Parker to approve annexation, zoning, minor development plat on their November 15th board meeting. There's a planning commission meeting next week on November 4th, and then town council meeting on November 15th. Without that funding, the initial guaranteed maximum price that have been submitted by the contractor will expire. As Rich mentioned, the construction market is really crazy right now, and so contractors are only holding their pricing for 30 days. So we got bids at the end of September. We have until the end of this month for those prices to hold. If they don't, if funding is not approved, those prices will go up. And we're going to talk budget here in just a second. So next slide. So the Alternative Education School, the total allocated project budget is 15.1 million. The current project estimate is 21.1 million. So there's a $6 million deficit between what the project is going to cost, what is being estimated to cost, and what the budget is. The total project budget includes all of the construction costs, which is those initial guaranteed maximum prices, everything that it takes to actually build the building, and then everything else that has to do with the building, the design costs, the utility fees, the permitting, the furniture and fixtures and equipment. Contingency, of course, is really important in this market. So that's how we get from an initial guaranteed maximum price, which you can see down here below of 17.4 million, up to that 21.1, because there's that much more that goes into a project besides just what it costs to build it. The Alternative Education School and Innovation Center together, both of those buildings on the full 20-acre site. And again, this is where it goes to that green circle that I showed on the site plan. If you don't build the green area, that's what that slide was just before, 21.1 million. If you build everything together, we're looking at 41.1 million. We have right now, you're looking at 44.8 million. We have right now 41.1. So there's still, with both buildings together, a $3.7 million deficit. Part of the reason why that deficit goes down is because the Innovation Center building is not encumbered with all of these site costs that the Alt Ed building is. Again, to allow that to be kind of a standalone project. So like I said, if both of these are put together, there's still a budget shortfall. And then Rich is going to take the next slide after I talk about this one. So the reason we're having so many cost overages, part of that is the realignment of Hills Drive. That's over $1 million worth of cost that was not built into the original planning for this site. On-site access and traffic improvements. There's a lot of roads you saw on the project. There's also a lot of stuff that's happening off-site. We've got turn lanes, we have median improvements, all those kinds of things, and that adds up. The off-site improvements, I mentioned that with the turn lanes and the medians. We also have sidewalks and things like that that are going on some of these roads. There's extensive landscaping requirements, a lot more than what the district's standard is for when they build new buildings that's going onto this site, over $1 million worth of landscaping. So it's very expensive. And then the schedule has impacted costs as well. Because it took a while to get those 2 acres, that pushed kind of an extra year of inflation, which is generally kind of a 5 to 7%. But it also pushed us into a COVID hyperinflation. We have costs going up at 5 to 7% a month now in some of these trades. And so we're really at the mercy of that. And even in just the 2 or 3 months that we've been pricing this project with like kind of finalized designs, prices continue to go up. So we're in a really, really volatile market, and that's only going to continue. And that's what this last bullet point is about. Cost increases are still possible. Things could still go up unexpectedly, and so we have to get contracts signed very, very fast, or we can't guarantee any of it. So Rich is going to take the recommendations now.
And if you could please back up one slide, I just want to highlight some issues on the reasons for the cost overruns. So initially, we had an 18-acre site. We had a design competition for a 1,000-student pre-K-8 on that site. We worked with the town of Parker, who was on our design committee, and we were at that time allowed full access off Pine Drive to load and unload that site. Then we were informed that we needed access to Hills Drive and to use that intersection, Hills Drive and Pine Drive. We requested an access easement from Douglas County. We did not get approval for that. So we needed the 2 acres. There was a delay in the 2-acre site because it was also coupled with surplus school sites. And that was almost a year delay. And then when we obtained that, we were informed that the original annexation agreement for the 18 acres into Parker would have to be upheld, and that included the realignment of Hills Drive, which would, in essence, reduce the site back down to 18 acres and cost significant funds. As far as the off-site improvements, we have several right turn lanes, a median improvement to allow a left turn lane on Pine Drive, and our traffic impact study, the initial traffic impact study, showed that access to Hills Drive was not needed, nor was the realignment of Hills Drive needed. And so we continue to work with the authorities having jurisdiction, and the direction was that those are requirements. And as a result, costs have increased. And to Jessica's point, the Association of General Contractors, chief economist, there's instances where items have increased by 26% in this past year. So that really put this in the COVID market. And so it was an imperfect storm, if you will, with the delays and the requirements. As far as landscaping, landscaping is being required for non-residential. Our schools basically use and want to use native grass for utility costs and sustainability. We typically have a mow band around our sidewalks, and we try to minimize the landscaping, around sidewalks and in parking islands. Well, the landscaping on this is significant. In fact, our architect has said he's not seen such requirements on all of his designs. So it's basically the requirements and the hyperinflation that's increased the cost. Next slide. So staff is recommending that both the Alternative Education School and the Innovation Center be placed on hold due to lack of funds. We do not have bond funds in the budget, and we do not have bond funds in the bond or premium or interest to cover these. The Mill Bond Oversight Committee has approved 2 reallocations, and we're down to about $500,000, maybe to $1 million in the rest of the bond for urgent items still being finalized. And so we're at a budget overrun. In the future, the district could continue with this project if the financial climate improves. For example, if we go into a recession, typically bids come in lower, but then timing's everything. You need to be in the bidding climate for that. And or if funding becomes available, more budget, and that could be with a future funding initiative. We could utilize the building designs at other school sites. So of the $41.1 million budgeted, we have spent $3 million. That's industry standard. Probably 75 to 80% of that is on the buildings. Those buildings are structural foundations. They could be utilized at any school site in the future, whether it be 1 year or 10 years from now, for these purposes or for other programs within those classroom layouts. And the district has and will always continue to explore other opportunities for those programs. Bond funds budgeted could be repurposed elsewhere. It's permissible by the bond language. And while other uses of the remaining funds would likely extend beyond the general 5-year term, there's no impact to currently available bond proceeds. And there's no impact on the contracts with the architect or general contractor. We've met with them. Everything is allowed per the contracts to shelve these projects, and they're aware that that is a possibility because of the budget overrun.
Mr. Cosgrove, if I can add in. I'd like to state that, we've been talking about this process for quite some time as a team, with the complications, with the added cost. It's one of those things financially to be fiscally responsible, as I look and I ask and we make a recommendation, is this time with the challenges, with the pushback of process and the added additions that were placed upon us as a school district, we really feel like to stop, to take a look and investigate all of our options, to evaluate those. And I want you to know we feel we have a lot of options available to us. We'd like to take this month and evaluate those and come back at our next board meeting and share not only where we are with what other options we have that might be better, that might move these forward and be under value and under cost, whereas these are over. So it's not only that we want to stop these, but we also feel like with others reaching out to us with the options we are looking at to really evaluate those and bring those back in a formal presentation to share our plan moving forward with the opportunities to not only look at the same programming, alternative setting in school, but really look at it at a place that might be a better location, a better cost in the long run, more advantageous for everyone involved, our students, our schools and principals, and our district as a whole financially.
Mr. Wise. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. And I guess my immediate question is, we haven't talked about the student impact. Do we have students waiting for this kind of programming that this delay has created for them, not getting the program that matches their learning needs?
I think that's been the ultimate question and concern for us, is ensuring that we don't have a delay in that process. I think what Mr. Wise had said is for us to look at additional options to potentially look at it wouldn't impact the timing of providing those like opportunities for students based off that timeline. And so for us, we will continue to explore what those options are so it doesn't impact opportunities for our kids within our district.
Because we were supposed to open this when? Originally, the original plan.
So plan that we had was going to be August of 22 for Alt-Ed, which again, that was really early, but August of 22 and then January of 23 is what it quickly became because of the realignment work that had to occur. So January of 23 was for Alt-Ed, and then for the Innovation Campus, it was always going to be the fall of 23.
Oh, so even though, even our original open date was that far out?
But really, the main reason around that was for Innovation Campus around about building sustainable partnerships with our community members, and to make sure they're part of that planning and design process for us in those facilities.
And to answer that, our goal was to open up in the fall of 22 with our alternative. When you looked at both schools together, the cost and having those programs together, that's where it slid the alternative school back to January. So even early on, as we were looking at those sites, our goal originally was to be the fall of 22, as Mr. Windsor and you kind of talked about a little bit. But as we were getting into the designs and that continued to move on, it really came the reality of January of 23 for the alternative setting, and then fall of 23 for the CTE programming and Innovation Campus.
To also give some additional information is actually Ms. Hayne and I had a chance to meet with each of our high school leaders as well to seek input on verifying kind of the vision of that programming was something that was an identified need within our district. So it wasn't a whim of two individuals making this decision. It was about getting collective input from all high school leaders as all of alternative ed leaders as well too, to seek input around, is there a defined need as they see? And that was something we garnered some good feedback. So the timing actually helped us, I think, in this process to a degree, and wanted to make sure it was in alignment with that January 23 date.
Directors of the questions? Director Long?
So the cost overrun is close to 40%. And we have a $250 million bond, and so the deficit is $6 million. So are we pretty much use up the $250 million bond that we issued in 2018 with the people past that? And also, a 40% cost overrun is really significant. Can you break down and see which item caused the most overrun?
Yes, thank you, Director. It's the road realignment. That's the most expensive cost increase. In this bond, we've been fortunate with construction management general contractor procurement method with initial guaranteed maximum prices. We have locked in our bulk of the capital renewal projects and FPOD and support functions cost in this bond in 19, 20, and 21. We have a small number of projects in 2022. We have contingency set aside from the bond funds as well as from the bond premium funds. So our forecast is we will be able to fund that. But beyond that, this was the last remaining major project in the bond. So not only was the dollar amount larger, so the cost increases are significant based on percentage, but the market was the worst because of the COVID market and supply chain. Even this past summer in 2021, we had significant challenges, and we had to have the CMGCs, Construction Management General Contractors, bid multiple times to get asphalt at Douglas County High School and Castleview because of the oil products. We had significant delays with rooftop units at Highlands Ranch High School. So it was a challenge in 21, and more so because of the timing of this project. But it's the road realignment. I do also want to add, while we have spent $3 million of the $41.1 million, not only are the building designs good and could be basically site adapted elsewhere, but the design for this site, if shelved, could be used in the future. And that's why we're pursuing with the annexation and zoning, in order to have a clean site under one jurisdiction for the future, for flexibility.
So really, it wasn't just the 2 acres that was withheld from us that for a period of time that really threw this off. It was the alignment of the Hills Drive as well that really threw a wrench into the overspend. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. That realignment required significant redesign and paused the design phase of that project.
Okay. Directors, any other questions? Director Meek?
So I think what I'm hearing is that because of the reasons you just described and, you know, what every industry is facing right now with supply chain issues and challenges, your recommendation is pausing for a month so we can look at various options and the cost and benefits associated with those options moving forward. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct, with the caveat that it's pausing this project for the foreseeable future, because once we pause it, we would have to rebid this project and costs are only going to go up. But as Superintendent Wise said, we would continue to explore options and provide feedback within that month.
I think a couple things. We do feel that there are other options available to us. Even without those, when you look at the cost where we are right now, and that it's fiscally responsible to pause and stop this. Construction costs are at a point where they only keep going up. And with that in place, we can look for other locations that as we start to have that, what else could we do to have the same or better results? That going forward, I'd also like to say that With these pauses, while they have caused a bit of frustration, longer time, more cost, sometimes it creates better opportunities for us. So I think within this next month, we'd like to really evaluate each of those options, really come together. When you look at that, you look at cost value, opportunity to provide the same or better programming, and then also location and availability to all. And within those things, we want to evaluate, factor in, and bring back to the board.
Very good. Director Long?
So my understanding is you're asking the board to allow you to pause this for 1 month, and then 1 month from now, you will give us another revised planning. I just want to see what is the recommendations in here, because the recommendations in here is not very clear to me. It just say that be placed on hold due to lack of funds in the budget and bond. So cost overrun happens, I understand, but normally we just find a way to fund this, and then, or you have some other projects that's cost overrun, but you don't need the board to approve it. So what's so different about this one that the board need to get involved? If you're only trying to delay for 1 month and then give us another plan, should we just decide this next month after you have another plan versus doing it right now? I mean, I just want to understand the logistic of why we're voting on this at this moment.
No, I think the most deliberate answer is we'd like to make that decision tonight. I think I and staff feel it's best to stop this. It's over cost, and within that stop, it's making the decision on that Pine Drive site. With that same knowledge, we also feel that we'd like to explore other options, and we feel that we have more options available to us that we'd like to share next month with you. What are our steps moving forward, and what's available to us, and what's our plan moving forward?
Yeah, I think somehow we inserted the 1 month into this timeline up here. I don't think that was the intent. I think the intent was we need to put this on pause. We don't intend to pick it up again even a month later. We're really saying that right now, from a fiduciary responsibility, it does not make sense for us to pursue something that's going to cost us millions of dollars that we don't have accounted for. So I think what I'm hearing is pause indefinitely until we find that there may be a use for this in the foreseeable future. At the same time, staff is exploring options that they'll bring back to us to take care of the programming needs of the alternative education and possibly the innovation campus as well.
That's correct, Director. This is a permanent pause because of the significant budget overruns. We do not have the funds for this project.
So there is, I mean, a year or two down the road, if life gets better, we may come back to this site and say, this is a perfect site for X, Y, Z. We're not abandoning the site, or we're not giving up the site. We're simply just saying right now, it does not make sense to continue with the overrides or the overruns that we're experiencing.
That's correct. And one reason we're bringing this is because of the significance of this project in the bond. And this is the only project in the bond that we are not able to do because of budget. We've not ever had to bring any other projects to the board.
Correct. Director Lung?
So is there resolutions in the past we passed, and including this in the resolutions? There's a reason why we are voting for that, to modify that past resolutions to remove this from that past resolutions. I mean, I'm still not clear the procedural rights, and if the board never passed this project in the past resolutions, why are we voting to put it on hold?
The board has approved.
So there is a
project.
previous resolutions that include in there. So we're voting to take that project out from the past resolutions, or we have a new resolutions to supersede the past resolutions?
I don't recall the actual format of the project that we approved. I don't know if that was a maximum kind of motion that we do on our other bond projects, Mr. Cosgrove. But I think Director Lung is asking, is there an actual document that we can refer to where we approve this project as is being designed, that we need to reference that is being modified for future?
No, we would simply pay the services to date, which is allowed per the architect's agreement, and we have only contracted with the construction management general contractor for pre-construction services. So there's no contract to amend. The initial guaranteed maximum price and final guaranteed maximum price, those are via addendums to the CMGC contract. This would not require any addendum, no further contract.
All right. So this is really more of an acknowledgement that rather than us really reversing or nullifying a previous decision, this is really an acknowledgement that we want to put this project on pause and allow staff to do some explorations for other possibilities.
Correct.
Okay. Does that help, Director Lung?
Right, because if there's resolutions that we need to modify, I would like to know what that previous resolutions language is.
Right.
Because I've not seen, I don't recall voting specifically, for this one.
Right.
And and thank you very much for the clarifications that this is just a acknowledgement and then let the board knows that this is happening, and then the superintendents think that the best way to go with it is with holding it indefinitely. Because I just want to know whether this really need to take a board actions, because if the board did not take action specifically on this, it really does not make sense to me that the board need to take actions for this way now, today. I just want to see procedural-wise or legal-wise, is there any legal reason why we need to make a motions to this?
I think the request is their staff's making a recommendation to alter their original plan of how to use that bond project monies. The original plan was to go after this Pine parcel and build on that. And so even though we don't have a contract or anything else necessarily that needs to be nullified, it's really us saying it's okay for staff to make that modification to the bond project.
Well, again, I just want to see what are we modifying, and if we can pull out the things that we're modifying, I feel, so I know what are we modifying.
No, your question's right on, Director Lung. I completely understand, but I don't believe there's anything that we're nullifying other than just giving staff our approval to move forward with exploring some other options for this particular project, if that makes sense. Well, Director Lung's pondering. Any other questions? So I think we are looking for a motion that the board approve staff's recommendation to place the Alternative Education School Innovation Center on Pine Drive on hold due to budget overruns. Listening to Director Lung, I'm just wondering if that's the correct wording, because we're really not saying that we're necessarily going to put the alternative education program on hold. We're still in anticipation that other options might allow us to continue forward. So basically what we're acknowledging is that the Board of Education is approving staff's recommendation to explore other sites for the Alternative Education School and Innovation Center. Is that?
Yes,
I'm
that
gonna look at Ms.
Ms. Clemash, if you can factor in that with Rich also, is that we'd like to stop Pine Drive for now and evaluate other options for alternative and RCTE programming.
From my perspective, I think it's important, and the request from the staff is that the building project on Pine Drive be placed on hold. So they have directives in that regard from the board.
So the motion really is that the board place on hold building these two programs on Pine Drive. Is that?
Is it okay to add and explore other alternatives?
We certainly can, if that's a condition the board would like to have on their motion. So who would like to make the motion?
So I move that the Board of Ed approve placing the Alternative Education School and Innovation Center on Pine Drive on hold due to budget overruns and explore other alternatives.
Director Lung, I'm sorry. We have a second, but we'll go ahead and Director Lung.
I'm just wondering, do we need to put a timeline And when does the superintendent get back to us? Or it will be, it will be more accountable, we have a timeline and say, okay, within 1 year or within 6 months, or I mean, so we know it's not indefinitely, not knowing, what's going on. I mean, that would be my personal, if I could just amend this and say, whatever superintendents feel is the right time, get back to the board within 1 year, 1 year?
Superintendent Wise said at our next meeting.
We'll come back in
a month.
Okay, can I add that conditions? And then I don't know whether you accept my, my friendly amendment?
It's Director Meek, Director Long is suggesting a friendly amendment. Would you like to reread your motion, and I'll ask Director Hanson if she's.
Maybe I'll add by the end of this year, so give him a little bit more leeway to do that.
I'll let Director Meek pose her motion according to the input she's received so far.
I'm amenable to that. So I move that the Board of Ed approve placing the Alternative Education School and Innovation Center on Pine Drive on hold due to budget overruns and explore alternative options to present to the board by the end of the calendar year.
And do you still second that motion, Director Hanson? I see that. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Graziano?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Long?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. We'll look forward to the next meeting. All right. Board of Education reports, just quick, agenda planning is on October 28th at 9 o'clock, for those of you interested in assisting with that, for the board meeting on November 9th, which is a regular board meeting, I might add, because there was only one board meeting for that month, other than the special meeting after the election, so that'll be our regular meeting for the November month. Other reports, Director Holtzman?
Director Ray, I don't have a report tonight.
Very good. Other director reports, Director Meek?
Yeah, I just want to mention, last week I was able to attend one of the parent engagement sessions being hosted by the Directors of Special Education. It's, I believe they're being held twice a month, and it's just an open session where people can chat with the directors, and it was great. It was very helpful. They asked to try to get the word out that these are happening, and we are encouraging families to come to these sessions to learn more about the special education programming here in Douglas County. So wanted to do a shout out for that work. I think you already mentioned earlier, there were 3 student-led forums that have been held, and I was able to attend all of them. We have exceptional students in our district. I knew that, but it's all confirmed. They do an amazing job in leadership and leading those forums. So just kudos to them. Director Graziano and I, on Monday, attended Youth Congress. So we had about 60 students at that event. Again, students demonstrating leadership, addressing issues, working together collaboratively, and presenting back to other elected leaders in our county. So that was a gift to be able to go to that, and it was great. I don't know if Director Graziano has anything he wants to add.
The only thing I'd add is, the quality of the students once they're operating on their own, when they're given the room to share their ideas, to really lead. The thing that really popped out to me is their level of inclusivity of everybody. The way they bring kids, everyone shares, everyone presented. It was really interesting to watch them, the way they organized and presented together. It was great to watch them pulling it all together. So that's all I'd say.
That's great. Very good. Any other items, directors? Okay, directors, I do unfortunately need to inform you that we do have some issues that we need to discuss in executive session for purposes of receiving legal counsel by CRS 246402-4B regarding the acquisition, purchase, transfer, or sale of real property, and counsel regarding pending and/or threatening litigation, including Douglas County School District et al. Versus Douglas County Health Department. During executive session, the board is not allowed to adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. Excuse me, we do have a quorum with 6 of 7 board members present. It requires a 2/3 vote for us to move into executive session. If the motion, I would ask that you motion to adjourn our regular board meeting and motion to move into executive session immediately after that adjournment. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Director Long, seconded by Graziano. Our executive session will also include Superintendent Corey Wise, General Counsel Mary Clemish, I believe remotely Kristen Edgar from Kaplan and Ernest. Any other guests that will be joining us, Ms. Clemish? And Rich Crossgrove, Chief Operating Officer as well. All right, those are our guests tonight. Seeing no further discussion, let's vote. Graziano?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Lung?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. We are officially adjourned and we'll move into executive session.